The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1151 New January. We'll be there soon. Peter looked at Happy pleadingly. Don't play tricks on me, kid. Happy was helpless. After all, they were just 3 kids. Even if they were all superheroes, Happy couldn't bear it, only a few minutes. If you run again, don't blame me. See, he tried hard to roll up his suit sleeves to show off his muscles. But, he was too fat, and his sleeves got stuck. This made Happy anxious, and his face flushed. Seeing how hard he tried, the 3 kids almost laughed. But perhaps his natural comedic factor made Happy resistant to this situation. He pretended nothing happened, raised his arms and made a bodybuilder pose. See? Muscles. Black belt 3rd degree. One punch, you little brats will cry for a long time. Looking at Happy's serious but clumsy threat, the 3 kids finally laughed out loud. Happy was very angry. He wanted to maintain the dignity of an adult, but unfortunately, it seemed that he didn't have it at all. Let's go. Hurry up. Tony is very angry about you running away secretly. I am already granting you a favor by letting you go home to get your things, Happy said as he walked in front with his burning face. It's so embarrassing. Could it be? I can only act in comedy? No, I'm an artistic person. It turned out that on the way, Peter begged Happy to let him go home so that he could hug his uncle and aunt, and he also needed to get his own clothes. Oh, yes, and Parker's. Although Happy said that all their requests could be met in Stark Tower, there was no need to go out of his way to get those things. But Peter insisted. Everyone in the Parker family is like this. Although they are all poor, each of them is poor but has a backbone. It's not that he can't accept help, but after getting into trouble, he still has to accept help from others, which makes him a little uneasy. What's more, both Peter and Parker know very well that Tony letting them enter his laboratory is a disguised help. So they didn't want to cause trouble to Mr. Stark, even though this kind of thing was not a trouble at all for Mr. Stark. What kind of trouble was it that Jarvis could handle? Happy finally chose to agree to Peter. After all, he liked this kid very much. Because compared to other superheroes, Happy felt that he had the best sense of humor. Other superheroes were too serious, especially Kai. Every time he saw Kai, he felt nervous, just like the feeling of meeting the Dean when he was a child. He didn't do anything, but he was nervous. Aunt May, I'm just going to start group for an internship, not moving there. So I don't need so many things. Peter naturally didn't want to tell his uncle and aunt that he had secretly escaped from Stark Tower and ran to the sewer to fight the lizard man. There was no benefit except to make them worry. And this matter was too cruel, he didn't want to say it. Thinking of the death of those innocent people, Peter felt that he was almost out of breath. Like almost all mothers who worry about their children traveling far away, Aunt May was also worried that her Peter would not be used to a new environment. So she almost brought all the things Peter usually used. Well, Peter lied to his uncle and aunt that they would stay in Stark Tower for a while, ostensibly for an internship. Although it was a magical reason for a high school sophomore to go to Stark Group for an internship, considering his identity as Spider-Man, Ben and May easily accepted it. In their opinion, it was great for their nephew to become a superhero, but they were also more worried about Peter because he was still a child. If there was a real superhero willing to help and teach him, it would be the best thing. Of course, this reason would also make it easier to ask for leave from school. No. You don't need to bring the chili sauce. And you don't need the special pancakes either. Peter had a headache stopping Aunt May from packing half of the house into her suitcase. Aunt May, I'm not going abroad, I'm in New York. It takes less than 15 minutes to get from our house to Stark Tower by car. You can come to see me anytime. And I can come back anytime. Don't be so exaggerated. On the other side, Ben was sorting out some of his clothes. These were for Parker. These clothes were bought by May for me, and I haven't worn them yet. While packing, Ben said to Parker, who was a little embarrassed, you are taller than Peter, so you should be able to wear them. No, it's already good enough, Parker said a little nervously. Although the man in front of him was different from his Uncle Ben in age and appearance, Parker still subconsciously regarded him as the incarnation of Uncle Ben. Ben saw that Parker was uncomfortable. He packed the luggage with a smile, and then said to Parker, "Do you want to talk to me?" Parker was stunned for a moment, and nodded as if possessed by a ghost. "Come and sit down." Ben patted the sofa. Parker sat down stiffly. "I have always felt that you look at me with strange eyes. Is it because of the Ben in another world?" "Well," Parker nodded. "What happened?" Ben asked in a persuasive way. "Don't be afraid. Although we may be different from your Uncle Ben, we are all Ben Parker, and we all love Peter Parker." Parker shrank as if he was a little cold. I should have saved him." Parker hugged his arms. His voice was very low. "If you don't listen carefully, you may not even hear it." But Ben heard it. He sat closer and patted his shoulder gently. "Kid, it's not your fault." "No. It's my fault." Parker looked up at the young Ben, smiling and crying, which made Ben even more distressed. Even though he was completely different from his Peter Parker, Ben still subconsciously regarded him as his Peter. That guy was right in front of me. When he did bad things, I was there watching. I could have stopped him. There are 3 things that Parker can't let go of in his life. Uncle Ben was killed because of his inaction. George died in front of him, and his only request before his death was not to involve Gwen in Spider-Man's affairs, and he broke his promise. The last thing was that Gwen died in front of him. Everything was like that, as if he had tried a little harder, and if he had done a little better, nothing would have happened. No, kid. Don't torture yourself for the mistakes made by others. Ben could feel that this child had taken on too much. He suppressed everything in his heart. He was not as cool as he appeared to be, swinging in the air. He just kept everything to himself. This was too cruel for a child who had not yet graduated from high school. "Ben doesn't want you to be like this." Ben hugged the child and kept comforting him. No. Uncle Ben has been trying to educate me. But I didn't listen to him and quarreled with him. He appeared there just to find me. I saw that person making a mistake, but I was very angry at that time. I chose to turn a blind eye." Parker's expression could no longer be described as laughing and crying. Aunt May and Peter stood at the door at some point, but they didn't go out, and Gwen was the same. They were all silent. They could feel how broken this child's heart was. He had no one to talk to, only Ben. Only he could play this role. "Because it has nothing to do with me." Parker pursed his lips, tears just flowed into his mouth. "This is my answer when someone asks for help." That day, Parker taught Fletcher, the lightning from another world, who often bullied others, a lesson at school. At that time, he had just gained his ability and was very proud of it. But Ben didn't want to see Parker like this. Parker didn't think he was wrong. He just taught a bad guy a lesson. But Ben didn't think so. Anyway, that night, Parker felt very wronged and ran out. Ben was worried about him, so he drove him out and wanted to find Parker. Parker hid. Obviously they were very close. If Parker had followed him back at that time, then nothing would have happened. But he hid. After that, he wanted to buy a bottle of milk, but because he had no money, he was humiliated by the clerk. No, it wasn't that serious, but the words were not nice. Then he saw a man stealing the money from the counter. He saw it and watched the whole process. He wanted to remind the clerk, but thinking of what happened that day, he chose to shut up and accepted the man's benefit. By the way, a bottle of milk, the one he had no money to buy. When the clerk chased him out, he still chose to stand by and watch. "Hey, help me stop him, kid, it has nothing to do with me." Bang bang. Uncle Ben was lying in a pool of blood. It was that man who did it. Uncle Ben heard the clerk's call for help and stopped the man. Then the gun on the man fell off, and Uncle Ben tried to grab the gun, and then the gun fired. "It's all my fault. Everything is my fault. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Ben hugged Parker. No need to apologize." Ben hugged the child who was almost taller than him, and comforted him like Peter did when he was a child. "I won't blame you, and Ben in that world is the same. He will only be proud of you. He taught you well. You didn't let him down, he just did what he should do. We are the same, Parker. When encountering such things, we will always stand up, because that's what we should do. It's not your fault." Aunt May grabbed Peter's arm. She was really glad that her Peter didn't have to endure that. She knew too well how much Peter Parker loved his Uncle Ben Parker. She couldn't imagine how sad Peter would be if he lost Ben one day. At the same time, she felt sorry for the child. He shouldn't have to bear that. "Peter, let's not be superheroes, okay?" If superheroes are so miserable, she would rather Peter be mediocre. Peter didn't say anything. Normally, He would have given a bunch of reasons, such as the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But seeing his Aunt May in tears, he felt that those big words were so empty and weak. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. It was Happy. He saw Parker and Ben hugging each other. He quickly covered his eyes. Sorry, well, the atmosphere just now was completely destroyed. Sometimes, Happy really deserves a beating. Maybe this is why he and Tony can get along so well? I didn't mean it, it's just, Happy pointed behind him, someone is looking for Peter. Then Happy suddenly realized one thing. Ben and Peter are uncle and nephew. According to the parallel world theory, Ben and Parker are also uncle and nephew. And there are so many people here, they hug each other. He always stays in Hollywood and has adapted to the chaotic relationships there. So he seemed to have misunderstood, and by the way, he made the scene very ugly. Parker and Ben quickly separated, and it was obvious that this misunderstanding made them feel, well, a little disgusted. They were uncle and nephew. At this moment, a figure made the scene a little better. Peter. Liz stuck her head out from Happy's broad body. Liz, Peter was very curious, why did Liz come to his house? But Gwen's face immediately turned sour. Although the two Gwens had reached a consensus on Peter's belonging, Stacy would not take away Peter from this world, she just wanted to see Peter. Gwen was so stingy that she couldn't even share Peter with another self. So you can take a look, but you must not take action. However, when it comes to Liz, the little bitch, the two have surprisingly consistent opinions. Liz was like she had installed a Gwen radar and immediately found Stacy. Why are you here? To the tit-for-tat between the two quickly attracted everyone's attention. May's eyes were shining. It's true that she likes Gwen, and she is even more sympathetic to Stacy. But Peter, this pig, will finally dig up other people's vegetable gardens. Which one do you like? May's lips did not move, but her voice was clearly heard by Peter. Peter looked at his aunt in shock. How could he not know that his aunt could do ventriloquism? Peter was completely confused. Gwen, well, Stacy was his girlfriend, from another world. Liz, he had nothing to do with Liz. This is not your home. Do I need to report to you when I come here? It is said that girls are born with many things, such as being sarcastic, but you, a woman who often bullies Peter, what do you want to do here? Ben and May had never heard of such a thing. They looked at Liz. Liz's face flushed. Then Ben and May looked at Peter again. Peter had never told them. No, we had a little misunderstanding before. Bullying doesn't exist. How could Peter admit that he was bullied by a girl? Now it was Stacy's turn to blush. Which side are you from? If she was not familiar with Peter, she would even think that Peter was a sea king. Fortunately, Ben and May didn't really intend to continue this quarrel, or Peter would suffer. So they quickly separated the two of them, and then let Peter quickly greet his friends. Damn, the first part of this chapter was written smoothly, but the latter part was stuck for 2 hours. What bad luck. I originally wanted to finish it early and go to bed early, but recently my urine has turned yellow, my mouth has blisters, and my gums are swollen. I was thinking that I could adjust my work and rest schedule and recover my body in the new month, but I didn't expect to suffer so badly on the first day. Considering how pitiful I am, please vote for the guaranteed monthly ticket. Strive for a good result in the new month. Chapter 1152 Bully Maguire. In fact, no matter how stupid Peter was, he could sense that something was wrong, but he had never experienced this. All his knowledge about the two sexes came from porn movies. So Peter had learned a lot of postures, but he had not learned how to get along with the two sexes at all. Could he really go to a hotel with two girls as shown in porn movies? No matter how stupid Peter was, he knew it was impossible. Let's not talk about Liz first. Stacy was determined to break all 3 of his legs. Not even one would be left. An honest child may not be as honest as he appears. If you really want to see whether a child is honest or not, just look at the files hidden in his folder. So after his aunt helped, he took Liz out. Liz, why are you here? Liz was still indignant, not to Peter. After all, Peter's social circle was like this from the beginning. This was also her biggest disadvantage. She used to follow that bastard Thompson to target Peter, which led to her being at a disadvantage now. But she was unwilling to give up. It's natural to say that she likes Peter, but it's a bit nonsense to say that she likes him so much that she doesn't want to let go. The key factor is Gwen. If she hadn't been in a tit-for-tat relationship with Gwen for a long time and couldn't tolerate losing to Gwen, she wouldn't be so tenacious. There are boys like him, so there's no need to hang on to Peter. But after adding Gwen's element, she couldn't tolerate losing. If she couldn't get him, she had to make Gwen unhappy. This is probably the situation. Liz raised her head and wanted to say something, but she happened to find her mother looking at her in the car not far away, and she remembered what she came for. "Can you walk with me?" Liz asked. Peter thought about it and felt that there was no problem. On the other side, watching her daughter walking away with Peter, Liz's mother originally planned to follow, but after thinking about it, she decided to give the child some space. "I just saw you packing your luggage. Are you going out?" Liz didn't say that she was going to Switzerland, but asked about what happened in the room just now. "Oh, Mr. Stark chose me to be an intern, so I have to move to Stark Tower during this period." Peter thought this reason was too good. "Really?" Liz looked at Peter with great surprise. Midtown High School pursues elite education and attaches great importance to social practice. At the beginning, they also organize students to visit the Osborne Group. Spider-Man was born at that time, and recommends people to do internships. At that time, Osborne chose two people, one was Gwen, and the other was Harry without any surprise. There is basically no need to guess. In fact, Harry asked his father to let Peter be selected. Osborne did not agree but did not refuse at the time. But that day, Peter happened to be bitten by Spider-Man and felt unwell, so he left early. That's it. The Osborne Group can't be openly partial, right? Otherwise, what will other students think? Choosing Harry is something that no one can say, but choosing Peter, that's too much? So Peter missed that opportunity. If you can get internship opportunities like Osborne Group and Stark Group in high school, you will have an incomparable advantage in the future, whether it is college or looking for a job. Liz felt that he was indeed the man I had chosen, so outstanding. What about you? You came here at this time. At this time, Liz finally reacted. This matter was a bit strange. Going on a trip at this time, so urgent, it's not a trip at all, right? Liz was not really stupid. However, she didn't think of talking about family matters at this time, at least she had to wait until the relationship was confirmed before talking about it. "We have a big prize at home, women are born to lie, especially beautiful women. 30-day luxury travel package in Switzerland, really?" Peter instinctively felt happy for Liz. After all, they were friends. Otherwise, how can it be said that many warm men can easily become scumbags? It's too easy to be misunderstood. "Well, the flight tonight made it too late for me to say goodbye to others, so I thought, to find you to tell you and ask you to help me pass on a message." As she said this, Liz's face also turned red. Because this is already a very clear hint. No, it's all a hint, it's already made clear. After all, she herself is not without friends, she has so many good girlfriends. Why must she run half of New York to find Peter and let him pass on a message? Moreover, as long as Peter brings this back to school, I believe many people will naturally think that they are a couple. Originally, I was going to invite you to go with me. Invite me? Did you win the travel opportunity in the lottery? Can you bring other people? It's a luxury family tour for 4 people. He lied again, and it became smoother and smoother. There are only 3 people in my family, so I can just take you with me. Liz had never thought about it before, but after seeing Gwen at Peter's house, she thought of it. As for whether it's okay to bring one more person, just go home and act like a spoiled child to your dad. Last time Peter saved her, her family hasn't thanked others properly. What's wrong with inviting him to travel? Not good, it's a family trip, and the organizers will think we are cheating. Peter shook his head and threw away his heartbeat. He has never left New York since he was a child. Most middle-class families in European countries will travel outside during their vacations, usually abroad. Of course, the United States also has such a habit, but most of them are domestic. After all, those small countries in Europe are the size of a palm. If you drive for an hour or 2, you may have gone abroad. The United States is not like that. It is too big. The entire United States is larger than Europe. The cost of going abroad is too high. Unfortunately, Peter's family is not so used to it. It's not that they don't want to, but simply because they are poor. But in Liz's ears, it is Peter's performance of caring about her and their family. He cares about me. Does he like me? Reverse strategy belongs to yes. Besides, I have to go to internship. He still remembers that he has to go to confinement. Mr. Stark is very angry. On the other side, after Happy left with the 3 children, Tony let a man come out. Why don't you meet them? Tony asked a little strangely. No, the adult version of Parker smiled and shook his head. After all, it's not a good thing to let them know this. Tony was silent for a while, and nodded in understanding. He is, Carter asked curiously on the side. This is the 4th time she has seen a person in a Spider-Man uniform. The only difference is that he is not wearing a hood. She didn't believe Tony would bring an ordinary person here. What's the relationship between this person and Spider-Man? His name is. You call him? Tony didn't know how to introduce him for a while. After all, Peter and Parker had used up all their names. Benjamin. You can call me Benjamin, Benjamin said. Benjamin is Peter Parker's middle name. Peter's official name is Peter Benjamin Parker on his passport, driver's license and other documents. Of course, no one in life will emphasize the middle name, and only in extremely formal occasions will this full name be used. The middle name Benjamin is to commemorate his Uncle Ben Parker, and Ben's full name is Benjamin Parker. Okay, his name is Benjamin. Tony looked at Carter, and the meaning was very clear. Don't ask more, and he won't tell you even if you ask. Carter pouted and didn't care. It was also at this time that Kai came out with a group of people. His face was not good. After all, no one would be happy to see a piece of human remains being eaten. Kai's luck was not very good. He did not encounter any lizardmen along the way, but he accidentally discovered a gathering place that had been attacked by lizardmen. It was once a place occupied by sewer gangs. The environment was dirty and messy, not to mention that there was no so-called infrastructure down there. What's worse is that the humans there were basically left in place. In the form of debris, many human bones were scattered there, and there were even flesh and blood that had not been eaten clean. Countless rats and cockroaches crawled all over the corpses, which made people shudder. The Special Forces members who followed Kai basically vomited when they saw this scene. They were also worldly wise, and dead people were very common in their eyes, but scenes like this still broke the limits of their imagination. Kai didn't even dare to burn the whole place. After all, it was a sewer. Once it was on fire, there would be too many unpredictable accidents. If the natural gas pipeline or biogas was accidentally ignited, it would be a lot of fun. So Kai's face was always stinky. He had thought that he could vent his anger when he met a lizard man, but in the end, his luck was so bad that he didn't encounter any monsters. So his expression became even more ugly. The special police didn't dare to get too close to Kai, but they could understand Kai's anger. Any normal person would not be indifferent to those things. Tobey Maguire, just when everyone was about to go up to understand the situation, Kai suddenly shouted when he saw Benjamin. Who is that? Tony was confused. Carter was also stunned. On the contrary, Benjamin understood that he was being called. Me? My name is not Tobey Maguire. My name is Benjamin. Benjamin pointed at himself and said. Kai immediately realized that he had shouted the wrong thing. Kai was also young. He didn't watch many foreign movies in his previous life, but he had seen the Spider-Man trilogy. After all, it was a childhood memory. What? High school is not considered childhood? On the contrary, Kai has not watched many Spider-Man movies later. He was particularly impressed by Tobey Maguire, and of course the most impressive part was the part where Maguire danced, and the line "I'll put some dirt in your eyes." By the way, Kai has always been a little upset about MJ in the movie, which is totally inconsistent with his aesthetic taste. Oh, I made a mistake. You look a lot like a friend of mine, and we all call him Bully Maguire, Kai said nonsense directly. Huh? Is he a bad guy? Benjamin touched his face and said a little subtly, does this face of mine actually look like a bad guy in this world? Bad guy? Tony asked curiously, why don't I know that you have a bad guy friend named Maguire? No, it's just a joke. He is actually a good guy, but he looks fierce. His favorite thing to do is to put dirt in the eyes of people who offend him. By the way, he also likes to dance, and likes to be in public. Although I think he is quite handsome. Tony's face was full of doubt. Kai's social circle was actually not wide, and it was difficult for ordinary people to become his friends. So it was a question whether the person Kai was talking about existed or not. On the contrary, Benjamin had a subtle look on his face. Wasn't it talking about me? How do you know? Benjamin asked anyway. Huh? Tony looked at Benjamin in surprise. When I was young, there was indeed such a period. There was a reason for that. But I did do those things, Benjamin said with a look of reluctance. During the time when he was parasitized by alien creatures, he was indeed more free. You have done this kind of thing, Tony became interested. But how did you know? Tony looked at Kai. Kai spread his hands. I saw it in a dream. Anyway, the truth can't be told. By the way, I quite like the way you looked when you were possessed by venom, especially the part where you were dancing with your hips twisted in a suit. So cool. Now that it's been brought up, Kai didn't bother to care about it anymore. Benjamin looked at Kai with a smile on his face. That's not a good thing. I would. So what are you talking about? Tony was very upset that he couldn't participate in his friend's chat. He was the kind of person who is used to everyone revolving around him. This kind of completely ignoring him and talking about some inexplicable things made him feel excluded. Benjamin was very open-minded and told him about what happened during that period of time. Venom, does it exist in your world too? Do you have it here too? Benjamin was also surprised. Then we must get rid of that creature quickly. It will make people's dark side erupt, and those possessed by it will do terrible things. Don't worry about that. Kai comforted him instead. Although the venom here is also an alien creature, it has intelligence. He is now possessed by Eddie Brock and is working hard for 3 meals a day. Eddie is now the best independent journalist in the United States, and he likes to go wherever there is danger, so his works are very popular. This guy prefers being a reporter to being a hero. Kai did not restrict him in this regard. It is better than running out to do other things. At least it is a serious job. Huh? Venom in this world is still involved with Eddie Brock. In his parallel world, Eddie slandered Spider-Man with synthetic photos, which made Peter very angry, so he publicly exposed his tricks, causing Eddie to lose his job, and then lose his lover. In the end, he met Venom, who was abandoned by Benjamin, and the two of them hit it off and became the villain Venom. The sentence, "I'm going to put some dust in your eyes," was what Peter said to Eddie. Don't worry, our Eddie looks worse than the bad guys, like a thug. But overall, he is just a cowardly bastard. Is that so? Benjamin felt relieved, but soon he burst into laughter. After all, there are so many superheroes in this world. It's not his turn to worry about those things. Chapter 1153 The Tragedy of Idealism. Carter watched the three people chatting happily there, and also heard some clues. What is my world, your world? Is that Benjamin an alien? But it doesn't sound like it. Obviously Kai is very familiar with him, but Benjamin doesn't know Kai, which is a bit strange. But Carter didn't ask too much, because she knew that she was not welcome, at least when Tony was there. The relationship between the two has become like this today, which can be regarded as fate. It was also while they were chatting that Captain America Steve also came out with his people in a dusty face. As the sign of the Shadow Bureau, Steve was very busy. He had been tracking down Hydra before, but just when he had some clues, he was called to the sewer by Carter, and then he encountered a group of lizard people. However, his team didn't suffer any losses, but everyone looked a little embarrassed. It seems that everyone is here. Let's get down to business. After seeing Steve coming with several members of the Howling Commandos, Tony immediately said with a serious face. Kai asked curiously, "What's the business?" Tony didn't answer, but took out a tube of blue medicine from the mecha. "This is a medicine for those lizard people." Tony pointed at Benjamin. "Thanks to Benjamin, I can make this special medicine in such a short time." Benjamin shook his head. "No, I just gave some information about the lizard serum to Mr. Stark. I can't help much with specific matters." "Don't be modest, Benjamin, you are a very good child." Tony actually comforted others very rarely. But others are more curious about another thing. Tony just turned 43 this year. He was born in 1970, and now it is 2013, and Benjamin is already in his 40s from the state of his gray hair. Actually he is 47 years old. Anyway, Benjamin looks older than Tony, but Tony said he is a child. Isn't this strange? But Benjamin didn't have any objection to this, which was very strange. Carter noticed this very keenly, and this was also a good opportunity to obtain information. "You call him a child? Excuse me, Mr. Benjamin, what is your date of birth?" Benjamin didn't think it was so strange that he came from a parallel world. After all, there are 4 Spider-Mans. I was born in Brooklyn in 1984, the others were dumbfounded. Was he born in 1984? If he was really born in 1984, he would be 29 years old now. He doesn't look like 29 years old. Kai noticed this. "Peter was born in 1996, no wonder you are so different." "Well, I noticed his information. The difference between us should start from the generation of our grandfathers. My father was born earlier, and Peter's father was born much later. No one is not curious about what they look like in the parallel world, and they are even more curious about who caused the difference between them. I see, Carter got a lot of information, but this information not only did not solve her doubts, but made her more confused. What a mess. Kai didn't dwell on this, but pointed at the tube of reagent and said, "Is this an antidote?" "No, on the contrary. It's poison," Benjamin said without any abnormality. "Poison?" Kai asked in surprise. "Yes, I have seen the new lizardmen created by Professor Connors, and they have lost the chance to change back. He completely transformed those people and turned them into monsters." Tony grabbed Benjamin's shoulders and spoke first. "This drug can destroy the mutation factors in the lizard people in a very short time, destroying their genes in the first place, thus achieving the maximum degree of killing." Steve raised his hand and asked, "Do you mean that we should kill all those lizard people?" "They are, I know. They are innocent, but now they may run out of the sewer at any time and hurt more innocent people. And Professor Connors, or Professor Lizard, is a lunatic. He must be making lizard serum that can spread on a large scale. Do you plan to wait until all the people in New York become this kind of green monster before solving the problem?" "Sometimes, we have to make a choice." Tony said some extremely cold remarks in an uncharacteristic way. Although Tony is not a white leftist, there is no doubt that his generation has generally accepted those remarks, so his camp is also very left-leaning, but not to the extent of a saint. This is not what Tony can say at all. Instead, it is more acceptable for Kai to say such words, because he is such a person. Kai also looked at Tony in surprise. After all, this guy was the one who closed down the weapons manufacturing department in a rage because he knew that the weapons he made were used by terrorists. Although others thought that this was just one of Tony's many willful behaviors, Kai knew that this guy really felt that he had hurt others, so he made such a decision. This guy even felt uneasy and blamed himself for not being able to save others. It can be said that he looks like he has an unruly heart, but in fact he is extremely sensitive and fragile. It is Kai who often instills some more selfish views in him, so that he does not suffer from any mental illness. But today he actually said such words. This is not like him. But Kai soon saw the clue. Tony said this, more like comforting Benjamin. If there is anyone in the world who knows Tobey Maguire's version of Spider-Man better than Kai, it is Kai. This is also a super saint. Killing people? He was sad for a long time after killing the Green Goblin. Not to mention those innocent homeless people who were turned into lizards. This is my idea. Benjamin raised his hand. Kai looked at him. This is not something you would do, Toby. Benjamin knew that Kai was calling him, just like he called himself Tobey Maguire when they met. To be honest, Benjamin had an inexplicable liking for such a name. Maybe there really is someone in this world who is exactly like him. Benjamin smiled and continued, "You know me very well. But it seems that you don't know me well enough." Kai was stunned. "If you really knew what I went through, you would know why I chose this." These words choked Kai. To be honest, Kai's understanding of Benjamin was indeed limited to those 3 movies. If it were just movies, it would be enough, but Benjamin was a living person, and his life could not be 3 movies. A person's life is very long. Indeed, I only know some fragments. Compared with life, movies are indeed just fragments. Professor Connors, also known as Professor Lizard, did the same thing in my world. I could have stopped it, really, I had a chance. But I hesitated. I always thought there would be a better way, and the result was that things got out of control. Countless people were turned into lizards, and that led to the death of countless people. He took a deep breath. I'm not young anymore. I can't watch the same mistake happen in front of me again. Kai remembered that he had read a news in his previous life, that is, in fact, the 4th Spider-Man movie has already been prepared, and it is said to be related to Professor Lizard. But in the end it was nothing. Kai didn't pay much attention to this kind of entertainment news at that time, just read it for fun and passed it by. It seems that Benjamin's world line is still developing in this direction. I didn't see the 3 little guys. It seems that they should have been taken away by you. It should be your idea, right? Kai looked at Benjamin. Thinking about it, it is indeed the case. Benjamin is now in his 40s. How can he still think like a teenager? People grow up. No matter where you are, the older people are, the more conservative their views will be. This is not a bad thing, because the old people have accumulated enough life experience, good and bad, which will teach them one thing, that is, society is always realistic. Only the old people know what the so-called dreams will become in the end. because they either fulfilled their dreams or abandoned them. Although I chose this, I still hope that they can continue to do so. People must always keep some innocence. A group of people looked at each other, still confused. Steve couldn't help it. Are we talking about the lizard people? Others looked over. I still stick to my point of view. We may have a better way. Those people are innocent. Tony, Kai and Benjamin were all stunned. Then the three laughed. Tell me, Steve, why are you here? Kai finally said. Tony would not explain to Steve. Even if he explained, it would end up as an argument. It's meaningless. Benjamin would not say anything, because they were not familiar with each other. Without waiting for Steve to speak, Kai spoke directly to himself. To protect the lives and property of the people of New York, right? This kind of words made Steve's eyes light up, because Americans would never say such words. For Americans, the responsibility of law enforcement agencies has never been to protect the so-called people. Their duty is to fight crime. These two statements seem similar, but in fact there are essential differences. Supporting this statement is a very famous case. The Warren case in Washington, D.C. in 1975. In 1975, Caroline Warren and her friend Joan found that two strong men broke into the room of Miriam Douglas, a single mother downstairs from them, so Warren and her roommate immediately called the police. As a result, the police came several waves and left without entering the apartment, so Warren called the police again. This time the police said that the police were almost there, so Warren and her roommate ran downstairs to try to stop the criminals from violating Ms. Douglas. As a result, Warren and her roommate were also hijacked by the two strong men, and before the three women escaped, they were ravaged for 14 hours, and no police came to check. By chance, the three victims still escaped, and the police finally arrested the two criminals. Although the criminals were arrested, Warren still couldn't swallow the breath of serious dereliction of duty by the police, so she sued the police station. Unexpectedly, the federal court finally ruled in 1981 that the police's duty to the public is general, and the police do not have specific legal obligations to a specific citizen, so the case against the police station by Warren was not accepted. This almost means that the police have no obligation to protect citizens. Another very famous case is the Colorado Gonzalez case in 2005. After Ms. Gonzalez divorced her husband Simon in 2005, in order to avoid harassment from her ex-husband, she applied for a restraining order, which required Simon to stay 100 meters away from Ms. Gonzalez and her children. As a result, one day Simon kidnapped Ms. Gonzalez's three children. Gonzalez called the police 3 times, but the police were indifferent. Finally, Gonzalez had to go to the police station to call the police. As a result, Simon drove to chase Ms. Gonzalez and exchanged fierce gunfire with the police at the door of the police station, and was finally shot dead, but the police found the bodies of the 3 children in the back seat of Simon's car. Simon killed the 3 children before chasing Ms. Gonzalez. Gonzalez of course sued the police department for inaction, but he did not expect that in 2005 the Supreme Federal Court ruled that the police department was not responsible, on the grounds that the injunction was a legal order, and if someone violated the legal order, then he would be sanctioned by the law, but the reason for the sanction was the criminal's violation of the law rather than the harm to individuals. The U.S. Supreme Court once again reiterated that the police had no obligation to stop the law from being violated, but had the obligation to bring the violators to justice after the law was violated. The U.S. Supreme Court meant that the criminals were holding knives to kill the victims, and the police had no obligation to protect the victims, but after the victims were killed, the police had the obligation to arrest the criminals. After reading the information to this point, the author suddenly understood why Americans don't like the police. What's the use of this thing? It's better to buy a gun yourself. From this, it is not difficult to understand why there are so many people in the United States who support gun ownership. If the police can't protect me, can't I protect myself? Chinese people may think this is nonsense. But it is indeed in line with the spirit of the U.S. Constitution. So the spirit that Chinese police have been practicing is incredible to Americans. But it must be said that this statement is in line with people's expectations of justice. That's right, Steve liked this very much, and he had been doing this all his life. Unfortunately, society doesn't seem to think this is a matter of course. Well, now it is the lizards who are threatening the lives and property of New Yorkers. And if they are not cleaned up in time, they will become more and more. The harm they suffer will become more and more. Do you plan to wait until things get out of control before thinking about solving the problem, or solve it when things can be controlled, Kai was sophistry. After all, according to this statement, those innocent people who became lizards are also among their protection. But the problem is that this is reality. Where is perfection in the world? The true meaning of choice is often to choose the lesser of two evils and the greater of two benefits. But Benjamin finally couldn't help it. There is no time for buts. Well, Captain, I know Connors, you have been attacked by lizards, which means that Connors has known that he has been discovered. He will not sit and wait for death. As long as he is given time, he will create more lizards. At that time, more innocent people will be harmed. The older Spider-Man finally began to bow to reality. This is undoubtedly a tragedy of idealism. Kai actually has mixed feelings. Kai has always claimed that he is a justice of the result, but he has never said that he does not yearn for procedural justice. In fact, he likes people with ideals. Humanity needs idealists, although the lives of these people are often tragic. Chapter 1154 The Terrifying Neighbors. Reality is the most terrible force in the world. Some people may never compromise with reality, but reality is always reality. Idealists may not lose to reality, but idealists cannot really defeat reality. Peter Parker finally lost to reality when he reached middle age. He began to change loans for houses and run for life. He was no longer young and was covered with wounds. Every time he was chivalrous, he would do warm-up exercises to ensure that his scarred body could persist. At the same time, he did not admit defeat. He still adhered to his beliefs and worked hard for others. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Are those people really hopeless? Steve said painfully. At least I can't. Tony shrugged. They are indeed pitiful, but those New York citizens who don't know anything outside are even more pitiful. We must make a choice. Steve has been on the battlefield after all. Although he is a saint, he is not so unreasonable and knows what to choose. Okay, how do you use this thing? Kai ended this meaningless debate. In fact, these verbal cannons are no longer meaningful. If chatting and debating can solve problems, there will not be so many tragedies in this world. You can spread it directly or inject it, Benjamin said. Will there be any side effects? I watched Will Smith's I Am Legend with some kids a few days ago. Life-saving things can also trigger a zombie crisis. Kai felt that he should be more cautious. You know, there are already too many cases of good intentions leading to bad results in this world. Don't let New York have a zombie crisis after solving the lizard man. Tony looked at Kai with disdain. You don't understand science. I can understand, but it's a lack of basic common sense to take the movie as a real thing. Kai opened his mouth and didn't know how to refute. After all, strictly speaking, you are all movie and comic characters. It seems that there is nothing wrong with him taking the movie as reality. Is it really okay? It won't be a problem. This is a poison developed for lizard serum. It has no activity itself. You don't have to worry about mutation. It won't have any effect on the human body, Benjamin explained with a smile. Okay. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Liz and Peter didn't go far and soon came back. It's not that Liz didn't want to stay with Peter for a while, but something happened. They had not walked far when they heard screams. It was Liz's mother. When Peter and the others arrived, the car window was smashed and Liz's mother was being carried into a van by several masked men. Mom, Liz ran away immediately, but she fell halfway. When she got up, she saw that the van had disappeared at the corner of the street. Liz was already at a loss at this time. She didn't understand what had happened. So she instinctively asked for help from the person she trusted most, Peter, but when she turned her head, she found that there were several big men wearing black masks rushing towards them. Although Peter didn't understand what was happening, there was no doubt that this was a crime. Facing several masked men coming towards Liz, Peter rushed over at the first time. Fortunately, Peter knew that he could not reveal the fact that he was Spider-Man, otherwise Ben and Aunt May would be in trouble. Parker and Stacy emphasized this more than once. But even so, the four masked men were still no match for him. Liz didn't have time to be crazy at this moment, but shouted to Peter, Peter, save my mother. Liz's mother had been packed and put into the van. Peter immediately took action and knocked the four masked men to the ground, and then planned to rush over, but just after running 2 steps, he turned around and hugged Liz and rolled to the ground. Bang bang bang. The gangsters next to the van pulled out their guns and shot at Peter. The gunshots alarmed Ben and May upstairs. They opened the window and saw several gangsters shooting at Peter. while Peter took the girl named Liz to hide behind the car. "Uncle Ben! Go back! Go back! Don't stand there." Peter also found his uncle and aunt, and he immediately waved his hand to let them leave the window. It was too dangerous. Stacy and Parker in the house pulled them back immediately. "No. Peter is still down there. He is in danger again." Ben immediately began to struggle. He wanted to help Peter. "No. Let us do it," Parker and Stacy said in unison. "No." Aunt May was not happy with this. "You will be exposed this way. If people associate you with Peter," she still hoped that Peter could live a normal life. Fortunately, there is a character who was almost forgotten. It's my turn this time." Happy pulled out the pistol from his waist. He went straight to the window, intending to show off his marksmanship. As a result, as soon as he stuck his head out, the gangsters raised their AK-47s, and a series of bullets shot over. Happy was scared and quickly lay on the ground. A group of people looked at Happy's antics in silence. It was such an urgent moment, but he managed to create a comedic effect. However, Ben and Aunt May didn't have to worry about Peter at all, as they naturally had someone to help them. "Hey, bastards. This is Brooklyn Ingram." Mr. Daymore, the owner of the supermarket on the corner downstairs from Peter, raised a shotgun and roared at the gangsters, then opened fire. Little knowledge, Spider-Man's address is 20 Ingram Street in Forest Community, New York. In reality, the family's surname is also Parker, and the family's surname is Osborne at 19 Ingram Street next to him. Bang! Boss Daymore is a Hispanic boss. He was a gangster when he was young, but later when he was old, he turned over a new leaf and opened a supermarket. But if you want to open a supermarket on Ingram Street in Brooklyn, it's useless to be a good guy. There are countless little bastards who don't learn well and make trouble here, so his former toughness has not diminished at all. "Thank you, Mr. Daymore." Peter heard the boss's voice and shouted loudly. "Ha ha ha. You are Ingram's child?" The boss laughed wildly and pulled the trigger. The momentum scared the gangsters. And that's not the end. In fact, when the gunshots rang out, the people in the building were very skilled to stay away from the window. Although the public security in the vicinity has improved a lot recently, don't forget that for decades, the public security here has always been the worst community in Brooklyn, and the street is even more crowded with people of all colors. Gunfights are common. But when the voices of Ben and Boss Daymore came from outside, the residents here were not calm. Sometimes a good person can really influence many people. Ben and May have always treated people sincerely. This building is full of poor people, and many families have received their help. At first, some people thought they were hypocritical. After all, in such an environment, no one would be kind to people for no reason. But Ben and May did not make excuses, let alone give up. They did what they thought was right for more than 10 years. Although they did not change the fate of the people here, basically everyone remembered their kindness and began to treat them sincerely. So when they heard that Ben's family was in trouble, those neighbors who seemed indifferent and felt that it was none of their business were not happy. "Hey, bitch. What are you going to do to the Parker kid?" Bang bang. A window opened. A middle-aged black woman held an old double-barreled shotgun and fired 2 shots at the gangsters. It was like a starting gun. The windows of the apartment building where Parker's family lived were opened one by one, and guns of different lengths stretched out and fired at those guys. Although the shooting skills were quite touching, the momentum was terrifying. Liz was shocked by this shock. "Peter, what does your family do?" She thought Peter's family was a gangster boss. What? Peter was very excited at this time. This feeling of "I am for everyone, and everyone is for me" was too good. The same words were said upstairs. Happy lay on the ground and shouted to Aunt May, "Oh my God, is this the lair of a gangster?" Ben and May looked embarrassed. In fact, they have been committed to promoting gun control in the apartment and even in the entire community, but buying a gun here is not much more difficult than buying a hot dog, whether it is legal or illegal. Stacy and Parker swallowed their saliva. It was not so scary near their home. The gangsters were quickly suppressed and dared not raise their heads. In the end, they could only lower their heads and abandon the car to escape. They didn't even have time to take Liz's mother away. But the neighbors didn't mean to continue chasing them. "Thank you. Thank you. It's okay. It's okay. They've already run away." In order to prevent accidental injuries, Peter had to shout loudly for everyone to calm down. Perhaps because they had been suppressed for too long, they finally had a legitimate reason to shoot, and the neighbors were so happy that they started shooting randomly. Most of them did not shoot at the ground, but shot at the sky. In fact, they were not the kind of people who dared to kill people. They shot to scare those idiots. Of course, if the group of people did not run away, they would have been killed. After all, they were at home and could enjoy unlimited self-defense rights. Because these people shot at will outside their house, they felt threatened, and they shot back, which was in line with the understanding of unlimited self-defense rights. Thank you, Uncle Sam, Aunt Susan, and Brother Pete. Thank you, thank you. While thanking the neighbors, Peter hurried to the side of the van to rescue the kidnapped mother of Liz. Mrs. Toombs, Liz's mother, Mrs. Toombs, was terrified. Her hands and feet were tied with rubber bands, and even her mouth was sealed with rubber bands. After seeing Peter, she immediately burst into tears. At this time, Liz also rushed over, even though she was also scared. Peter helped Mrs. Sturm untie the tape, and the mother and daughter immediately hugged each other. Seeing this, Peter could only ask them to go back to his home. The police should be here soon. In fact, it was true, and George also rushed over quickly. Although this was not George's jurisdiction, he still received the news as soon as possible. After all, his connections were not a joke. Stacy, George naturally cared about his daughter the most. Although Gwen was at home at the moment, Stacy was also his daughter. Seeing that Stacy was intact, George hugged her excitedly. Stacy was stunned, then smiled and whispered, "I'm fine, Dad, I'm fine. I'm fine." George didn't think there was anything wrong with this, Dad. Coincidentally, another father also rushed over. Doris, Adrian was scared when he heard his daughter crying on the phone. He felt a little better after he learned that both mother and daughter were fine, and then he rushed over as fast as he could. Hearing her husband's voice, Mrs. Toombs, who was hugging her daughter and being questioned by the police, immediately rushed over and hugged her husband. Doris. "I'm glad you're fine, I'm glad you're fine." Adrian held his wife tightly. It took a long time to find out the name of Adrian's wife in the movie version. After all, the character Liz Sturm is actually a stitched monster. In the original comics, Liz and Vulture had nothing to do with each other. Liz's full name in the comics is Liz Allen. Vulture's wife in the comics is not called Doris Toombs. Dad, Liz was also scared. Adrian held his daughter again. He kissed his good daughter's forehead, and then he had time to see if they were hurt. Doris held her husband again and whispered, "I didn't say anything." Adrian nodded guiltily. The police also waited for a long time, and only came forward to ask after the family calmed down a little. "I'm sorry, I don't want to disturb your family, but..." Adrian couldn't resist a police at this time. "It's okay, it's your duty." "That's good, thank you for your cooperation." "Then may I ask, are you Mr. Adrian Toombs?" "Yes, I am." "Then I'll be frank, is there anything you can tell me about the attack on your wife and daughter?" No, I have no idea what happened. I was scared." Adrian acted like an ordinary person, looking at a loss. "Think about it carefully, this attack was definitely prepared, and the goal is very clear. Think about it carefully, this is related to the safety of your family." Adrian naturally couldn't tell the truth. While Adrian was dealing with the police, the confessions of Peter and others had been collected. As for the neighbors, the patrolmen would handle it, and they didn't have any hope for it. Even if the security environment is good now, don't expect people here to trust the police much. Except for the unlucky supermarket owner, the police will not make it difficult for Mr. Daymore. No matter what, it is a heroic act. What neighbors collectively opened fire was also directly ignored by the police. It's meaningless. Even Ben and May won't stand up to testify. It's useless to ask. "Oh, my God, I will definitely be scolded to death by Tony when I go back." Happy sat aside and was bandaged by the nurse. "Well, this guy was scratched by broken glass. The wound was not deep, but Happy still attaches great importance to his face. Arty people also need to look good." Thinking that he was originally going to take his 3 children back to Stark Tower, but he encountered such a thing. Most of the day was wasted. "It's okay, I will make it clear to Mr. Stark. I heard from Aunt May that you are very brave, Happy," Peter comforted. Maybe Happy didn't really care much. It was just a simple complaint. After all, he was embarrassed. Thinking of this, Happy pulled Peter and whispered, "Ahem, can you just describe me as heroic?" When telling Tony about this, Peter grinned, and then nodded quickly, "Of course. Happy, you are very heroic, ha ha ha." "Yes. That's right, monthly ticket. Subscribe. I want them all." Chapter 1155 The Beautiful Girl in the Sewer. Thank you, Peter. You saved Liz's life again, and her mother. Adrian hugged Peter sincerely and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, child. Mrs. Toombs also thanked Peter and his family with red eyes. Peter smiled shyly. This is what I should do. Liz is my classmate. I can't just stand by and watch. Adrian was sure that Peter was indeed a good boy. If Liz really dated him, he would not object. Of course, this was the children's business, and he would not interfere too much, but he would definitely repay Peter's family. After chatting for a few more sentences, Peter, based on his instinct as an intern superhero, couldn't help but ask about the progress of the case. Mr. Toombs, what did the police say about this attack? Adrian shook his head tiredly. The police need us to go to the police station for detailed inquiries. Adrian had thought about it a long time ago, and the police would not let it go. After all, he had a big flaw, that is, his wife and daughter's flight tonight. What could make the couple ignore the fact that their child was in school and insist on sending her abroad? If it is really an important matter, it seems unnecessary to let Liz, a girl, go abroad to deal with it. And the timing is too coincidental. Just when they were about to leave the United States, the other party took action. Adrian couldn't use the same trick he used to fool Liz to fool the police. It would be too easy for the police to find out whether he won the prize or not. The police keenly realized that there must be something wrong. Criminal cases are not civil cases. The police will not change the direction of the investigation due to the change of the victim's position. Now it is a kidnapping and murder. If the victim says it's okay, the police will not investigate? Impossible. The police realized that Adrian had deceived them, so they will be taken back to the police to take a statement. And Adrian can only go to the police station now. Because at least it is the safest place for his wife and daughter now. Peter obviously knew about this, but he was not so tactless as to tell the truth. He just comforted him. Just check it out. It's good for you. Adrian forced a smile. I hope so, Happy said to Peter and the other two. Okay, I've already talked to the police. You guys follow me to Stark Tower now. If the police need it, they can just get it from you. In the sewer. This time, there were more people entering the sewer, and they were fully equipped. Is your friend really around here? Kai brought the important witness that the red-haired girl and the others had found to corner of the New York sewer. This place was far away from other sewers and residential areas and belonged to relatively poor part of the sewer, that is, those sewer sections that have been used for a long time. There was sewage and filth everywhere, and even groups of rats and cockroaches could be seen. Obviously, this place is not very suitable for human survival. Kai pinched his nose and asked the man whose face was so dirty that his face could not be seen at all. Yes, she lives here. The man did not dare to look Kai in the eye, as if he was very scared. She. I wanted to ask before, is she a woman? No, the man said, she's a girl. Girl, yeah. Soon they came to a relatively dry passage. The man looked left and right, then pushed aside a pile of garbage and revealed a door. It's me. Case? The man knocked on the door and shouted at a monitor on the door. The monitor was pieced together at first glance, with a lot of tape and wires on it. Molotov. You promised me that you wouldn't bring anyone else here. You broke our agreement. A young girl's voice came. She didn't sound very old. No, Case? You misunderstood, eh? Okay, I did break the agreement. But I just want to avenge Da Vinci and the others. The girl on the opposite side didn't say anything. Da Vinci is also your friend, Case, Molotov begged. Beep. After an unpleasant alarm sounded, the rusty iron door was opened. Kai left the other police officers outside, and walked into the door with Molotov. Snap. When they walked in, the door snapped shut. There was another passage inside, and it led to several places. It was very refreshing inside, not only dry, but also fresh air without any odor. Your friend really knows how to live. Kai looked at the exhaust vents on the passage and said to Molotov seriously. Keith is a genius, Molotov said. Shut up. Molotov, this was Keith's voice in the passage. Don't leak my information casually, it's just a little conspiracy theory. Molotov didn't say anything else, just spread his hands to Kai. After they passed through two iron doors, they finally came to a huge space. It was messy and filled with all kinds of useful and useless things. Although it looked messy, it was actually very clean. At least Kai couldn't see garbage or smell any odor. But everything here made Kai feel familiar. Have you seen Ninja Turtles? That's right, this place is like the lair of the Ninja Turtles. The home of Rat Master Splinter. Opposite the gate, there was a wall full of screens. The pictures on the screens were of underground and above ground. Interestingly, the pictures on these screens kept jumping, and different pictures were displayed each time. Obviously, the number of monitors far exceeded the screens. Squeak. A mouse crawled out from the debris. It was big and looked very clean. It was wearing a small red vest. Kai looked at the mouse. This thing looked intelligent. Squeak. Along with the mouse's cry, there were a lot of mouse sounds around, and then the mice came from all directions like a tide. The scene made people's scalps numb. Keith, Molotov raised his hand and shouted. Then a shabby boss chair opposite them turned around. Angelina Jolie. Kai couldn't help but shouting when he saw the so-called Keith. Kai would not admit his mistake. Especially that sexy big mouth. There was a time when Kai was obsessed with Angelina Jolie because of Tomb Raider. But the latter part felt ordinary, especially the sentence that although they had nothing, they would quit the game completely after they had freedom. But she was indeed very attractive. Who? Keith and Molotov looked at Kai together. Oh, it's nothing, I recognized the wrong person. Kai waved his hand awkwardly. Yes, the Keith in front of him was the teenage version of Angelina. But, you call this a girl? Kai questioned. Angelina was like this. Her appearance looked much more mature and sexy than her actual age. And it must be said that this girl's figure was really. She was wearing a small vest and a pair of gray sports shorts. She is only 16 years old, sir, Molotov emphasized. Wow. Are all kids like this at 16 now? Kai sighed. Are you here just to sexually harass me? Keith didn't like them commenting on him. No. We came here to ask you to lead us to the lair of those monsters, Molotov said. Keith looked at Molotov, and after a long while he asked, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael, and the others, dead. Those monsters attacked our camp, and when I rushed back, they had disappeared. Kai asked curiously, that is, my 4 pet turtles. I regard them as my family. Keith likes them very much, and I sometimes send them to Keith for foster care. Okay, are they really Ninja Turtles? Keith looked up at Keith, and then pouted. Cops, it seems that Keith doesn't like Keith, and even less likes the police. But Kai is used to this situation. Because Keith is a representative of the power structure, many rebellious young people don't like Keith, and Keith is obviously one of them. Okay, Splinter. I'm not here to cause trouble, we're here to seek your help. Splinter is the rat master of the Ninja Turtles, and Keith seems to be able to control rats. Kai uses this struck to call her. Hey. Don't give me random names. And what are all the Angelinas and the current Splinter? Angelina is a sexy female star, and Splinter is a kung fu master and ninja master. By the way, he is a rat who lives in sewers. He trained 4 Ninja Turtles to fight for justice and protect the good. Okay, curious baby, let's talk business. Hearing that the sexy actress Keith just curled her lips and talked about the rat master, the little girl's eyes lit up. Strange hobby. Keith's full name is not known for the time being. According to Molotov's intelligence, she came to the sewer very early, and she is a genius. She can make all kinds of practical tools with all kinds of waste. When she was still young, she sold those small inventions through Molotov. Not to mention that this thing really works in the sewer, so it has always been selling well. Although it is impossible to become rich, at least it allows Keith to survive. Then Keith can control the rats and even train them to help her do things. This is why she could find such a feng shui treasure land, and it is also the capital for her survival in the sewer. Otherwise, in the sewer, a little girl may disappear at any time. At best, she is just violated. At worst, she may disappear for a while, and then her scarred body will appear in a homeless person's pod after a while. The residents of the sewer may be pitiful, but don't expect anything from their moral level. Perhaps because of the 4 turtles, Keith agreed to help them. How did you know the nest of those reptiles? Kai followed Keith and finally couldn't help asking this question. This is the sewer. Here, rats are the masters. Maybe they are at the bottom of the food chain, but they are everywhere. Compared with humans, they are more like the masters of this city. Keith took his partner Sebastian. Right, Sebastian? Squeak. The rat actually nodded. With them, the entire sewer in New York is invisible to me, Keith proudly declared. Aren't cockroaches at the bottom of the food chain? Kai insisted on arguing. After all, cockroaches are better than rats in terms of survival ability, and this is a sewer, And those things are everywhere. Case glared at him fiercely. Then he ignored him and continued to lead the way. As for why Case didn't give them a map and let them find it themselves. Of course it's this damn place, the map is useless. After a while, Kai couldn't help asking, why don't you go to the ground for help? You are so smart that there must be a lot of people who like you. You can live a better life and don't need to hide underground all day long. Such a beautiful girl staying in the dark, dirty and messy sewer really makes people feel sad. Huh? Go up and be caught by your government for research, Case said disdainfully. Kai touched his nose. Well, the federal government is really bad in this regard. Kai didn't forget what Stryker did under the dam in Canada. The federal government didn't treat mutants as human beings at all. But it's much better now. The federal government has taken the rights of mutants very seriously. This is also the truth. With the emergence of various monsters and aliens, the fear of mutants by governments around the world has turned into an extremely eager attempt to win them over. After all, no matter how strange mutants are, it is only human beings' own business. If aliens really invade the Earth, humans are very likely to be completely finished. Under this threat, the birth of mutants has given countries around the world a direction. Perhaps humans should evolve in this direction so that they can protect themselves in the universe. When a country faces security threats all the time, it is natural for this country to attach importance to military force. Maybe you need a family that can adopt you and let you live a normal life. Kai had no other meaning, just a serious suggestion. No. I live very comfortably with Sebastian. If you don't disturb us, okay, Kai shrugged. He was really powerless about the fact that this girl liked mice. No family would adopt a child with a group of mice. That would definitely be fined to bankruptcy by the health department. Soon they came to a passage that was obviously damaged. Go forward, and you will find the lair of the lizardmen. If possible, please kill them quickly. These monsters have eaten too many rats these days, and many of my friends have been eaten by them. Speaking of the lizardmen, Keith was also itching with hatred. These huge lizard monsters are obviously not vegetarians. There are only so many humans among the residents of the sewers, and they are not easy to catch. In comparison, rats and cockroaches are much better. Not only are they easy to catch, but there are also enough of them. The key is that these two things are on the lizard's menu. Kai secretly sighed in his heart that these monsters are not without benefits. At least they can control the number of rats and cockroaches in the sewers. When the artist first created the character Keith, his image was based on Angelina Jolie. Chapter 1156 Corpse Powder. Revisiting the old place. When Kai passed through a tunnel that was dug out and came to the lair of the lizard man, this was his first reaction. The lair of the vampire elder, Victor. The old bat was going to create a new generation of vampires here, and then was blown up by Kai and Blade. Later, it seemed that this place was sealed by S.H.I.E.L.D. If I had known this, I would have directly contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. before. But the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. are really rough. Things that have been sealed were actually dug out again. Isn't this looking for trouble? Kai made a gesture and asked his special forces to disperse. But the next second, a scream was heard. Kai turned his head and saw that a member of the special forces had actually flown into the air out of thin air, and the upper part of his body disappeared, and only blood was seen flowing out. There is something up there. Kai raised his hand and shot at the ceiling first. The other members also shot it the first time. Then I saw green monsters falling from the ceiling one by one. It was just different from the lizardmen I had seen before. These lizardmen looked drier and not so big and strong. Although the scales of these lizardmen were green overall, they would reflect some colorful light. At the same time, their hands and feet were also very slender, and their tails were also curled at the end. The most eye-catching thing was their skulls, which were big, especially the two eyes, which were all protruding, revealing only two small eye holes. These things were very fast. After falling to the ground, as long as they were not dead, they would immediately change color and become invisible. Then the members of the Special Forces suffered. Those long tongues that suddenly appeared made the Special Forces members unable to defend themselves. The key was that those tongues were very flexible. Some of them tied people up, and some simply passed through the human body. They were both dangerous and disgusting. Bang! Kai shot a lizardman who was sneaking up to him and wanted to attack him. Then he saw a disgusting lizard head facing him with its tongue sticking out. Damn, how come there is a chameleon? Kai used his foot to pull the head twice and found that it was very similar to the chameleon he had seen in Man in Nature. Benjamin had just rescued a Special Forces member and swung to Kai's side. It seems that Professor Connors has made a new breakthrough and increased diversity. Well, this old guy is quite fashionable, Kai sneered. In recent years, globalization has been developing, and the pursuit of diversity has also filled all aspects, especially those political groups in the United States, which use this as a sort of justice and touched porcelain everywhere, especially black groups, who often use this to demand preferential treatment, and even hope to bind their skin color to diversity. At the same time, the LGBT community is doing the same. They have played with both sexes in so many different genders. The consequence of this is that traditional white Americans increasingly hate globalization and diversity. Although the mainstream media is now advocating diversity and globalization, the seeds of dissatisfaction have begun to accumulate. Those so-called feminist, black power organizations, LGBT and other organizations that are making trouble everywhere are now making a lot of noise, but as this dissatisfaction accumulates, it will explode one day. And then there will definitely be a wave of anti-globalization, anti-black, anti-feminist and LGBT. In fact, these things are good things in themselves, but some people have ruined them. Those guys are more extreme than each other, and they dare to say anything and do anything. Let's get back to the point. We should be careful. From what I know about Professor Lizard, this guy has always been stubborn. He has always just wanted to make others like him. Like now, suddenly changing his mind and creating different lizard people. It's very abnormal. Benjamin's impression of Professor Lizard is indeed like this. But that was just that Professor Lizard had always lived in a world with only Spider-Man as a superhero. He didn't need to consider other factors except dealing with Spider-Man. But it's different here. There are a lot of monsters and demons. Professor Lizard must make some changes to make his lizard empire stronger. So the chameleon lizard man was developed. Benjamin's voice had just fallen. Suddenly, the surrounding walls were smashed, and 5 super large dark green lizard men, who were taller than the Hulk, crawled in. They were on all fours, just like an elephant. At the same time, the saliva dripping from their mouths not only exuded a foul odor, but was also extremely corrosive. The bricks and stones on the side were corroded by the saliva and smoked. Tony. Pay attention over there, the lizard professor seems to have prepared new things for us. Let everyone be careful. Kai used his watch to notify Tony on the other side. Tony's side seemed very noisy, and it was obvious that they had also fought with the lizard man. You should have said it earlier. Fuck. Jarvis. Turn on the infrared imaging function. It seems that they were attacked by the chameleon lizard man. These things should be the genes of the Komodo dragon, Benjamin explained on the side. Be careful. A big guy is coming. Everyone get ready. This was Tony's shout. Tony and Steve were in the same team. This was not assigned by Kai, but by Carter, the on-site commander. Perhaps she hoped to ease the relationship between the two. Kai hung up the call. Prepare the sprayer and see the effect. In order to deal with the lizardman, Tony developed 3 targeted weapons based on the lizard poison. One was a powerful sprayer. The principle was very simple. It was to spray the lizard poison with a sprayer, a bit like pesticide. The second was an injection bullet, and the third was a bullet. The sprayer was the most promising weapon. This thing was range damage. Following Kai's order, several team members who had been hiding in the back stood out with sprayers that looked like rocket launchers. The only difference was that there was a big tube behind this rocket launcher. The others also put on gas masks after hearing the order. Although it was said in advance that this thing was harmless to the human body, it would not hurt to be cautious. Soon a light blue mist began to spread. The 5 huge Komodo dragons instinctively stopped after seeing the blue mist. They didn't know what it was, but they still felt it was dangerous. So they planned to use the smaller lizardmen as cannon fodder. There were the most of them anyway. The small lizardmen didn't have much intelligence to begin with, and after being driven, they immediately rushed towards Kai and the others with a roar. As a result, not long after they rushed into the mist, they felt a sharp pain in their lungs as if they were on fire, and then all over their bodies. The scales that were originally shining also lost their original spirit in an instant and began to become gray, as if they were malnourished. Then the lizardmen knelt on the ground, and white foamy blood kept coming out of their mouths and noses. Then the scales on the surface of their bodies began to fall off, and the skin inside began to rot. In the end, the muscles of the lizardmen began to fall off from their bodies piece by piece, and then turned into pools of foamy sticky red liquid. To sum it up simply, They actually separated their bones and flesh in just a few seconds and turned into a pool of pus and blood. Benjamin, have you heard of corpse powder? Weighs as you. Kai immediately thought of the version of The Deer and the Cauldron by Jordan Chan. I personally think this version of Weighs is the most classic, except that the actress is a bit lame. For the others, Wei's performance feels too decent, and Xiaoming's performance, that's nothing. Except that the actress is prettier, there is no highlight at all. Benjamin's face was not good either. After all, he worked overtime to make this thing. All the work has been carried out under a microscope in the laboratory. There has been no live experiment at all, so he didn't expect that the effect of the highly toxic agent he developed would be so strong. Ugh, Benjamin retched. If he hadn't been wearing a gas mask, he would have vomited. At this moment, everyone else held their gas masks tightly. After all, this scene was too shocking, and they were afraid that they would end up in the same situation. What is that? Kai looked at the large pool of purulent blood soup on the ground, and he was no longer in the mood to make jokes. This thing looks really disgusting. So, you failed. James Wesley looked at the subordinates who were retrieved coldly, with a hint of playful smile on his face. You messed up the first mission Kingpin gave you. It's not our fault. Mr. Wesley. The people there are crazy. We can't be the opponent of so many people, a black guy hurriedly explained. We also lost a few brothers. Really, Mr. Wesley? We tried our best. James Wesley sighed. Really? We just left New York temporarily for 2 years. Has the quality of the gangsters now been so low? He was indeed very disappointed. Kingpin withdrew from New York, and Wesley naturally didn't dare to have any opinions. However, Kingpin had no intention of returning to New York for 2 years, which made James Wesley still anxious. 2 years may be a short time for other industries, but for the gangster industry, 2 years is enough to make many things forgotten. For example, Kingpin. The former king of the New York Underground has now become a legend. Many gangsters don't believe that there was such a person who called the shots in New York. This made James Wesley feel very sad. His boss is a natural ruler, but now these insects only regard Kingpin as a story from others. Wesley never thought that his boss would really quit the world. It's just that he didn't know what his boss was thinking. Why did he keep lying dormant? Actually, it was very simple, because Kingpin instinctively felt that the world had changed. In the era when superheroes were rampant, in the era when the Earth found that it was not alone, many things changed quietly. For example, tolerance for certain things. Governments of various countries have been changing their policies for a long time, such as the conflicts between countries on Earth began to decrease. In the past, everyone thought that the Earth was everything. So for living space, for various resources, and even for some ideological conflicts, everyone fought like a black chicken eye. After all, the world is so big, you have more, I have less. How can we sit down and talk peacefully? But now it's different. Let alone aliens, even the Atlanteans in the deep sea are enough for countries around the world to calm down and think about the future of themselves and the entire country. Compared with the vast sea of stars, the little things of human beings are simply not worth mentioning. And with aliens, they themselves don't think there's anything to talk about. Western countries understand this best. After all, when they colonized the world, they never thought about having a good talk with the natives, especially the Americans. They know too well how they treated the Indians. Even if not all aliens are not as vicious as the Chitauri, even peace-loving ones can't stand it. When the Americans came to the American continent, they lived in peace with the Indians. What happened? The Indians are now staying in the reservation. Even if they are peace-loving aliens, no one will believe that they will treat Earthlings equally. It's like the United States cares about the demands of an African indigenous tribe. Under this general policy, the interest of countries around the world in those insignificant conflicts has decreased sharply, and everyone is now working hard to develop themselves. Even if it is just for the future alien invasion, it is necessary to resist for a while. Of course, there is also surrenderism, such as the idea that there will be no harm as long as there is no resistance. Many countries once looked at France with suspicion. France was so angry. Is this the same thing? Surrender to Germany, at least you can survive. Will aliens? Although there are doubts, everyone can't say much. As a result, another East Asian power stood up. India, that's right. It's me. These godly nationalists actually picked up Gandhi's tricks again. India has a population of 1.3 billion. Aliens, come with your means of destruction. We will kill 650 million people for you, and the remaining 650 million will never surrender. If India really does this, the aliens will become slaves of the Indians. Hand over your fate to the enemy and pin your hopes for victory on the enemy's mercy. Crazy. But don't say it, there are really people who believe it. For example, a certain big country in East Asia. Japan, that's right. It's me. Japan has always had a strange excitement about the existence of aliens. For example, some people called for not being afraid. There are evil aliens, and there are naturally righteous aliens. Ultramen will come to save them. There is also a part of Japan that thinks aliens destroying the Earth. Actually, there is nothing wrong. Anyway, Japan has no hope, it's tired, just destroy it. Other countries in the world are worried about the remarks of these two magical countries. They are afraid that his two grandsons will directly defect one day. Of course, these two are just outliers, and the mainstream of the world is still to develop itself and get out of the Earth. Under this, social contradictions were greatly eased, and tolerance for some things was greatly reduced. For example, people like Kingpin. The gangs in Western countries cannot be eradicated, but they must not be allowed to grow to the point where they can affect the entire country. Kingpin decisively shrank back, otherwise the government and superheroes would focus on him. Unfortunately, Kingpin has changed. It's a good thing for James Wesley, the once domineering Kingpin is back. Wesley was so excited that he didn't sleep well for several days in a row, but the first shot of Kingpin's return was misfired. This made Wesley feel extremely ashamed and annoyed. Such a situation was not worthy of the momentum of Kingpin's return. I'm sorry everyone, your interview failed. Kingpin doesn't need trash under his hands, Wesley said coldly to these trash who couldn't even catch two women. Then a tall figure with a tail walked out of the darkness. No, no, no. Mr. Wesley, after a scream, everything returned to silence. Oh, it seems that you have failed, Mr. Wesley. This is not in line with my requirements. I don't know when Ms. Octopus also appeared in the room. Madam, please be patient. Kingpin never disappoints his partners. I will take care of it, James Wesley said respectfully to Ms. Octopus. No, I will come in person. Ms. Octopus did not accept the kindness, but showed a nervous smile on her face. But, the boss said that he hopes you can be more low-key, dear James. You forgot one thing, I am not Kingpin's subordinate. Ms. Octopus showed endless malice on her face, and the tentacles behind her lifted her up so that her face could look down at James Wesley. I don't need to listen to him, click. The mechanical claws on her tentacles kept opening and closing next to James' face, making bursts of harsh sounds. Chapter 1157 The Miserable Lizard. James Wesley looked at the crazy woman in front of him with a sullen face. On the other hand, Scorpion also cleaned up the waist and walked to Wesley. I'm going to leave for a while. Call me if you have anything. After saying that, he turned around and left without caring about Wesley. Hey. The boss ordered you to listen to me and everything. Wesley was almost furious. Jin Bing's new partner was not cute at all. I only listened to Jin Bing. As for you, Scorpion snorted coldly, turned around and left without paying any attention to Wesley. Let Jin Bing come and tell me in person. Oh no. It seems that your dignity has been underestimated, little friend. Otherwise, please ask your sister, and your sister can help you kill Scorpion. Ms. Octopus gently raised Wesley's chin with her fingers and asked with a smile. No need. Wesley also had a group of elite men around him, but he knew that these people were no match for Ms. Octopus, so he simply didn't humiliate himself. But I will report all this to the boss. It's really not cute. Ms. Octopus didn't really plan to do anything to Wesley. After all, Kingpin is not someone to be trifled with. If possible, she didn't want to have a direct conflict with him. Well, kid, I'll take my leave first. Tell Kingpin that I'm going out for a while. We'll have a chance to work together again. Watching Ms. Octopus walk away, Wesley's face turned red with anger. This woman is just using them. At this time, the phone rang. Boss. That woman, she left, right? Kingpin's voice didn't fluctuate much. In fact, this was Kingpin's normal state. He was not a person who would show his feelings in front of others. Yes, boss, why should we cooperate with these uncontrollable guys? James didn't like the attitude of these people. Even when Kingpin and the Hand and the Society cooperated before, the people of the Hand and the Society didn't dare to disrespect Kingpin so much. The attitude of these people towards Kingpin made James completely unbearable. Calm down, James. Kingpin still had a lot of feelings for James. This was Kingpin's most loyal subordinate. The relationship between them was more like that of a family, not a superior-subordinate relationship. James was more like his younger brother and son. In fact, it was the same in another world. It was a pity that when he decided to retire, James died in an assassination. Because everyone knows that when Kingpin retires, he will definitely hand over his mafia empire to him. So James must die. It is definitely a pleasant surprise for Kingpin to find James again in this world. They just take what they need from me. If they leave, they leave. No need to care about them. Kingpin is very open-minded about his partners. If they leave, they leave. There are not many other things in this world, but there are plenty of super criminals. We will find better ones. James, boss, what do you mean? James heard something different from Kingpin's words. Times are different, James. The era of recruiting gangsters from the city to conquer the world like before is over. Now is the era of superheroes. Kingpins in the multiverse are all the same, all equally ambitious. If we want to survive under these nosy bastards, we must make changes. Change. James's blood boiled when he heard it. In fact, James has been troubled by those superheroes. If they want to regain control of New York, they will inevitably confront those superheroes. But how to deal with them has always been a problem. That's right. We need more suitable companions, Kingpin said. I have found many targets. You go find them in person, and maybe we can unite. Understood. Kingpin began to form a team again. Peter Parker, seeing his achievements flowing all over the ground like mud, Professor Lizard went crazy. Professor Lizard knew that he had been discovered, but he was still not panicking. First, the situation in the sewer was complicated, and he was not afraid of what others could do to him. Second, his experiment was about to end. As long as he stayed on the stage for a while, he could spread the new generation of lizard serum. Unfortunately, he forgot one thing. This is no longer the world he used to live in. In the previous world, there were few superheroes, and he only needed to consider dealing with Spider-Man. But this world, there are many superheroes. In fact, after realizing the seriousness of the matter, the Shadow Bureau and S.H.I.E.L.D. did not hold back and directly transferred their own superhero teams. In other words, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers team was rebuilt. Although only Aquaman and King Shark died in their team before, new members will soon be added. Cyclops, a mutant who can shoot lasers from his eyes. Because of his mutant power awakening, he accidentally destroyed his high school and buried the students inside. After that, he was caught by SHIELD and has been imprisoned in a secret prison. Now he has been released by SHIELD and is freed on the condition of working for SHIELD Moonlight Knight, a mentally ill man with multiple personalities. He has some special abilities, and he claims that he has the abilities of the ancient Egyptian god Khonsu. And a person no one expected, She-Hulk. She-Hulk's name is Jennifer Susan Waters, and she is also the cousin of Robert Bruce Banner. She was a prosecutor in Los Angeles before, and she offended many gangs because of investigating cases. Because of revenge, the gangs sniped Jennifer Susan Waters, causing her serious injuries. Because of the serious injury, she urgently needs a blood transfusion, but her blood type is very special and very rare in the world. It happens that her cousin Bruce Banner has the same blood type. After learning that her cousin is in danger, Bruce Banner rushed to Los Angeles to donate blood. Banner was once worried about whether his blood would affect his cousin, but everything was normal and Banner thought there would be no problem. As a result, her body mutated and gained the ability to transform, becoming the female Hulk. She will transform when she is angry, and the effect is much weaker than that of the Hulk. The transformation effect is not as scary as the Hulk, except for turning green and becoming stronger. The other changes are not too big, and she retains her rationality. She is not as unstable as the Hulk, but relatively speaking, her strength and ability are also much weaker than the Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not know what means it used to recruit her. There is also the last member, Falcon Sam Wilson. This S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was finally transferred to the Avengers. As for the Shadow Bureau, the Howling Commandos, Silver Bullet, Night Moon Werewolf, Vampire and Hulk all joined the action. His army of lizards is indeed tricky, but with such a group of superheroes and venom against the lizards, his army quickly collapsed. When Kyle rushed into his lair, this guy hadn't reacted yet. How different this world was from before. He immediately looked at Spider-Man. Look at what you've done. Haven't you always been sticking to your hypocrisy? Look at what you've done. You've killed countless ordinary people. Professor Lizard taunted Spider-Man crazily, while quickly looking for an opportunity to escape. Benjamin was obviously prepared for this. "I'm not the Peter Parker you know, Connors," Benjamin said coldly. Professor Lizard kept ordering his lizard men to attack the defense line formed by agents and special forces, hoping to punch a gap so that he could escape quickly. Zizzy. SHIELD has always been the world's #1 intelligence organization, so we naturally have our own foundation. This is Phil flattering SHIELD. This is thanks to the change in the federal government's policy on mutants and other people with superpowers, which has led to these people's willingness to cooperate with SHIELD. If it were still the same as before, these people would not have time to hide, so how could they cooperate with SHIELD? Really? Then be careful not to let others infiltrate the world's #1 intelligence organization. On the other side, Steve was like a cowboy in full swing, holding a shield in his hand, lying on the neck of a Komodo dragon that was running, jumping and rolling wildly, strangling its neck with a chain, and then slapping the big lizard's head with a shield. The two guys seemed to have some deep hatred. Dumb Silverbullet was standing not far away, holding a sniper rifle, constantly shooting at the big lizard. Every shot would reveal a bloody hole on the already manic big lizard, making the big lizard even crazier. "Do you know what happened to the captain?" Seeing more and more people rushing over, Kai relaxed. If Professor Lizard could run away today, Kai would eat the manhole cover. This is not like him. Did he eat gunpowder? Phil has always been a die-hard fan of the captain and pays close attention to everything about Steve. He whispered, "It seems that the big guy swallowed an agent in one bite. It seems to be Miss Carter's niece, Sharon Carter. She used to be in our SHIELD, and later transferred to the Shadow Bureau. She is a very good young person." "Oh, that's no wonder," Kai nodded in understanding, but soon found something wrong. "Wait a minute, niece, young person. Carter is in her 90s. Can her niece be considered a young person?" "Oh, Miss Carter's brother gave birth to her in his 60s. So she is very young?" Phil knew such gossip. Kai secretly smacked his lips. Although it was a bit impolite, he was still surprised that Mr. Carter was so outstanding. At this moment, Steve, who was overwhelmed by anger, aimed at the bridge of the big lizard's nose and hit it with the side of the shield, making a terrible sound of bone cracking. The big lizard was severely injured, and its body rolled like crazy on the ground for several rounds, raising a large cloud of dust. Steve took the opportunity to jump off the big lizard's neck, found an opening, dodged the swing of the big lizard's claws, and hit the big lizard's mouth with another shield. Steve was still quite fierce when he was angry. The lizard's head was as big as half of his body, but it was directly disfigured by a shield. Looking at the big lizard howling and spitting out several broken teeth, it must be that it looks ugly, otherwise that face must be unbearable to look at. Although Kai knew the reason why Steve was angry, he still felt that Steve was a little too angry. After all, it only needed to give it a poison bullet, so why be so cruel? Roar! Just as Kai was chatting, Benjamin and Professor Lizard also fought. Unlike other lizardmen, Professor Lizard has a strong resistance to those poisons. Except for the weakness after being poisoned at the beginning, he became braver and braver, and his body became bigger and bigger. "Your ridiculous poison can't kill me. I am the most perfect." Professor Lizard attacked with his turtle fist without any rules, and threw taunts everywhere. Bang! Professor Lizard's tail accidentally swept Arthur, the Sea King, and immediately knocked Arthur out. Arthur was also angry after crawling out of the rubble. He stuck the trident into the ground and looked around for something. Then he picked up a thumb-thick steel bar from the ground, which was wrapped with a ball of cement as big as a volleyball. "Cover me," Arthur shouted from his teammates not far away, and rushed towards the big lizard. Cyclops heard this, and without saying a word, he opened his eyes and shot 2 crimson lasers at Professor Lizard. But unexpectedly, the laser that could easily cut steel was useless to Professor Lizard. Moonlight Knight on the other side, seeing this situation, exerted force with his feet, and flew up. The cloak behind him formed a moon shape, and then he landed on Professor Lizard's head, covering his head. Then Moonlight Knight pulled out 2 moon-shaped scimitars from his chest, and stabbed them into Professor Lizard's eyes with 2 puffs. Professor Lizard howled miserably, covered his blind eyes, and fiercely slammed his head to the ground, trying to kill the Moonlight Knight on his head. But Moonlight Knight had already left. Boom! Professor Lizard crashed into the ground. This time, even the surrounding ground shook. This was definitely not light. At this time, Arthur rushed over, waving thick steel bars in both hands, like a batter in a baseball game, waving the steel bars in his hands violently, and hiding one of Professor Lizard's hind legs. The cement ball in front of the steel bar made a terrible explosion when it came into contact with a big lizard's leg. The cement at the contact point exploded completely, and Professor Lizard's leg joint was bent in another direction. As his hind legs were hit hard, Professor Lizard fell to the ground all of a sudden. Seeing this opportunity, Arthur was even more unceremonious. He rushed forward 2 steps with a steel bar and gave Professor Lizard's head a series of unreasonable greetings. Benjamin had retreated far away at this time, and he was a little afraid of accidental injury. Just now, when the lump of cement in Arthur's hand hit Professor Lizard's head, it exploded directly. When the exploded cement fragments flew everywhere, Benjamin's spider sense was giving him crazy warnings. Being hit by those fragments is almost the same as being shot. Chapter 1158, Dropping the Chain. Benjamin hid aside, shrank his neck and muttered, "Is this world so dangerous?" He saw Arthur swing a steel bar at the big lizard's forehead. The lizard's skin, which was previously impenetrable to bullets, was taken away by the fierce force, revealing the pale skull of the big lizard. The unfortunate big lizard had no way to escape. It could only cover its head with its front paws, helplessly like a gangster being collected for debts. Arthur beat it with a steel bar, and its scales and bones flew everywhere. Arthur, the lone shark, beat Professor Lizard for nearly 2 minutes in a row, and Benjamin wanted to stand up. It was too miserable. Bang! After a muffled sound, the steel bar that had been straightened 3 times finally broke. Dr. Lizard seized the opportunity, swung his tail behind him, rolled up Arthur, and then rolled Arthur up and smashed him to the ground like Hulk did to Loki. This guy was particularly insidious, and he specifically used Arthur's forehead to hit the ground. Boom 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 boom. Fuck, Steve couldn't stand it anymore, so he picked up the shield and tried to save Arthur. As a result, Professor Lizard found him, and used his tail to wrap around Arthur as a weapon and smash towards Steve. Steve raised his shield, but stopped abruptly halfway, because he smashed towards Arthur. As a result, Steve suffered a heavy blow, and was hit hard in the chest by Arthur's head, and he vomited blood and fell out. This really stirred up a hornet's nest, and other superheroes immediately surrounded him when they saw this situation. Professor Lizard also knew that this group of people were not easy to mess with, so he turned around and ran to Arthur's trident, pulled out the trident, and pressed the sharp halberd head against Arthur's neck. "Stop it, or I will kill him, Pa." Kai covered his face with his hands. He was too embarrassed to look. They were afraid of the consequences, and the group of people really didn't dare to move. Not to mention that they were in the same group as Arthur. Arthur's special identity was enough to make them dare not move. Although Arthur is only an unrecognized prince of Atlantis, this does not change the fact that he is the son of the Queen of Atlantis. Moreover, many people in Atlantis do not like humans. If Arthur dies here, who knows what impact it will have on the situation. Professor Lizard is very smart. He just attacked Arthur and found that this guy is very tough, so after catching Arthur, he simply threatened Arthur with Arthur's weapon. As a result, he made the right bet. It is difficult for human weapons to hurt Arthur, and Professor Lizard's minions can't do it, but the trident in his hand can. Actually, it is a trident with 5 heads, as the former weapon of the Queen of Atlantis, Mother Trident. Although the name is very warm, this thing is a weapon after all. And as the Queen's weapon, it is not simple in itself. It can actually cut Arthur's body. Arthur also slowed down a little at this time. Although the smash just now did not cause him any serious injuries, he still had a concussion. When he opened his eyes despite the dizziness, he immediately flew into a rage. Damn it! He was held hostage. "Let me go, you monster!" Arthur tried to break free from Professor Lizard's tail, but the next second, Professor Lizard turned the trident and stabbed it directly into his shoulder. "Be honest, little mouse. Otherwise, next time. I can't guarantee that this thing won't stab your throat." Arthur gritted his teeth like a tough guy and didn't scream. "Big Lizard, you'd better kill me now, otherwise I will tear you into pieces. I want you to watch your body being torn off bit by bit to feed the fish." Ha ha ha. Professor Lizard didn't care about his threat at all. He looked at the others. "What do you think? Who wants to try if I dare to kill him?" In fact, when Professor Lizard stabbed Arthur just now, it was not just to let Arthur stay still, but also to test him to see if the hostage he captured had enough influence. Now it seems that he has won the prize again. Just now, he clearly saw the tension of a group of people. The tension was not only about worrying about his companions, but also about something deeper, but Professor Lizard didn't know it yet. Thanks to the government's news control, Arthur's life story was not spread everywhere. If Professor Lizard knew that Arthur was the Prince of Atlantis, he would be more confident. The others were also at a loss. This was really hitting the soft spot. Kai gently touched Phil with his elbow. Has the world's #1 intelligence agency thought about this situation? Phil put on a mask of pain. It's nonsense to say that there was no rehearsal for this situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. is professional. Although it seems very unprofessional to be infiltrated by the enemy as an intelligence agency, but apart from this, they are very professional in other things. But in this case, such a mess has happened. Even if there is a plan, it is useless. The face has been lost. Now it is a joint action of 3 departments, surrounded by colleagues. It's really embarrassing. Phil didn't respond to Kai's teasing. He whispered an order through the communicator. Cyclops, who is not far away, nodded gently, and then quietly placed his hand on his special eyes. Cyclops, as the name suggests, has the ability to project a strong ruby-colored impact beam from his eyes. However, Cyclops is not able to control his ability very well. When he opens his eyes, he will release the impact beam everywhere without control, so he must wear special glasses to restrain his ability. He can release the impact beam as long as he needs to open the hole in the glasses. The distance and power of the impact beam can be controlled by Cyclops himself. Therefore, he is the best choice for snipers, because as long as he aims, he can ignore various natural conditions, and does not need to consider wind speed, humidity, and temperature. Of course, the premise is that he can aim. Cyclops' vision is no different from that of ordinary people. After training by S.H.I.E.L.D., he can guarantee accuracy within 200 meters and hit whatever he points within 100 meters. But beyond the distance of 200 meters, he himself can't see clearly, let alone aim. And Moonlight Knight also received the order. Then he quietly retreated and hid in the darkness. Moonlight Knight claims to be the spokesperson of Khonsu, and has the blessing of the moon god, which allows him to be invisible in the dark. I always feel that this ability is useless, just like my superpower is invisibility, but the activation condition is that I can only be invisible when others can't see me, and She-Hulk is also ready. Cyclops' task is to shoot down the trident in Professor Lizard's hand. Moonlight Knight will take this opportunity to directly attack Professor Lizard. And take out Professor Lizard's eyes like just now, and then She-Hulk will rush over to rescue Arthur. The plan is very good, but unfortunately they forgot one thing. That is, Professor Lizard is very smart. Especially. Many lizards don't actually rely on their eyes to see things. Like snakes, they use their tongues to capture tiny odor particles in the air. Invisibility is useless to them. So when Moonlight Knight approached him from the dark, he found it. Do it, with Phil's order. Cyclops' shock beam shot out, but Dr. Lizard had guessed it long ago. At the same moment when Cyclops made the move, his body flashed, not only dodging Cyclops' attack, but also exposing Moonlight Knight, who was planning to sneak attack him behind him to the shooting route of the shock beam. Faced with this change, it was impossible for Cyclops to retract it. Zzz. Accompanied by a burst of burning sound of laser light, Moonlight Knight was directly cut into 2 pieces. At the same time, She-Hulk also rushed to Professor Lizard. Facing the rushing She-Hulk, Professor Lizard did not choose to entangle with her, but fiercely turned the trident inserted in Arthur's shoulder and removed Arthur's left hand at the shoulder. Arthur's scream made She-Hulk break urgently. Kai couldn't sit still now. How could he explain this to Atlanta? Her son had one hand chopped off in front of her. Let me go, don't play tricks, otherwise next time, this little mouse will not only break his arm. Professor Lizard took a few steps back carefully, and the trident in his hand pressed hard against Arthur's throat. Phil clenched his fist, his face livid. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D., not only was it embarrassing, but it was also damaged. If we go back, the Security Council will hold him accountable again. Fortunately, Moonlight Knight is not dead yet. This guy has an immortal body, and he can be resurrected as long as he's exposed to moonlight. You have to decide quickly. This little mouse's heartbeat is very fast. At this rate, it will only take a few minutes for him to bleed to death. Tony saw this scene, and asked Benjamin in a low voice with a little palpitation, is Professor Lizard in your world also so powerful? He couldn't think of how Spider-Man could defeat such an enemy. No, the Professor Lizard I know is not so powerful. At this time, Benjamin deeply realized how big the difference between parallel worlds was. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that Arthur's previous strength in beating the lizard man, if it was the lizard professor in his world, Connor's ability to survive was considered to be a sign of his tenacious vitality. But here, this lizard professor didn't know what he injected into himself. It was so strong that he almost broke his skull just now, and what happened? In just a short while, it actually recovered. And the hind legs that were broken before, and the eyes that were blinded by the moonlight night, were all restored in a very short time. In addition, his characteristic of getting more and more fierce the more he beat, Benjamin had never seen it in the lizard professor he knew. Kai is now regretting. If he had known that there would be complications, he should have directly chopped this lizard professor with an axe at the beginning. How much trouble has he caused himself now? Thinking of this, Kai no longer hesitated. Seeing that the gang was still hesitating, the lizard professor's eyes flashed with madness. And he grabbed Arthur's broken arm. Crack! This guy actually threw the broken arm directly into his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Have you thought about it? Professor Lizard licked the blood on his mouth and teeth with his forked tongue, then stretched his head to Arthur's cheek and licked Arthur's face with his disgusting tongue. Our little mouse looks like he's dying. At this moment, Kai suddenly stood up. We've made up our mind. Everyone looked at Kai. Kai smiled, gave everyone a reassuring look, and then said, we don't have the habit of compromising with terrorists. Professor Lizard's huge pupils shrank. He thought he understood those superheroes who like to talk to themselves and meddle in other people's affairs. They thought they were righteous, so they liked to make some insignificant concessions on some unimportant things. For example, he himself, in his world, he was defeated by Spider-Man so many times. But every time he was safe and sound. It was because Spider-Man didn't want to kill him, saying that Connors was innocent. Sometimes Professor Lizard himself thought, why bother so much? Just kill him and everything will be over. Every time Spider-Man would throw him to the police, and then he would be locked up with the same weak attitude as Connors, then escape from prison again, then be caught again, and then escape again. He himself didn't know what the point was. Does Spider-Man have any KPI to complete? So he was brushing his performance? Professor Lizard couldn't figure it out. Every time he escaped, something would happen, and then someone would be hurt. After all, there were many people who died in his hands over the years. Spider-Man is upholding justice? If he had been killed by Spider-Man the first time he was caught, wouldn't those people have to die? Upholding justice, and this is all he did? But no matter what, superheroes have such problems, and it doesn't prevent him from using them. But he didn't expect to meet someone who didn't play by the rules. Haha, are you bluffing me? Do you think I don't dare to kill people? But soon Professor Lizard noticed the expressions of others. They were very anxious. As he said that, Professor Lizard cut a cut on Arthur's face. Go ahead and kill him. Anyway, after killing him, you won't be able to live, Kai said without any pressure. Although Arthur was very weak at this moment, he was still conscious. Don't worry about me. Kill him. As a person who grew up in the market, Arthur was very ruthless. He had lost his arm and would be a cripple if he lived, so he might as well fight this monster. Shut up. Professor Lizard thrust the trident into Arthur's mouth. Let me go. I'll give you this little mouse in exchange, or we'll die together, then just kill it. Kai was not afraid at all. Instead, he continued to provoke. Kai, Phil couldn't help it and grabbed Kai's hand. Don't provoke him. What? You want to let him go? Kai asked unhappily. Arthur's life is more important. Phil didn't want this, but as he said, Arthur was more important. You have to know that this guy has killed tens of thousands of innocent people. You just let him go? And this kind of bastard, once he runs out, what will he do? You can't imagine? Who will be responsible for those people's lives at that time? Kai was unmoved. Seeing this, Professor Lizard felt relieved. Fortunately, it was okay. Not everyone is like that madman. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. will intensify our efforts to hunt him down. Phil is not responsible for anything. That's all he can say. Kai curled his lips in disdain. That's all you can do. You still talk about maintaining world peace, but the world will be ruined sooner or later. Okay, let's get started. Professor Lizard and the others were stunned. Get started? What? But soon Professor Lizard felt a chilly breath covering his whole body. Not good. Professor Lizard reacted quickly, and then tried to kill Arthur and die together. But the next second his body couldn't move. Can I clean up your mess every time? A voice came from behind Lizard. Hannibal. Phil quickly recognized the man. It was Hannibal. Tisk. I didn't want to either. I really didn't expect them to be so useless. Kai shrugged helplessly. If I had known, I would have killed this monster at the beginning. Only then did the others see clearly that Professor Lizard was wrapped in wisps of black air. The light conditions underground made it impossible to see without careful observation. Quick! Quick! Help! Phil shouted while jumping up and down. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed up without saying a word. As a result, they couldn't pry Professor Lizard's tail apart. Hannibal couldn't bear it anymore, so he touched the base of the tail with his backhand, and Professor Lizard's tail broke off at the root. Only then did the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. save Arthur. Kai walked to Arthur and checked his wound. Tony, send Arthur to Helen. Otherwise, this kid might really die. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1159 First Update. Wait, Phil wanted to refuse reflexively. Arthur was from their S.H.I.E.L.D., how could he hand him over to someone else? Unfortunately, he ran into Kai. Humph. I'm more anxious than you. Kai didn't hide. If Atlanta knew that her baby son died in front of me, I would be more embarrassed than your S.H.I.E.L.D., although it was not glorious. Kai did have an affair with someone else's mother. Under such a relationship, Kai would never let Arthur really get into trouble. As for the broken hand, although it was a bit regrettable, there was a way to remedy it. At most, Kai would spend some money and ask Asgard to help Arthur get a new arm. As for why Asgard? Of course, it was because they had experience. Thor's arm was very good. The last time he fought Malekith, Thor was blinded in one eye and lost his left hand. After returning to Asgard, Odin found the dwarves to rebuild a new arm for Thor. It looked pretty cool, at least Thor liked it very much. After all, the new arm was made of Uru metal using the technology of the Destroyer armor, which was much stronger than his original arm. However, it would cost a lot to ask Asgard to pay so much Uru metal, and the labor cost of the dwarves. But the problem was that Kai's son had such a big disclosure under his care, and Kai was embarrassed to meet Atlanta without bleeding some money. Phil opened his mouth and found that there was really nothing to refute. Kai's amazing connections have always been coveted by S.H.I.E.L.D. No one knows why Kai has such a wide network of contacts. It seems that there is no one he can't know. Whether it is Asgard or Atlantis, he has acquaintances. In the last Behemoth incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed that Kai and Atlantis Queen Atlanta had an extraordinary relationship. Don't underestimate the smart people in S.H.I.E.L.D. They can analyze a lot of things through the communication and micro-expressions between the two. In addition, the relationship between Arthur's father, Tom Curry, and Queen Atlanta is also a matter of great concern to S.H.I.E.L.D. Through multiple investigations, they found that Tom and Queen Atlanta are now only in spiritual love. There are many reasons, but the fact is that Tom has some influence on Atlanta, but not much, not to mention influencing the policies of the entire Atlantis Undersea Kingdom through him. Don't overestimate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s integrity. If possible, they really don't mind using the beauty trap to manipulate the regime of the Atlantis Kingdom. Unfortunately, it's impossible. On the contrary, Kai can actually let the Atlanteans send out their fleet to show the President of the United States. The difference in the middle makes people have to think more. So Phil realized that even if he and others hold Arthur, it is actually useless. Because a prince who is hated by the people can't make any waves at all. It's just that they have never been willing to admit it before. At the same time, if there is any accident with this prince, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself will be in trouble. Tisk. For a moment, Phil suddenly couldn't face Arthur. But Phil quickly threw away this thought. Will of fire. Bah. That's off topic. Putting aside other things, Arthur is what S.H.I.E.L.D. needs. The additional benefits behind him are just icing on the cake. If it weren't for Arthur, would S.H.I.E.L.D. be able to control the Avengers so well? So those utilitarian thoughts just now are not worth it. But now handing the person over to Kai is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, at least they don't need to be responsible. This is embarrassing, but it is the most favorable choice. An agent organization, can you expect them to be emotional? Don't be funny. Tony also knows the importance of the matter, grabs Arthur and flies out. Now he can only be handed over to Helen's regeneration cradle for surgery. In addition, He is also very interested in the body structure of Haitians. When Arthur left, everyone turned their eyes to Professor Lizard, who was struggling hard. Steve calmed down at this time. The big lizard that swallowed Carter's niece had been chopped into 10 or 8 pieces by him, and he was very cruel. From this point, we can see that Steve is actually a bit double standard. After all, according to Steve's previous theory, the big lizard itself is innocent. He is just an ordinary person who is forced to become a monster and then controlled by the lizard professor to harm people, so he is innocent and should not be tried. But Steve didn't give him any chance and chopped him up directly. This is a far cry from the way he dealt with Bucky. Of course, there is no such thing as running out blindly to make himself uncomfortable. Everything is because of this guy. The evil spirit on Steve is no joke. People always see Steve's brilliant and majestic side, but they never think about a problem. Although others look very handsome and friendly, handsomeness and affinity are useless in the battlefield of World War II. Only by killing a lot of people can you deter others and make those killers on the battlefield convinced. The surrounding agents and police couldn't help but stay away from him, for fear that he would be cut in half with a shield in his backhand. Just now they saw with their own eyes that this gentleman used the shield to cut a monster into pieces. It was also the first time they knew that the shield could be used in this way. Well, that's him. Benjamin also came over, and he was much calmer. The turmoil caused by Professor Lizard was much more serious than it is now. Steve looked at the extremely ugly Professor Lizard and didn't understand. Who would like to make himself like this? Connors is Professor Lizard. He just wants to create a way for people to restore broken limbs. Well, he once joined the army to become a military doctor, but lost one of his hands on the battlefield in Iraq, so he hopes to use scientific methods to complete this feat. His starting point is good, and he is not just for himself. Steve looked at Benjamin in disbelief, frowned and said, "This guy is a professor? He doesn't look very smart." Benjamin nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, but he did a stupid thing. He actually used himself as an experiment, and the result became like this now." Puff. Kai suddenly couldn't help laughing. Benjamin and Steve looked over. "It's okay. I just thought of it." Kai pointed at Banner, who was examining She-Hulk. Steve coughed twice with a strange look on his face. Indeed, it's not just Professor Lizard who turned himself into a monster because of his research. Banner was not far away. He heard Kai's words and obviously guessed that he was talking about himself. But he could only pretend not to hear it, otherwise what should he do? Should he tell them that he didn't mean it? It seemed that saying that would be even stupider. It was also at this time that the madness in Professor Lizard's eyes began to recede and become clear. Then he tried to open his mouth wide, humming and shouting, "I surrender. I surrender. I am Professor Connors of the Osborne Group. I am a human, not a monster. I surrender. Don't kill me." Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect this guy to surrender. Before Kai could say anything, Banner and Phil rushed over first. For different reasons, they all wanted to hear what this guy was going to say. "I don't want this. I just want to benefit mankind. I'm not a bad guy. I can surrender." In fact, Professor Lizard is very smart. After seeing that he had no hope of escaping and failed to capture the hostages, he immediately changed his strategy. He is indeed a bad guy, but his weak personality, Connors is not. That guy is a completely good person, although a little stupid. Stupidity makes Professor Lizard feel sick, but now he can't care so much for his life. If he dies, it will be completely cold. As long as he survives, there is a chance. Just like the game he once played with Spider-Man, as long as he survives, he can always escape. As Connors begged, his body began to change, and the huge green body began to shrink gradually until it became another naked man with broken arms. "I am really human." Phil's eyes lit up, and he instinctively felt that Professor Connors' research could bring unexpected benefits to S.H.I.E.L.D. "Kai? I think we should suppress him first." The same is true for Banner. He is not because of Connors' research, but simply empathizes. Isn't that the case with him? After he transformed into the Hulk, he had no choice. He knew he was innocent, and he also thought that Connors was the same. Kai didn't listen to them, but walked up to Connors and patted him on the shoulder. "Connors, right." Connors nodded. "Let me tell you about the trouble you caused. Just because of your lizard personality and inexplicable dreams, at least 30,000 people were buried in this dark sewer. I don't know what your definition of making a mistake is, but I still think people always have to pay the price for what they do. What do you think? But I didn't do that. I don't know anything at all. I don't know, Connors shouted in a state of collapse. You can't control it, right? Kai sighed and stood up. You have been caught by Spider-Man countless times, and then escaped countless times. Every time you are caught, you will become Connors, and then Spider-Man will let you go, and then Professor Lizard will run out to hurt others, and then you will be caught again, and then the same process will occur. I think we should learn some lessons from this. I can heal myself. I will succeed, Connors shouted. I'm sorry, Professor. Kai pulled out the M500, I will not allow such reincarnation to continue in my world. Although I'm sorry, you are not innocent. Wait. Kai, Phil hurried forward. Banner did the same, he is innocent. Bang. Their voices stopped abruptly. Connors' skull was opened, and countless white brains flew everywhere. Banner almost couldn't control himself, and green began to climb onto his skin. Banner, Kai suddenly shouted. Banner's originally confused eyes suddenly woke up, and then he began to breathe heavily. Kai walked forward and cast a soothing spell to calm him down. Hulk is just a naughty kid who likes to smash things. You are different from Connors. Kai naturally knew why Banner was so arrogant, he was just grieving over the loss of a rabbit. This guy can easily kill tens of thousands of people. When you transform into Hulk, at most you can just smash some things, but this guy is the smartest person in the world. Whether he is before or after the transformation, Kai meant what he said. Is the Hulk strong? He is so damn strong, there is no upper limit at all. The angrier he gets, the more powerful he will be. But then again, did the Hulk really cause large-scale casualties? Really not, at most a few hundred people were killed or injured. It sounds a bit cruel, but a few hundred people are not considered large-scale casualties? Well, this thing should be viewed in the overall context. In terms of the crisis facing the world now, a few hundred people are not really big news. For example, the Atlantis incident, did many people die? A lot. Almost all the coastlines in the world were affected, and the death toll has long exceeded 1 million. But no one cares about this matter, and the media is downplaying it. Why? Because compared to the casualties caused by the official war with Atlantis, these 1 million deaths are too small. Similarly, compare the hundreds of casualties caused by Hulk's loss of control with Professor Lizard. They are not on the same level at all. And Hulk is not really out of control. For example, Hulk has never hurt Banner's relatives and friends. In fact, many times, Hulk is unlikely to hurt ordinary people. Once Hulk comes out, he will instinctively run to sparsely populated areas. The only time was when he was fighting against the Abomination. He was too excited and out of control. But Connors is different. Transforming into Professor Lizard does not turn him into a monster that can only destroy, but an extremely cold and crazy antisocial lunatic with a high IQ. The damage he can bring is 10 times, or even 100 times, more than that of Hulk. Just look at the miserable state of the sewer now. But, his research might be able to, don't. This is why I must kill him. If it weren't for you troublemakers, I might have let him go, but I'm afraid that you will cause trouble again, and ordinary people will suffer. This is not the first time you have messed up, Phil. This is also the truth. Kai has no confidence in the SHIELD guys. If Nick Fury was not still out there, Kai would have wiped out the Hydra shield. Leaving it now will involve the power of Hydra. The power of Hydra has been swept away by SHIELD. Will Hydra just leave it alone? Absolutely not. Hydra will definitely increase its investment at that time. When it is almost done, Kai will lead people to harvest another wave. Perfect. Now, let's see Hydra and Nick Fury fight to the death. And whether it is Nick Fury or Hydra who gets the lizard serum of Professor Lizard, what will happen? Kai really can't guess. In short, in order to avoid accidents, Kai decided to nip the danger in the bud. So that he won't have to clean up a mess again. He doesn't hate fighting, but the less man-made disasters like this, the better. Phil was choked and speechless. Chapter 1162nd Update. Less than 10 minutes after Professor Lizard died, when even the officials above didn't know the details, someone got the detailed information in advance. That idiot is finally dead. Jin Bing held a wine glass and sat in his office overlooking the whole of New York. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that being your partner is very dangerous. You actually watched him die like this. A black man with dreadlocks sat opposite Jin Bing's desk, holding a wine glass in his hand. It was obvious that the two of them were celebrating something just now. Aren't you afraid of disappointing me? We have decided to cooperate. He's just an inexplicable idiot. Even if the police don't deal with him, I will take action." Jin didn't care about the black youth's barbed words. Instead, he turned around and said, "Cooperation is a win-win situation. When one party cannot bring benefits to the other party, cooperation is naturally meaningless. I don't care whether you are disappointed or not. As long as you can bring me enough benefits, I will be your most loyal partner, but if you... I'm sorry. So forget it, there is no such thing as friendship between us." Eric, Jin Bing's blunt words made Eric raise his hand quickly. "Wow, don't be so excited, I'm just talking. Okay, let's put this little thing aside. You came here today, it seems that you have decided to cooperate with me, right?" Jin Bing put down the wine glass, walked to the specially made boss chair and sat down, but even so, his proud height and weight still gave people a great sense of oppression. "Of course, you took so much effort to snatch the thing and my girlfriend from the British Museum, just to let me find you." Eric also put away his frivolous expression. He said seriously. "Not bad, very smart," Jin Bing commented calmly. After speaking, he clapped his hands. At this time, a weird big man came in with a white woman. Eric, the woman did not have any restraining means, but the big man grabbed her shoulder with one hand, making her unable to move. "I'm here, there's no need to do this to girl, right?" Eric looked at Jin Bing with dissatisfaction. "Tombstone," the big man showed a terrible smile, and then let go of the woman. As soon as the woman got away, she ran to Eric. Eric didn't care about his panicked girlfriend, but looked at the big man with interest. "Black," the big man laughed and touched his face. "Isn't it obvious? The skin of this big man was not black, but a very strange white, a bit like the bluish white of a dead person. But his face is indeed that of a black man. His name is Tombstone, and his real name is Lonnie Thompson Lincoln. He was born in the black area of New York, USA. He has suffered from albinism since he was a child, and grew up in the ridicule and bullying of people around him. White people think he is disgusting, and black people also think he is a freak. In such a cruel living environment, his character became cold and ruthless. When he grew up, he became one of the biggest gangsters in New York. At the same time, he is also Kingpin's confidant. Kingpin discovered his talent very early when he was still a small leader. He sheltered Tombstone and trained him to make him the most cold-blooded gangster fighter. "Your skin color is really disgusting, what's wrong? You hate your skin color so much, and you want to please your white master." Eric was obviously angry about his skin color. Tombstone smiled cruelly. "Boss, can I kill him?" "Not yet, Tombstone. At least when he is useful to us, you need to be patient." Kingpin waved his hand. "Eric, you should apologize to Tombstone, if you don't want to die unclearly. He doesn't want that, he was born like this, albinism. He hates people talking about his skin color." Eric's face looked much better. "Dying unclearly. It's really scary. Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I thought you were Mike." Humph. Tombstone temporarily put away his murderous intentions for the sake of the boss, but it was only temporary. Tombstone is the most brutal thug under Kingpin, no less than Bullseye. The only difference is that he is not a madman, but just has such a personality. Eric didn't care about Tombstone's resentment, he was just a thug. Kingpin didn't explain to Eric that Tombstone was no longer the Tombstone of the past. Kingpin also had a subordinate Tombstone in the previous world. That Tombstone is different. It is extremely powerful, invulnerable, insulated, and can generate high temperatures. The reason why the Tombstone has these abilities is entirely due to the Osborn Corporation. Yes, it is the troublemaker of that world. They developed a super soldier potion, but thanks to Osborn's transformation into the Green Goblin, the company was ruined and the development of this potion was stopped. No one cared about this kind of thing that was not fully developed at first, but Tombstone accidentally got the thing on the black market, and then by chance, he took it as a drug. He added some other messy drugs that made him happier, and then gave himself a tube. Then he had superpowers. Kingpin got the remaining potions and studied them. After Kingpin came to this world, he repeated those operations on Tombstone, and then the target of this world also gained superpowers. What's weird is that everyone else failed. It's not a complete failure, at least they had a blast. "What do you want from me?" Eric didn't care about a thug, but looked at Kingpin and asked. He didn't believe that Kingpin had gone to such great lengths just to work with an international mercenary like him. "Vibranium. Eric Stevens, or should I call you Nijatica?" His Royal Highness the Prince of Wakanda? Sure enough, Eric looked at his girlfriend. I'm sorry, Eric, his girlfriend wanted to explain. No need to explain. No need to explain, I understand, I can understand. He held his uneasy girlfriend, gently stroked her hair, and constantly comforted her. His girlfriend relaxed a little. She had never thought of betraying her boyfriend, but the methods of Kingpin and his men were simply not something an ordinary person could resist. Dear, I can understand betrayal, but I can't forgive it. Eric's originally gentle expression turned cold. Then, click. With a crisp sound, his girlfriend's head fell down weakly. Eric took a deep breath and carefully put his girlfriend on the ground. What do you all know? Eric carefully put his girlfriend down and tidied her messy hair for her. His movements were very gentle and warm, as if his girlfriend was asleep. Kingpin turned a blind eye to such things. He had seen all kinds of perverted things. Eric's case was just child's play. Almost everything is known. We know that your father is the Prince of Wakanda, the brother of the previous king, but was killed by the previous king. You stole the vibranium from the British Museum and planned to cooperate with the arms dealer Ulysses Claw to let him take you back to Wakanda to develop vibranium and sell it for money. Kingpin smiled and said, this is your girlfriend's version, but I know that this is not your entire plan. That idiot Claw is not your partner, right? Eric Stevens was born in Oakland, California, USA. His father is N'Job, the brother of the previous king of Wakanda, T'Chaka. According to Wakanda's customs, N'Job became a Wakanda spy and engaged in espionage activities in the United States. In fact, it is to collect information from the outside world to ensure that Wakanda can monitor the international situation at any time. While N'Job was undercover in Oakland, he fell in love with an American woman and had their child, N'Jadika Eric Stevens. It's just that N'Job is a passionate young man who can't stand the current situation of black people being discriminated against and exploited by the outside world. N'Job is eager to share Wakanda's technology with other African countries to help conquer the oppressors, so he and his partner, arms dealer Ulysses Claw, plan to invade Wakanda and steal a large amount of vibranium. But T'Chaka is different from N'Job. He is a traditional Wakanda who pursues isolationism. He doesn't want Wakanda to be known to the outside world. After knowing the truth, T'Chaka came to Oakland, severely blamed N'Job, and planned to arrest his brother. N'Job argued that Wakanda's behavior was no different from those white people. They all looked down on their black brothers and they were also murderers. The verbal cannon escalated into physical conflict. N'Job refused to be arrested and tried to escape, but was killed by T'Chaka. All of this was clearly seen by Eric, who was hiding on the side. But because Eric's existence was a secret, he was not told to Wakanda by N'Job, so he was not taken away and became an orphan. When he grew up, Eric, who graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, joined the Navy SEALs. He was so ruthless in Afghanistan that he was like playing a video game, so he was given the title Killer. He is also a member of the United States Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC. After retiring, Eric and his girlfriend became internationally famous thieves, with the goal of getting close to Ulysses Claw and completing their plan. But Kingpin knew all this, and Ulysses Claw had Kingpin's men under him. Ulysses Claw knew Eric's life experience, so Kingpin knew it too. After learning about Eric's life, Kingpin saw one thing in it, that is, ambition. This illegitimate child is not satisfied by the mere smuggling of vibranium business. After finding out the customs of Wakanda, Kingpin knew what this guy wanted. He wanted the whole of Wakanda. You and I are the same, Eric. You are ambitious. And your ambition is huge. You want to get the whole of Wakanda? Eric's pupils shrank. He didn't even tell his bedmate about this idea. Don't be shocked, kid. If you want to become Kingpin, you must see the human nature clearly. You are capable and smart enough. Are you willing to be just a hiding arms dealer? I saw ambition in your eyes. Eric remained silent, but he was shocked in his heart. But at the same time, he was also glad that Kingpin didn't see clearly what he wanted to do. But he didn't expect that his relief would be shattered in the next second. After I learned of your existence, I immediately began to study everything about you. Then I found something interesting. You are actually a supporter of black supremacy. You like to read those arguments that modern society originated in Africa. It seems that your father's thoughts have influenced you. The poorer you are, the easier it is to give birth to some monsters. This is the situation in Africa now. Maybe Africa is too lame. For the sake of national self-esteem, some far-fetched religions were born in Africa. They claim that Africa is the starting point of mankind. Many people agree with this. The earliest humans walked out of Africa. At the same time, modern society also originated from African blacks. They believe that when whites came to Africa, they not only took away their land, but also their traditions and culture, as well as their medicine and physics. They believe that before whites came to Africa, they knew nothing and were uncivilized. It was African blacks who taught them medicine, psychology, and science. It was blacks who made whites civilized. They preached that blacks are the smartest race in the world. Blacks invented everything. It is their inventions that constitute modern society and all societies on the surface of this planet. Cars, computers, traffic lights, and chairs, even flush toilets and cleaning supplies were invented by blacks. Just like the sticks, under extreme inferiority, they began to steal other people's things as their own, and then preach them out openly. I saw this on a video website before. I think it's interesting, so I'll use it. Anyway, now blacks have told whites to get out of Paris and Europe. Europe belongs to blacks. Who knows, one day, these words may come true. Others may just think that those blacks are stupid because they eat dirt. But Eric is convinced. Because Wakanda is more advanced than any country today. It's not impossible that civilization originated in Wakanda. Or it's very likely. You want to fulfill your father's last wish. Eric's face began to sweat. As a future partner, I think I should advise you to put away this ridiculous idea. Do you think I can't succeed? Eric thought Kingpin looked down on blacks. Wakanda under the gun, no problem. I'll think too much about it later, Kingpin said very calmly. Do you know what era it is now? Wakanda's things can't fulfill your dream, huh? So you also discriminate against blacks, Eric said disdainfully. Kingpin was not angry, anyway, he just said that. It's up to you whether you listen or not. I only care about my own interests. Jinbing came from the bottom of society. He sees the problems of American society much more clearly than those experts and professors. What the hell are blacks and whites? A bunch of poor people are fighting for skin color, and let a bunch of rich people watch the show. It's totally sick. The real main contradiction in American society is the gap between the rich and the poor, and the class contradiction, but the ruling group is so clever that it uses secondary contradictions to start splitting the bottom. Let racial contradictions replace the original class contradictions. This approach is simple and effective. The bottom fights together, and naturally cannot pose a threat to the ruling class. Moreover, they can act as referees. They support whichever side is weaker, and let both sides beg them, so that they can sit on the diaoyote from then on. Including LGBT, feminism and men's rights, etc. They are all the same routine. Eric did not continue to argue, because he has nothing now, and there is no point in arguing. If he wins the argument, will Jinbing bow down? So let's talk about something practical. What do you want? A lot. Vibranium. Wakanda technology. And heart-shaped grass. I want them all. You're too greedy. You're worth the price, Kingpin said confidently. Chapter 1161 Jinbing's Invitation. Boss, after Eric left, James walked to Kingpin and asked thoughtfully, do we really want to cooperate with him? Of course. So you have to find that claw for me as soon as possible. That's the basis of our cooperation. By the way, the arms dealer still has vibranium in his hands, which I can use. After that, Kingpin asked, what? James nodded. Kingpin didn't look surprised at all, but asked with interest, what do you think? James would not hide anything from Kingpin. He worriedly expressed his thoughts. This person is not a good partner. He is too ambitious and his brain is not good. He said this not because Eric has a low IQ, but on the contrary, this guy is very smart, which can be seen from his resume. But a high IQ does not mean that the brain is really innocent, otherwise he would not think of relying on Wakanda to rule the world. Yes, even James can see Eric's delusion. He is an extreme nationalist who believes that black people are the smartest and noblest race in the world. He even believes that black people are the starting point of human civilization, which is an argument that even idiots don't believe. Having a high IQ doesn't mean you don't believe in cults. Anyone who has a deep understanding of today's society knows that although these world powers look low, in fact, each of them hides a lot of good things. Do you really think that vibranium can conquer the world? That's completely out of your mind. Of course I know. But so what? Kingpin lit the cigar in his hand. exhaled a puff of smoke lightly, and said disdainfully, "What does that have to do with us? We just need to get the benefits. Does Kingpin care about Wakanda starting a world war? Of course not. But, if others know, James is still worried." Kingpin smiled. "Then don't let others find out. James is still worried and wants to persuade." "Can't we tell others in advance?" Unexpectedly, Kingpin continued. "What do you mean?" James suddenly realized that he was going to sell Eric. "I said before, he is very valuable." Kingpin bit his cigar and showed a smile that can only be understood but not expressed in words. "Vibranium is a good thing. Who wouldn't covet it? It's just that Wakanda is indeed a tough nut to crack, so they remain restrained. In addition, in this international environment, there is no reason to touch Wakanda, but what if Kingpin gives them a reason to intervene? For example, Wakanda starts a war or something? Do you think the 5 big gangsters will eat Wakanda up? Do you really think that a small country can dominate by mastering some precious resources? What are you thinking? In the past, people didn't have much demand for vibranium, so they naturally had no interest in provoking this little African bully. But what is the situation now? The world is thinking about how to face the external threat. The role of vibranium has been infinitely magnified. It's okay for Wakanda to open up. At most everyone buys it with money. After all, money is really nothing to a country. As long as you hold an open attitude, allow everyone to buy it, and everyone provides you with fun, it's not impossible. But your mother, at this critical juncture, you are still playing the game of closing the country with me. You can't see the situation clearly. Since you don't want to open up, then I will help you open up. Cannons opening up the country is the old business of Western colonizers. Very good. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. Kingpin planned to eat 2 sides from the beginning. He wanted to eat the benefits of Eric, and he could eat another side by selling Wakanda. Okay, let's get our real partners. They can't wait. Kingpin smiled and stopped talking about Eric. To be honest, this guy was originally just a target for Kingpin to recruit, but he didn't expect to see such a big opportunity from him. It was really a pleasant surprise. Of course, James, who was relieved, smiled and nodded, then turned and went out, and then brought 2 people. Both of them were obviously Asian. Dr. Kenji Koyama and Mr. Screeter. "Welcome." Kingpin opened his arms warmly to welcome the arrival of the 2 young people. The 2 young people bowed very politely. "Kingpin-san. Thank you for meeting you." Dr. Kenji Koyama is a famous underworld scientist who specializes in solving various crimes. At the same time, Kingpin is also one of his customers. For example, resurrecting Bullseye was their last business, but something went wrong, so he could only transform Bullseye into a robot that obeys orders. For this, Kingpin almost strangled him to death. No one can fool Kingpin. Fortunately, this old man is very good at dealing with things. He exchanged his life for a piece of information. Mr. Shredder, you look much younger than I thought. Kingpin nodded with a smile, and then said to the tall and serious Japanese next to Kenji Koyama. "Kingpin-san, daily life is always so polite." Slade bowed very politely. "Sit down." Kingpin nodded and asked everyone to sit down. Then Kingpin took out a tube of green injection from his jacket pocket and put it on the desk. "This is what you want." Shredder immediately fixed his eyes on the bottle of injection. Kingpin smiled and said, "This may be the only gene-embedding drug in the world. I think it meets your requirements." Shredder did not lose his mind, but asked seriously, "Is it really as magical as you said?" Kingpin clapped his hands. James immediately took out his tablet and clicked on it. At this time, one wall of the office turned into a huge screen, and it began to play a picture of a living person quickly turning into Lizard Man. Professor Lizard, a super criminal, he is a genius. He used this drug to combine the genes of lizards and humans, and then produced what you just saw. Kingpin picked up the cigar again and explained softly. Xiao Shan Kenji looked at the picture on the screen in shock, like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman taking off her clothes. His eyes were reluctant to blink. "Can I meet this genius? This is simply a miracle. Compared with the miracle in front of me, that Captain America is just child's play. This is really a genius idea. Oh, my God. He must be a great man. Making people strong and turning people into another species are absolutely 2 different things. In terms of difficulty, turning a person into a lizard is definitely much more difficult than turning a skinny little man into a big muscular man. From this point of view, Professor Lizard is definitely a genius. Well, he is indeed very smart. However, your idea of meeting him is probably going to fail. Kenji Koyama and Shredder both looked at Kingpin. Kingpin pulled up his sleeves and looked at his watch. Well, about 3 hours ago, he was shot dead by our beloved superhero Mr. Kai Wayne. By the way, I heard that Mr. Wayne seems to have burned his body to ashes. Oh, my God. How can this be? This is a crime. This is a blasphemy against science. It is an insult to knowledge. How can your country allow such a thing? Kenji Koyama jumped up and cursed as if his ancestral grave was dug up. Calm down. Mr. Koyama, Shredder scolded coldly. It's so embarrassing. Japan is like this. It values face more than anything else. Jinbing-san, please forgive me. Shredder knew very well that the reason why Jinbing told them these things was to tell them that he was their only partner. As for the last bottle of Jin embedding potion, just listen to it. It's okay. Jinbing didn't care what they thought. Anyway, the only one who could help them in this world was himself. Monopoly trading is the most profitable. Then what do we need to pay in order for you to give up this bottle of potion? Shredder was very happy to pose for slaughter. After all, wasn't that why Jinbing called them here? Haha, I need the Bigfoot gang to work for me, Jinbing said. Sorry, Shredder didn't expect Jinbing's appetite to be so big. Did I hear it wrong? That's right, Jinbing said with a smile. I know what you are going to do, Mr. Screeter, or call you Zyoluki. Shredder turned his head to look at Shaoshan Kenji, who lowered his head and dared not look at him. This old guy betrayed him. Don't blame Mr. Shaoshan. Few people can keep secrets from me. That's difficult. Mr. Shredder, Kingpin said, I have to say that your idea is very interesting, but it is not realistic. It's just an alien spaceship from who knows how many years ago. Even if you really get it, it won't bring what you want. Shredder, the leader of the Japanese gang Bigfoot Gang. The Japanese gangs in this world are still quite powerful. Both the Hand and Shredder's Bigfoot Gang are international organizations. The difference is that the Hand has been active in the Northern Hemisphere, while the Bigfoot Gang has been active in the Southern Hemisphere. The two were also in confrontation at a very early time. Later, they thought that everyone was a bad guy, so there was no need to fight to the death. How about everyone live their own lives? So there was such a division of power. The Bigfoot Gang rarely operates in North America, and their main range of activities is still in Southeast Asia. There are very few in South America, but there are also some, mainly in Brazil, where there are many Japanese. The history of the Bigfoot Gang is no later than that of the Hand, but the reasons for its establishment are different. A long time ago, around the Nara period in Japan, a woodcutter named Korakusaki discovered a mysterious palace in the mountains. Everything inside was just like the mythical Takamagahara. The most peculiar thing was that he also found a monster inside. The monster was sealed in a jar. Korakusaki opened the jar and the monster came to life. Korakusaki killed the monster, was recognized by the palace, and learned a lot of knowledge. Later, Korakusaki founded the Bigfoot Gang. It has been passed down to this day. In modern society, there is a reasonable explanation for the so-called palace and monster. It was an alien spaceship. This spaceship landed on the Earth a long time ago, probably in the dinosaur era. And the monster was a triceratops. It was put into a life support chamber by aliens and kept there, but was accidentally opened by Korakusaki. Later, the Bigfoot Gang used the footprints of the triceratops as its symbol. The leaders of the Bigfoot Gang in all generations were called Korakusaki, and each generation of the Bigfoot Gang hoped to understand the secret of the spaceship. In modern times, the research of the Bigfoot Gang has finally made progress. If they want to completely own the spaceship, they must obtain the highest authority through the spaceship's gene recognition mechanism. There are still alien corpses in the spaceship, but dead aliens cannot give them the authority to the spaceship. When it comes to this generation of Zyoluki, he suddenly has an idea. Let humans have alien genes. Can they deceive the spaceship's gene recognition mechanism? Then Shredder found the gangster scientist Shaoshan Kenji. This guy took the order, but his ability is limited and he has not achieved much in the past 10 years. Shaoshan-san even told you all this, Shredder said with gritted teeth. Shaoshan Kenji lowered his head even more. If he doesn't say it, he will die. Does he dare not say it? How about it? Jinbing didn't feel anything about it, but continued to ask, do you want to follow me? Do you know what I want to do? Rule the world. Jinbing said seriously. Coincidentally, I think so too. For Jinbing, only by ruling the whole world, His wife and children will be safe. Of course, this is also mixed with his ambition that has nowhere to go. The underworld. He has played to the end. Is he going to come to this world again? No need. It would be better to live in seclusion with his wife and children. But retirement is not safe. What to do? Kingpin thought very cleverly, to rule the world. Humph. You said that alien spaceship can't help me rule the world, can you? Shredder really wanted to rule the world. After learning that the technology of that spaceship was ahead of the Earth for many years, he came up with this idea. Unfortunately, up to now, he couldn't even open the important hatch of the spaceship. Not to mention ruling the world. Your spaceship, Tisk? You have read the news? Are you sure your spaceship can be more powerful than the Chitauri? Kingpin laughed. What era is it now? Superheroes are everywhere. If you dare to drive out that antique, it may be easily dismantled into scrap metal by superheroes. Shredder's face was livid, but he couldn't say anything. He actually realized this a long time ago. But how to say it? The entire Bigfoot gang has put in countless generations of hard work. How could they just give up? Although he has never opened the spaceship, he thinks, maybe, probably, maybe. Don't lie to yourself. What about you, me? Kingpin pointed at himself with a cigar between his legs. Why should I go head-to-head with superheroes? There are many ways to rule the world. Why choose the most difficult one? Kingpin laughed. So what's your plan? Shredder continued to ask. No comment. Before you join me, Kingpin said lightly. Shredder's face tightened. Do you want me to join you just by saying a few words? Kingpin thought for a moment. I will show my sincerity. Where? How about Japan? What are you going to do? You'll know when the time comes, Kingpin said confidently. Chapter 1162 Scorpion Attack. Let's not talk about Kingpin for now. Stark Tower is bustling again. Another Spider-Man. Seeing the middle-aged Peter Parker, the three little spiders felt very fresh. But soon this freshness turned into a fierce collision. This. How can you? That's. Stacy was the first to be unable to bear such news. All the lizards were killed, including Dr. Lizard. Peter was even more furious. You don't deserve to be Peter Parker. I can't be an executioner. I will never be an executioner. On the contrary, Parker was relatively calm, but the look he gave Benjamin was just as fierce. On the contrary, adults like Kai and Tony were doing nothing. Benjamin was also calm about the accusations. Reality is not a fairy tale, and you always need to make choices. I'm glad that you can keep this original intention. I'm not proud of my choice. But I don't regret it. Are you just going to watch like this? Peter glared at Steve. Well, Steve is here too. He wanted to accompany Carter, but Carter refused his company. She needed to be alone. Now Carter has gone to the UK. There is the Carter family cemetery. His brother was buried in the UK, and now her niece will be buried there. Steve also wanted to send Sharon Carter off for the last time, but Carter still refused. She hoped that the funeral would be quiet. Steve was helpless. He even felt that Carter was blaming him, but Steve knew Carter. She would not vent her anger on others. After all, Sharon Carter joined the action with her personal approval. There was no reason for others to die, but her own niece could be an exception. The funeral of others was held later, and they were buried collectively in the National Cemetery. However, after seeing Peter Parker, Steve probably understood why Carter asked him to come to Stark Tower. Carter hoped that he could recruit these three children. But Steve now knew that the situation was much more complicated than he thought. Facing Peter's glare, Steve smiled bitterly. By the way, weren't Kai and Tony the ones who made the final decision on this matter? Of course Peggy was also involved, but she is not here now. Why can't it be my turn? I used to admire you so much. You just watch them kill people like this. Peter felt that he was deceived, because in the eyes of the children born after World War II, Steve represented greatness and justice. He was even established as a symbol. How could the US government give up such good propaganda material? So over time, Steve's image has long deviated from his original form. Although Steve himself is actually a conservative. Although in his era, Steve was considered a relatively developed existence. He did not discriminate against blacks or women. Before World War II, this kind of thinking was very trendy. But decades later, many of his ideas are conservative in the political spectrum. For example, he is a staunch anti-homosexual, and he hates effeminate men. And he hates the current politically correct atmosphere very much. He supports freedom of speech very much, but now he can't see the spirit. A person who expresses his own opinions will be criticized countless times, and even rise to moral slander. It's like he doesn't dare to express his anti-homosexual stance. Steve himself is also very amused by this situation. Kid, I probably understand your anger. But we always have to make some choices. Just like what I did in World War II, in order to protect the majority of people. I can only choose to eliminate those crazy people, please. Steve killed a lot of people in World War II. The Nazis who died directly in his hands could at least form a reinforced battalion. If he had a heart of a saint, he would have gone crazy now. Peter was very shocked. He didn't expect that the Captain America whom he admired the most would actually say such a thing. Parker and Stacy were similar. There was also Captain America in their world, but the difference was that Captain America was really dead in that world. How could you say such a thing? You are Captain America. Steve had a headache. He spread his hands helplessly. I have seen those propaganda about me. To be honest, if the name was deleted from those things, I wouldn't even know that it was about me. So the me you are serious about and the real me are two completely different people. It's unfair for me to do this. Peter was choked. The other two were also stunned. Captain America, it was only 2 or 3 years from his debut to his death. How could he have so many famous quotes passed down from generation to generation? Besides, in those propaganda, the people who described Captain America were all comrades in arms, reporters, and the like. He really didn't know many of these people. He was always on the battlefield, so how could he have time to make friends? Kai and Tony each held a coconut with a straw and watched them quarreling there. Steve's veins popped up when he saw this. Damn, he was just a small-time soldier in this matter, just doing the work. The decision was made by these two bastards. Why can they be so leisurely? Besides, these two people made the decision on these things. Why don't you say anything to them? The three little spiders looked at the two men who were sipping coconut juice with expressionless faces. They fell into silence. They actually wanted to say something, but, looking at these two evil men, they didn't dare to. The Virgin Mary is usually silent when facing the threats of bad guys, but she is usually very jumpy when facing the counterattack of good people. Why? Because bad guys will really hit the Virgin Mary. Good people will only protect the Virgin Mary. Although it's a bit too much to say this to the three little ones, the underlying logic is this. They know very well that Kai and Tony, especially Kai, will never care about their accusations. It's useless to say it, but they will get beaten. Tisk. Are you really? Is it useful to fight over this thing? Kai finished drinking the coconut juice, broke the coconut shell with his bare hands, and then gently twisted it with a soft knife, and the whole coconut meat was exposed. How can it be useless? Peter mustered up the courage. What's the use? Benjamin, do you think you did something wrong? Kai asked. Benjamin was stunned and nodded. I'm wrong. I still think I'm not qualified to take someone else's life. Cough cough cough. Kai was eating coconut meat and almost choked to death. Tony knocked the coconut meat off his body with disgust, and then stayed away from Kai. What's the situation? Kai wiped his mouth and looked at Benjamin in surprise. Benjamin shrugged. Just because it's wrong, I can't stop saving more people. I don't regret it, okay? If it happens again, will you do it again? Yes. Kai returned to his track. Look. He knows it's wrong, but he still does it. Then is there any point in you arguing about this? But, Peter was about to say something. But Kai was impatient and took out a police badge directly. You said you don't have the right to take their lives. That's right. But I do. It's reasonable and legal. Now there is no problem, right? Really? This shit is worth discussing for so long, right? Even if you call all the saints in the world, you can't find fault with Kai. But are they dangerous? Peter couldn't say they weren't dangerous, right? Those human corpses didn't say that. He could only nod. But, he still wanted to emphasize innocence. After all, they couldn't control themselves. Did they surrender? Peter still couldn't speak against his conscience. After all, they were all crazy. How could they surrender? Then is it wrong for me to kill them? Kai spread his hands. Your father talked about morality. I'm talking about law with you. What? The law can't control the saint? Of course, some saints may still find fault. Why not disintegrate their mobility? Haha, those things have a very strong regeneration ability, and even if they only have one hand left, they can bite people to death. The law gives me the power to kill them, and you're unhappy? Who do you think you are? Also, you told me those people were innocent. Then what about the police officers and agents who died today? And those ordinary people who died in the mouths of the lizard people? What are you thinking? You only care about the life and death of those monsters, not theirs, right? Lizard monsters are bad guys, so they need help, and those who died are good people, so they deserve it. No. We don't mean that, Peter explained quickly. We just think that so many lizard people are not voluntary, they are forced. They should be treated more fairly. Oh, so that's it. They can get preferential treatment if they are forced, and we police officers do things voluntarily. They voluntarily give up their own safety and risk their lives to protect the safety of others, so they deserve it. Peter was confused by Kai. Don't treat yourself like God all the time. Just be a good student. How can there be so many things in the world that have the best of both worlds? Just do what you can. After all, they are just 3 children, and they are all good children. Kai said so much, not really to prove that their ideas are wrong. This thing is meaningless in the first place. What if it is wrong? What if it is right? He just hopes that these 3 children will not take themselves too seriously. This is not derogatory, let alone contempt. It is to let them relax and not be so stubborn. Otherwise, these ideas will drive them crazy one day. It is enough to do your own thing, otherwise what else can you do? Who are you? Lei Shan looked at the weird guy in front of him coldly, his eyes full of solemnity. While Kai was dealing with the lizard man in the sewer, Lei Shan and Lei Guang and his son did not stay in the hotel doing nothing. On the contrary, they used their own channels to investigate the case. Unfortunately, they could not get anything. They couldn't figure out who wanted Daniel's life. For this reason, they also specifically investigated Rand Corporation. Because if there is really a conflict, it is only a property conflict. After Daniel's family crashed in the Himalayas, the company was taken over by Daniel's father's partner, Harold Mitchum. Now the company is run by Harold Mitchum's son, Ward Mitchum. Ward Mitchum did have a strong resistance to Daniel's appearance. Because according to the property inheritance law of the United States, after Daniel's family had an accident, the Rand family's shares had no legal heirs, so the shares would be temporarily taken over by other shareholders of the company, that is, Harold Mitchum. If no one claims the shares within 15 years, the shares will be officially transferred. Daniel's appearance was so coincidental that he returned just before the deadline. And before the deadline, Daniel applied for property inheritance. Although Ward Mitchum had always denied Daniel's inheritance rights, he had to return the Rand family's shares to Daniel under DNA evidence. Although Daniel was already in prison, the shares under Daniel's name were still managed by Ward Mitchum. But he had a reason to kill Daniel. If Daniel died, he still had a chance to take back the property again. But as the investigation deepened, they found that Daniel's death was not caused by them. After all, Daniel's crime was very serious. He would not be released for 10 to 20 years if he was charged with wounding, assaulting police, jailbreaking, arrest, etc. Even though Ward Mitchum's sister Joy Mitchum had been running for Daniel, she could not shorten the sentence to less than 10 years. Instead, some old stories were found out inexplicably. That is, Harold Mitchum was not only alive, but also the culprit of Daniel's family's accident. Not only that, Harold Mitchum also cooperated with a hand in society to carry out various criminal activities. Then Harold Mitchum and Ward Mitchum were arrested. Harold Mitchum had conclusive evidence and could not be washed, but it didn't matter, because he was really dying anyway. He had a terminal illness. It was he who betrayed the interests of Daniel's family and the Rand Group and got a way to prolong his life from the hand and society. But with the destruction of the hand and the society, his means of prolonging his life were gone. Even if he was not caught, he would not live long. Ward Mitchum, on the other hand, threw all the charges to his father, and he was likely to get away with it. This can be regarded as a net of heaven that will not let anything slip through. But the question is, who killed Daniel? They were confused about this, but before they could continue to investigate, the murderer came. Scorpion. After this guy noticed someone coming from Kunlun, he came up on his own. He wanted to show Kunlun that he was the true successor of the Iron Fist, but they were wrong. As a result, after he found someone coming from Kunlun, he was a little scared. It was Thunder God. Fortunately, Thunder God did not take action, but Lei Shan. But Scorpion did not know Lei Shan. In his world, Thunder God had no son. Are you the guy who came to avenge Daniel? Scorpion looked at Lei Shan with murderous eyes. He knew the customs of Kunlun. After the previous generation of Iron Fist was killed, the mission of the new generation of Iron Fist was revenge. Are you the new generation Iron Fist? Scorpion will not let go of any Iron Fist due to his obsession with the Iron Fist, unless the Iron Fist is himself. But he also knows that he can't become the Iron Fist. So it doesn't matter. Not yet, but if I kill you, I will be it. Scorpion was stunned. This was something he didn't expect. But it didn't matter. That's a pity. I thought I would kill another Iron Fist. Chapter 1163 Murder City. The competition between Lei Shan and Scorpion was so noisy that it even paralyzed an entire block. But when the police arrived, only Lei Shan and Lei Guang were standing there with gloomy faces, and Scorpion had disappeared. Lei Shan shouted angrily to Lei Guang, "You shouldn't have helped me." It turned out that at the end of the competition, Lei Guang couldn't help but take action. He broke the rules. According to Kunlun's rules, he was just a witness to this revenge and shouldn't have ended up. "You are not his opponent," Lei Guang said coldly. "That's my business." Lei Shan's face turned red with anger. "Otherwise, how can we say that the relationship between the two fathers and sons is tense? Originally, it is normal for a father to worry about his son, even if it is because of breaking the rules. It is also worried about Lei Shan. If Lei Guang said something soft, Lei Shan would not be like this. No, it should be said that as long as the attitude is a little softer, it will be fine. But Lei Guang chose the worst way to explain his motives. Lei Shan has a strong self-esteem, and his mentality is completely exploded. But Lei Guang still goes his own way. He is not simple, Lei Guang said with a face as hard as iron. The martial arts he has are the orthodox ones of our Kunlun. Although Lei Shan's face was still very ugly, he was thinking about business. Is he really from our Kunlun? Why don't I know him? Kunlun is very big, but there are not many people. There are only a few thousand people, which sounds a lot. Lei Shan can't know everyone. It is possible that he has practiced martial arts to the level of Scorpion. It is impossible for him to be unknown. After all, there are only a few places to teach martial arts. Lei Shan can't have no impression of such a person. What's more, Scorpion is a foreigner. There are very few foreigners in Kunlun. There was only Daniel in the past 10 years. That's not a big deal, Lei Guang said. What's even more weird is, there's a shadow of me in him. Lei Shan was stunned. What do you mean? It means, his martial arts seem to be taught by me. And he practices better than you. Lei Shan's body shook. Now he recalled that it was indeed the case. But, Lei Shan felt incredible, but soon he thought of another possibility. You have an illegitimate child? Bang! Lei Guang's face turned black, and he slapped Lei Shan on the back of his head without holding back any strength. Lei Shan's body was embedded in the concrete floor, and he fainted gorgeously. Ahem. Adrian was lying in his room in a mess, and a wooden thorn had just pierced his lungs. He was not a medical student, and he didn't know if he could be saved in this situation, but he knew that he would not live long. Who are you? Adrian panted violently. He felt like he was drowning and felt that he was having difficulty breathing. Even if he took a deep breath, he couldn't relieve this feeling. His lungs were punctured, and blood was filling his lungs. Soon he would be drowned by his own blood. But even so, he was still unwilling. He didn't understand why this weird woman wanted to attack him. At least he wanted to die clearly. Where are your little cuties? Ms. Octopus's mechanical tentacles brought her body to Adrian. What is that? Adrian asked with difficulty. Ms. Octopus tilted her head. She could see that Adrian seemed to be dying. Although she didn't care about his life or death. She would not let this man die before she found what she wanted. Snap! The top of one of Ms. Octopus's mechanical tentacles suddenly opened, and a sharp probe stretched out, followed by a puff sound. The probe was fiercely pierced into Adrian's lungs. Then the blood in the lungs was sucked out. This can temporarily save Adrian's life, but then... The alien technology you stole. Ms. Octopus lowered her head and looked at Adrian, whose face turned extremely pale. Ahem. Are you just looking for those things? Although Adrian had guessed it a long time ago, he didn't expect this woman to be so crazy that she would chase his people everywhere to get those things. And to be honest, he didn't think that all of his brothers were loyal and would not reveal the location of the factory if they were caught. If this woman wanted to find those things, she should have found them long ago. Then why did she have to come to him and try to kidnap his wife and daughter? That's right, after getting a positive answer, Adrian hated his brother for being so loyal for the first time. Why don't you just tell her? Is it necessary to be so tough? I'm telling you. Let me go. Adrian didn't have any intention of resisting. After all, compared with his life, those things were not important. Speak. Then Adrian told her the address of the factory. I already know this, but unexpectedly, Ms. Octopus already knew the location of the factory. I want the things you hid. Adrian realized that his brother was not that tough and had given up everything he should have given up. I didn't, Adrian said with difficulty. As for the fact, of course it was true. How could Adrian, such a careful person, put all his eggs in one basket? He had started to secretly transfer some important things a long time ago, in order to prevent similar incidents from happening. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Keeping them can make a comeback. But not many people know about this. The only one who knows this is the repairman Phineas Mason. After all, many things need him to repair. But Mason doesn't know the location of those things, not to mention that Mason is not on the United States at all now. He went on vacation in Northern Europe. He asked his wife and daughter to run to Switzerland. In fact, he also wanted to escape to Europe and start a new business with a tinker if something happened. There are many good children who lie. Ms. Octopus is not so easy to deceive. Adrian's brothers told everything to survive. Adrian's ability to keep secrets is not as strong as he thought. Schultz knows something. You know, he is in charge of sales. He knows how many goods he has shipped, and he also knows how many parts Adrian has imported. He knows that Adrian should have hidden some. Click. Another tentacle opened, and a sharp probe pierced out and pierced Adrian's thigh. We still have time, we will gradually deepen our understanding of each other. Ms. Octopus laughed crazily and Adrian screams. Mr. Wayne. Mr. Wayne. Early in the morning, Peter was like an over-energetic monkey, knocking on Kai's door frantically with a newspaper. Kai didn't go back yesterday and slept in Stark Tower. Anyway, there are plenty of rooms. Natasha happened to be there, so the 2 of them didn't go to bed until 4 in the morning. As a result, they were knocking on their door frantically at 8 in the morning. This made Natasha, who is used to having a good beauty sleep, feel very irritated. Without waiting for Kai to speak, Natasha opened the door in her sexy pajamas. Peter was like a rooster with its neck strangled, and immediately forgot everything he wanted to say. For a 16-year-old boy, Natasha's figure was really too exciting, even if she was wearing pajamas, or rather, it was more exciting this way. Sorry, Peter was a good boy, he knew not to look at anything indecent, so he quickly covered his eyes and ran away. As a result, he just turned around and bumped into Parker and Stacy who were chasing after him. Seeing the 3 children lying together, Natasha's irritable mood immediately improved a lot. Natasha has been very busy recently. Because Raven had to take care of the children, she got off work on time every day, so most of the work was contracted by Natasha. Whether it was the clairvoyance or the tracking down of the SWORD, Natasha was busy enough. As a result, Raven, that woman, was still habitually slacking off, which made Natasha's temper visibly worse. This was also one of the reasons why Kai stayed. What's going on? Hearing the noise outside, Kai came out in shorts. Now it was Stacy's turn to cover her eyes. After all, Kai's figure was too stimulating for a girl of this age. Put on your clothes, Sheriff. Otherwise, tomorrow the New York newspapers will report that our respected patron saint of New York sexually harassed underage girls. Natasha was in a better mood. She slapped Kai's buttocks and pushed Kai into the room. When Kai put on his pajamas and prepared to eat breakfast, Peter hurriedly handed him the newspaper. What is it? Kai looked at the newspaper and found nothing surprising. It was still a peaceful day in New York, and there was no special news. Peter quickly pointed to a corner of the newspaper and said, Mr. Toombs was killed. Only then did Kai see a murder case reported in a section of the newspaper. What? Did they just say it was a peaceful day? Haha, that's because you don't understand New York. A day without monsters, aliens, super criminals, or mass deaths is just a normal day for New York. If you don't believe me, ask New Yorkers. As for murder, come on, when doesn't someone die in New York? Kai looked at the newspaper carefully and asked a very important question. So, what's the problem, Mr. Toombs was killed, Peter emphasized. Oh, this Mr. Toombs is your friend. Kai didn't get Peter's excitement at all. Have you forgotten? He's Liz's father. Liz Toombs. Her father Adrian Toombs? Kai then remembered who Mr. Toombs was. They did meet, but when Adrian introduced himself, Kai didn't remember his last name, and the photo in the newspaper only showed a person lying in a pool of blood, not his face. It was normal for Kai not to remember it for a while. Since he is someone he knows, Kai needs to take a closer look. It's not that Kai is cold-blooded, but in a big city with a population of nearly 10 million, homicides happen almost every day. Take last year for example, there were more than 500 homicides in New York. This is still a good security situation. It was even brought up as proof that New York's security has improved. They are not making a fuss. You have to know that before Kai came to New York, the number of homicides in New York that year reached an astonishing 900. The following year, because Kingpin disappeared, the number of fights between gangs increased, resulting in more than 1,000 homicides. There were only 500 last year, and the mayor had to open champagne to celebrate. New York in the real world is not much better. In 2019, there were more than 300 homicides in New York. In 2020, the media said it hit a 10-year high with 447 homicides. As a result, the next year, it hit a new high with more than 500 homicides in 2021. Even the title is the same, the highest in the past 10 years. In China, if a homicide occurs in a city, it will definitely cause a sensation, even in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. But in the United States, in New York, this thing is really not news. After all, it happens almost every day, and the newspapers are too lazy to report it because it's boring. Unless the case is very curious. This is still New York City. If the scope is expanded to the entire New York metropolitan area, the number of cases will increase exponentially. Kai is used to it. If it is not for special reasons, Kai really won't care too much, because it can't be solved at all. People's hearts are difficult to cure. Even if Kai has the ability to reach the sky, can he still control people's hearts? Superheroes are useless for this, even if God comes. As Kai finished reading the newspaper, he noticed some suspicious points. First, the victim had been tortured before his death. Second, the room was damaged, and the damage was very serious. The newspaper also said that the victim's wife and children were kidnapped the day before. Kai didn't know what happened in Peter's house. Mr. Wayne, you have found something, right? Peter asked anxiously. Liz is his friend, and Mr. Toombs left a very good impression on him. What's more, Mrs. Toombs and Liz were kidnapped the day before. It looks like a gangster seeking revenge. Kai did not hide his thoughts. The victim's family was kidnapped first, and then the victim died the next day, and was tortured before his death. This is not a common homicide. Gangster? Impossible. Mr. Toombs runs a company. He should have no connection with the gangsters. Peter was reluctant to believe that Mr. Toombs had anything to do with the gangsters. Why do you say that? Kai asked curiously. I just think Mr. Toombs is a good man. Kai curled his lips. Good man? Good man written on his forehead? You still think so? Do you think it's useful? Fortunately, you are not a policeman. Otherwise, I don't know how many wrongful cases there would be. The police must rely on evidence. Peter was speechless and could only look at Kai pitifully. He was not afraid of fighting, but he was not good at handling cases. Kai couldn't stand being looked at like this. It was okay for girls, but being looked at like this by a man was a bit disgusting. Okay. I'll ask. According to the address in the newspaper, Kai went directly to the police station investigating the case. Soon some information was collected. The kidnapping case and the homicide case have been combined. After all, the timing of the two cases was too coincidental, and the victims of the two cases were directly related. It would be strange to say that there was no connection. Congratulations, your feeling was wrong. There is something wrong with this, Adrian. The police are not just eating dry rice. With such obvious facts in front of them, they can't fail to notice it. Kidnapping and murder, it would be strange if Adrian didn't have some problems. The police have found problems through the accounts and property statistics of the Tom's company. Whether Adrian has other problems or not can be discussed for the time being. But money laundering is definitely there. Although there is no absolute evidence, as long as you are willing to investigate money laundering, it is easy to find traces. His company was about to go bankrupt 2 years ago, and he himself was about to go bankrupt. But 2 years later, the company not only reborn from the ashes, but also the property data in the past 2 years has shown an exaggerated growth. The police are now investigating the money laundering line. They are very interested in the source of Adrian's huge wealth and believe that this is also the reason why he was killed. Chapter 1164, A Mistake. Children always follow their feelings. Peter never believed that Mr. Toombs was a bad guy. After all, he was so nice to Liz, How could he be a bad guy? What do you think a bad guy is? There's a word engraved on his forehead. Kai once again imparted his experience. The world is very complicated, kid. It's not that a person who looks friendly is necessarily a good person. You have a lot to learn. Do you know why I don't like you jumping around in the sky? It's not that I think you are not capable enough, but you are still too young and don't understand the complexity of this society at all. Peter lowered his head silently. Just like Kai said, what can he do to guarantee that Adrian must be a good person? Just because he has seen Adrian twice? Even he himself knows that this thing is unreliable, but when he thinks of Liz, he is unwilling to believe that Adrian is really a bad guy. A bad guy has such a beautiful daughter. It always feels inconsistent with his worldview. If Kai knew, he would definitely laugh to death. What is a bad guy? A bad guy must have a hideous face and a terrible appearance? Mr. Wayne. Can I go see Liz? Peter finally tried. He really couldn't let this girl go. After all, she was happily planning to travel with her family yesterday. Now, what do you want to do? Kai looked at Peter in surprise. Is the butterfly effect so strong? Is the innocent Spider-Man going to develop into a philandering scumbag? Kai looked at Stacy carefully. Unexpectedly, although Stacy looked unhappy, she didn't stop him. Actually, she had no right to stop Peter. After all, strictly speaking, Peter was not his boyfriend. Her boyfriend died a long time ago. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Peter looked around to see who was calling. But he immediately found that everyone's eyes were on him. Sorry, he forgot that he also had a mobile phone. Peter didn't have a mobile phone originally. Smartphones are not cheap in the United States. He has never asked his uncle and aunt to buy him such things. Computers are an exception. Computers are absolutely necessary. But after knowing that Peter is Spider-Man, Ben and May decided to buy Peter a mobile phone, an Apple one. On the one hand, it is a reward, and on the other hand, they hope to know Peter's situation at any time. Peter quickly ran to the side and answered the phone. It was Gwen. Gwen did not like Liz, but she was not the type to gloat over Liz's family's misfortune. She was even very concerned about Liz's current situation. She thought of Peter as Spider-Man, so she called Peter immediately. She forgot that her father was a policeman, and the police chief. After answering the phone, Peter walked over with a relaxed look on his face. Gwen is also very concerned about Liz's condition, and she asked me to help her. Kai was stunned. Gwen is so generous. Good girl. As the deputy director of the general administration, Kai does not actually need to be responsible for specific cases. His real job should be to sit in the office and listen to reports. Then, when the police below do not handle the case well, he will hold the phone and curse. However, due to Kai's special nature, he actually does not have a specific job in the police station. In short, he is nominally the head of the special department, but in fact he is a free man of the New York police. He can intervene in any case he thinks is necessary. So when Kai expressed his interest in Adrian's case, the general administration did not hesitate to immediately let him take charge of the case. In fact, Kai already had a case of alien weapons trafficking in his hands. Logically, he should not take over other cases. But this kind of thing is not important at all. Kai had dealt with the lizard man before. When Kai brought Peter to the police station, the task force in charge of this case was already waiting for Kai. I want to talk to Mrs. Toombs. Kai didn't believe that a bedmate would not know anything about what Adrian did. The task force immediately arranged a relevant meeting. As for the superiors letting Kai take over this case, the task force was actually quite complicated. The police didn't like their cases being taken over by others the most, because this was a lack of trust in their abilities by the superiors. In the police industry, it was a very severe accusation. They had even just started the investigation, and the superiors were so impatient to airdrop a leader, which was a bit too disrespectful to them. But then again, Kai was the pride of the New York police, not only because he was a superhero, but also because he was a very good policeman himself, who had solved many major cases. With such a great man taking over, they not only didn't need to be responsible, but they could also learn something by the way, which was also a good thing. But no matter how complicated it is, we still have to do what needs to be done. Although Mrs. Toombs looked haggard, her expression was calm. She was with her lawyer. She definitely knows something, Chief Green, who is in charge of the case, reminded. Peter, the curious baby, asked immediately. Why? Isn't this normal? Everyone has the right to find a lawyer. Green was an old white man with a stubble on his face. He pointed at Peter and asked, "Does our police station still recruit child laborers now?" Peter's face was very young, even more so than high school students of the same year. "He is my assistant, who just graduated. He looks very young, is already 22 years old, and can drink. Although he needs to bring a driver's license every time he drinks." Kai made up an identity casually. Anyway, no one would go back to check, and even if they did, it would be useless. Green blinked and patted Peter's shoulder gently. "Listen, kid, change a job. You are not suitable for this job." Peter heard what Kai said, and was excited to cooperate with Kai and behave more maturely. But when he heard Green's words, he was immediately exposed. "Why? I like being a policeman." "Ahem, kid, I'm glad you like being a policeman. Although there is no appearance requirement for police recruitment, you must at least give the public a sense of security and be able to suppress the arrogance of those criminals. No one thinks a child can protect them, and no criminal is afraid of a child. This is already very euphemistic. Why not? Spider-Man is young. Until now, he has been trying to save Spider-Man's reputation. After all, many police officers don't like Spider-Man. Aren't you grown up yet? Who would like that little bug? That kid has no ability except causing trouble for us. By the way, Director Wayne, can't you tell that kid not to jump around in those ridiculous pajamas? We receive hundreds of complaints every month because of him." Kai glanced at Peter. "I tell you, I don't know that Spider-Man. If you say that again, I will sue you for defamation." Green smiled and showed an expression that I understand. Strictly speaking, except for Kai, Tony and Steve, other superheroes are basically criminals, and they have no law enforcement power. So Kai never admits publicly that he knows any superheroes. Although everyone knows that he is lying, but there is nothing they can do. He doesn't have any other superheroes' phone numbers in his phone. Peter thought of his previous question again. "Why do you say that Mrs. Toombs has a problem?" Green smiled and said, "Kid, how can a wife bring a lawyer to the police station to assist in the investigation when her husband dies?" Kai nodded and prepared to go in. Peter was about to follow, but was stopped by Kai. "A rookie is not qualified to participate in the interrogation." Green smiled and said, "Boy, there is still a lot to learn." After that, he followed Kai in. Peter was left in the monitoring room, observing the situation inside through the one-way glass. "Hello, Mrs. Toombs." Kai walked in a suit. The moment Mrs. Toombs saw Kai, her face changed drastically. Obviously, she knew Kai and knew what he represented. Kai noticed a panic in her eyes. This was not the expression that a victim's family should show when seeing him. So Kai immediately changed his previous strategy and threw the shorthand book in his hand on the table. "Let's keep it simple, Mrs. Toombs. Seeing me here, you should know what I want to ask." What the hell did he know? Kai was just deceiving her. Green was an old policeman. He was not panicked by Kai's sudden change of interrogation strategy. Instead, he cooperated with a stern face and stared at Mrs. Toombs sharply. In fact, they couldn't call it an interrogation, but asked Mrs. Toombs to assist in the investigation. But Kai suddenly changed his strategy, obviously for a reason, and Green immediately cooperated. The lawyer immediately protested, "My client is here to assist in the investigation." "You can't." Kai looked at the lawyer. "You should know me, right? So what? You have no power. My presence can explain a lot of things, man. Now I'm just cooperating with the investigation, but if I want, I can get an arrest warrant from any prosecutor in this city. You know I can do it. So, why don't we talk in a less tense environment? That would be good for your client. After all, many things don't involve her." Kai was still talking nonsense, but the part about the arrest warrant was true. He didn't even need to provide any evidence to get the arrest warrant signed by any prosecutor. This is the benefit of reputation. Everyone knows that Kai only handles major cases, and his case-solving rate is 100%. There is no record of wrongful convictions. There is no risk in opening a back door for him. The lawyer pursed his lips and whispered to Mrs. Toombs. The lawyer's duty is to strive for the best interests of his client. Whether it is justice is not important. It is not even important whether the client has violated the law. He will only propose the best solution. Mrs. Toombs's expression was tangled, but when she saw Kai appear, her psychological defense was indeed broken. Because just 2 days ago, she knew that it was Kai who was in charge of the alien arms case. She could not imagine that Kai had any other reason to take over this case besides this matter. After all, The facts are there. Her husband is not a big shot, and it is impossible for him to be involved in other major cases except alien arms. Who would have thought that Peter's kindness would cause such a big misunderstanding? Kai just instinctively felt that there was something wrong with her and was just trying to trick her. In the end, Mrs. Toombs chose to believe the lawyer. My husband has been reselling alien arms. Green almost lost his temper. Holy crap. What a great development. How did it end up in this case? Then he looked at Kai with admiration, wondering why Kai suddenly dropped into their task force. It was totally unnecessary. So it was because of this matter. Kai almost lost his temper. He really didn't expect it. It was too fucking coincidental, right? Thanks to Kai's excellent expression management ability, he managed to hold back his surprise, and pretended to be calm and said, "Look, isn't this good?" Everyone is more relaxed. Also, I hope to know more. My client is willing to tell everything he knows, but at the same time, the lawyer hopes that Mrs. Toombs can use the confession of Adrian's crimes to avoid all subsequent prosecutions. To put it bluntly, it is a plea bargain. I know what you want, but I won't agree to this request, Mrs. Toombs. So far, I have never made any deal with anyone. The only basis for whether you are prosecuted is whether you are involved in Adrian's crime. Apart from that, I will not make any promises. Kai knew what the lawyer wanted to know. But he never liked this kind of thing. Director Wayne, you should know that any plea bargain needs to be decided by the prosecutor. You are just a policeman. Plea bargains only occur between suspects and prosecutors. The police are only responsible for investigating the case. Yes, but if I insist, no one will sign the agreement. This is a typical case of personal power influencing the rules and systems, which is the most annoying behavior in the judicial community. But Kai said it openly. Because again, no matter how perfect the system is, it still needs people to implement it. This kind of thing can never be eliminated. After all, whether to execute the deal or not also needs to be decided by the prosecutor himself. The law does not stipulate that a deal must be reached. The lawyer was just about to argue, but Mrs. Toombs stopped him. I only found out that Adrian was doing this in the past 2 days. Kai didn't believe it. I have always suspected that he was doing some illegal business, but I didn't know he was dealing in munitions. I don't want to be prosecuted, I just don't want to affect my daughter. She is still young, she has always thought that her father is a good man. Ed's accident was a big blow to her. I don't want her to think that her mother has become a bad person in the end. You can check all these. I have not participated in any criminal activities, I just hope not to be disturbed. Kai nodded. I will check. If what you said is true, I will say hello to the district attorney. If what she said is true, it is not impossible to help her. After all, the criminal is wrong. It does not mean that the criminal's family is also wrong. At this time, Green finally came back to his senses. So, you know who killed your husband? Mrs. Toombs shook her head. I don't know who it was. It's just that my husband has been very anxious in the past few days. He has been calling several of his friends, but they have all disappeared. Ed thinks someone is targeting them. He is afraid that something will happen to us, so he plans to send us abroad, but we were kidnapped. Then your husband told you about those alien weapons? Mrs. Toombs still shook her head. He doesn't want to be involved in these. So he didn't tell me anything. He hopes that I can take care of my daughter and grow up safely. I also grew up in Clinton District and know the rules. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. No information at all? You and your husband have been married for so long, you will always find some clues. Green obviously didn't intend to give up. Mrs. Toombs hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. It's not that she didn't want to say it, but she really didn't know. Green wanted to ask again. Kai stopped her. This is not important anymore, Kai said. I guess the other party should have achieved their goal. The marks of torture on Adrian's body can explain everything. Chapter 1165, Despair. How is it? Do you still think Adrian is a good person? After the questioning, Kai handed Mrs. Toombs over to Green and asked him to arrange for someone to protect her and her daughter. They are now staying in a 5-star hotel. This is convenient for the police to provide protection. After all, in such a public place, the chance of being attacked is very small. Kai found Peter and planned to go to the scene to have a look. Since this kid has followed him out, it is reasonable to let him see the world. Peter didn't know what to say. He is Spider-Man, but Spider-Man is just a high school student. Just because he can fight doesn't mean that he has really seen more than other high school students. He is still far from becoming a member of society. Now, do you know why I have always opposed you to be a superhero? You are still far away. When you have time, read more books, at least you can increase your knowledge, Kai said casually. Soon they arrived at the scene. The room was still a mess, and there were still a large number of forensic personnel collecting evidence at the scene. How is it? What did you find? A forensic officer took off his mask and said with a tired face, the victim's traces are all over the house, and his blood is on the roof, but apart from the traces of the victim's family and their nanny, we can't find anything. We can't even find footprints. It seems that no one else has entered this room. What's more strange is that the house has been destroyed like this. It is impossible not to leave traces. Well, thank you for your hard work. There is a new situation that you need to know. Kai nodded, and then said, the victim is the mastermind of the previous alien arms case. The murderer should come for those alien arms, so you must take this part into consideration. The forensic officer looked very unhappy. So you have to work overtime and do it all over again. I know it's hard, so I have transferred a motorhome here, the kind used by Hollywood stars, and you can rest at any time. Kai also knew that this was a bit too much. Americans don't like to work overtime. You mean, we have to work anytime and anywhere? What is resting anytime and anywhere? Isn't that just asking them not to get off work? There's nothing I can do. The case is of great importance. So, I'll let you report to the higher authorities and I'll approve a bigger bonus. Don't forget, I'm the deputy director. Facts have proved that Americans can work overtime even if they are paid. Although it will be expensive, it's the police station's budget anyway, not his money, so Kai doesn't need to be polite. The forensic officer's face really looked much better. It was the first time Peter had seen such a bloody scene. Adrian died tragically, at least most of the blood in his body was drained out, otherwise there wouldn't be such a large area of marks. Whoa, Peter suddenly saw a small piece of flesh in a corner. Hey! Don't spit! A forensic officer next to him immediately grabbed a plastic bag to cover Peter's mouth and nose. You will ruin the scene. Then he started to drive people away. Hey, take this kid out quickly. It will be troublesome if he vomits at the scene. The patrolman immediately went out and carefully carried Peter out. They had to be careful, because if they ruined the scene, they would be in trouble. Kai didn't mean to help at all. What's the point? Last time in Chicago, the killer of the 7 deadly sins played more tricks, especially the fat man who was killed. The killer forced the fat man to eat non-stop until he was full to death. When Kai went to the scene, the fat man had been dead for half a month. A forensic officer slightly moved the fat man's body, and his stomach broke, and 3 stomach bags as big as basketballs fell out. The visual impact is still secondary. The problem is the smell. The person is rotten. What do you think the stomach bag smells like? That smell, how to describe it? It's like someone boiled durian with garlic juice, and felt that it was not tasty enough, so he added leeks and canned herring, and poured overnight snail noodles and a bucket of urea into it. That smell is absolutely refreshing. For 3 whole days, everyone could only drink vegetable juice with their eyes closed. It was completely impossible to eat. Now Kai can't forget that smell, and he almost doubted his life. Peter vomited for a while and it was over. It was too childish. Peter soon separated from Kai. It was not that Kai was unwilling to take Peter with him. He took to Peter with him because he wanted him to learn something. It was just that, the scene just now was too exciting for Peter. He still couldn't react. He never killed anyone, and even the number of times he hurt people was not many. How could he have experienced such a scene? Seeing his behavior, Kai did not force him and asked him to go see his female classmates. By the way, see if he could get some useful information from his female classmates. So Peter came to the hotel now. Liz, Peter soon saw Liz. He wanted to say hello. But Liz saw Peter and threw herself into Peter's arms without saying a word, crying. Thinking of everything Liz had gone through, Peter softened his heart. He clumsily hugged Liz and comforted her softly. The female police officer in charge of protecting Liz saw this scene, thought about it, and closed the door, letting the 2 young people deal with it themselves. She didn't think Peter would be in any danger. Liz finally recovered her emotions after a long time. Peter, my dad, is not a bad guy. Liz didn't want to tell Peter about this. Her mother had already told her everything. This was a big shock to Liz, but Liz's age meant that she couldn't look at this objectively. Peter opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Isn't it obvious whether Adrian is a bad guy? Selling arms is a crime in itself, so what about selling more dangerous alien arms? But Peter couldn't say such things in front of Liz. My dad treats me very well, he is a good man. He just does those things because he wants my mom and I to live a better life. What's wrong with him? Aren't there so many gun stores on the street? Why do you say my dad is a bad guy? I just want to support my family. Peter couldn't hold it in because this seriously violated his three views. If this is not bad, then what is bad? Liz, that's different. Peter was patient. What's the difference? Obviously, Liz, who is emotional now, couldn't stand others talking about her father. Your father sells alien weapons. What's the difference between that and the guns in the gun store? Does it mean that killing people with guns in the gun store is not considered murder, but your father spread so many dangerous things just for your family? Do you know how many people those things killed? Peter finally couldn't help it. And among these people was Peter himself. That day, he was thrown into the river from the sky by a mysterious man and almost died. If Mr. Stark hadn't arrived in time, he might have died at that time. Liz suddenly broke free from Peter's arms. She looked at Peter coldly. Get out, she came to seek comfort, not to listen to Peter's preaching. Liz, Peter tried to continue to reason. Get out, Liz screamed. The policewoman immediately opened the door. She had to ensure that Liz would not be hurt. Peter was still very straight and planned to let Liz calmly accept the fact that her father was a bad guy. Liz regretted it now. How could she be so blind to fall in love with this idiot? Liz didn't know that her father was a bad guy? Of course she knew. Please, which good person would sell arms? It's just that the whole world can say that her father is a bad guy, but she can't say it. Of course, she also hopes that Peter won't say it. If Peter had agreed with her just now, no, even if he kept silent, he could have won today. Girls are always easy to find some support when they are vulnerable. It's absolutely effective. Personally tested. It's a pity that Peter is a straight man. Go, Liz cried. Actually, if Peter is tougher now, rushes over to hug her, and then says a lot of nonsense to disperse the hatred, it is estimated that it can be saved. But Peter left very honestly, looking back every 3 steps. He left. Well, no, it can't be blamed on Peter's slowness. It's really that he has no idea about Liz. Oh, that's okay. Although it's a pity, the author doesn't like dark skin, but I have to say that the actress who plays Liz is really beautiful. Sometimes when a woman asks you to get out, she doesn't really mean to ask you to get out. She doesn't ask for much. Sometimes what she needs is for you to give in. As long as you bow your head and give in, and then let her vent obediently, many things can actually be solved. Of course, it is easy to say this. Only when people are out of their environment can they be truly objective. If you are the person involved, you will never think so. Many people think, I really want to slap this woman twice. And this is where things go wrong. The two of them think completely different things in their hearts, and even go in opposite directions, so the ending is naturally not very good. Although Peter and Liz are not boyfriend and girlfriend. But when Liz needed it most, she did regard Peter as her support. Peter's departure completely shattered Liz's luck and hope. Liz is now extremely desperate. Although outsiders may not think this is a big deal, it means something completely different to the person involved. Liz refused the comfort of the policewoman and locked herself in the room directly. At this moment, a purple light door suddenly appeared at the head of her bed. Before Liz could scream, a middle-aged fat man with a greasy head came through the light door. Uncle Mason. The man who came was Adrian's other best friend, Mason, the repairman. As for why Mason appeared here, it has to start from before Adrian's accident. When Adrian learned that his wife and daughter were kidnapped, he realized that he was in big trouble. Not only was he being targeted in the dark, but now even the police were targeting him. He didn't think that his statement of knowing nothing could deceive the police. It would be strange if the police didn't suspect that his wife and children were kidnapped so obviously. He was not afraid of investigation into the alien weapons, because it was done very covertly. But the problem was that money laundering could not be hidden. His company was not big, and it was impossible to explain the source of so much property. Once money laundering was discovered, it would be a big problem. So he decided to let the person he trusted most come back to help take his wife and daughter away. Until this time, Adrian actually didn't plan to give up his career. He still wanted to stay. But when he contacted the Tinker and returned home, he encountered the Octopus Lady. Mason returned to the United States and learned that his boss had been killed. He panicked. To be honest, he did plan to run away. But thinking about his relationship with Adrian, he decided to take Liz and Doris away. Although Adrian has a very high IQ, he has an emotional disorder. He cannot control his emotions well, which makes him extremely socially anxious and has few friends. Adrian is one of them, and Adrian is willing to give him a job. Moreover, he showed his talent in the alien arms trade. This is the most important thing. Mason asked Liz to lower his voice uneasily. "Where is your mother?" Liz said. "She went to deal with Dad's funeral and hasn't come back yet." This made Mason even more uneasy. Although he also committed crimes, he only repaired and modified those weapons in the factory. He never participated in other work. This is the first time he has done such an exciting thing. To put it bluntly, he is sick. His current symptoms are that he dare not look at people, speaks in a very low voice, shrinks, panics, and cannot concentrate. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do now? The plan was unexpected, which made Mason even more nervous, and he didn't know what to do at all. He can only become normal in a place that he is familiar with and can give him a sense of security. Liz knows Mason's situation, so she doesn't think it's strange. "Uncle Mason, what do you want?" She knew that if she wanted Mason to return to normal, she needed someone to guide him, otherwise he would stay like this all night. Yes. I'm here to save you. Your father asked me to take you away from New York." "Yes, leave New York. It's too dangerous here," Mason said. "But, your mother is not here now. What should I do?" "What should I do? Leave?" Liz thought of her father asking her to go to Switzerland before. It turned out that he had known something would happen. Thinking of this, Liz got the courage from nowhere. She wanted to avenge her father. "Uncle Mason, do you know who killed my father?" Mason shuddered and immediately shook his head tremblingly. "I don't know. Ed doesn't know either. It's just that Schultz and others disappeared one after another, which made Ed feel something was wrong. That day you and Doris were kidnapped again, so Ed asked me to come back quickly and take you away without anyone noticing." Liz pursed her lips. I don't know what she thought of. She made up her mind. "You can definitely find out who killed my father, right, Uncle Mason?" Liz was not sure if Mason had a way, but what could she do? Besides her mother, the only person she could rely on was Mason. No. It's too dangerous. It won't allow it." Mason shook his head quickly. "But my dad is dead," Liz cried. "Now the police don't care who killed my dad at all. They just want to find out a crime of my dad. He only has us. Are we just going to watch my dad die in obscurity? And live a good life?" Mason still shook his head. But the next second, Liz suddenly pulled out a knife from her shoe and put it against her neck. That thing was hard to cut fruit. It was given to Liz by Adrian after the Thompson incident last time to scare people. If he really gave her a weapon, Adrian was afraid that Liz would hurt herself. Liz, wait. No. Mason panicked even more. Liz knows Mason's weaknesses. He tends to lose control, is timid, and therefore has no decisiveness, a personality that is very easy to be manipulated. It must be said that Liz is really like his father in some ways. I have a way. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1166, Girl's Revenge. Does this really work? Liz looked at the stunned policewoman and asked cautiously. Of course. This is my most proud invention. Mason put away a spotlight that looked like a fountain pen and said confidently. At this time, he was not timid and nervous at all, but looked very excited. He was very confident only at this time. This hypnotic light can give her a certain degree of psychological suggestion, so that she will think you have been in the room. As long as we return here before your mother comes back, it will be fine, Mason said confidently. Liz took a deep breath and calmed her mind. She was the same as her father. Either don't do it, once you decide, you will do it to the end. Adrian was born in the quagmire of Hell's Kitchen. He hated crime, so after graduating from high school, he fled there with his girlfriend, and then lived a law-abiding and honest life for decades. But when despair struck, he decided to make a living by doing something unconventional, so he had to do his best. This is also the reason why he was able to expand his business so much in a short period of time. Liz is just like Adrian, either she doesn't do it or she has to do it to the end. Let's go, Mason nodded. He took out 4 small discs and threw them out. The 4 small discs automatically flew to the wall, and then a square purple light curtain appeared. Then they passed through the light curtain and disappeared into the room. That is a phase shifter. This thing can change the molecular structure of an object. In simple terms, it makes the object virtual. But it is ineffective for living organisms. This is Mason's latest repaired Chitauri technology, which was originally used to steal Chitauri parts from the Disaster Control Bureau. Before the structure was used, their business was forced to stop. Under Mason's leadership, Liz soon arrived at the subway station, and the two of them continued to go deeper along the tunnel of the subway station. Liz was afraid of the dirty and dark environment here, so she couldn't help asking, "Why are we here? I don't have many tools." "But your father once secretly built a laboratory outside, and there are things I need there." Mason felt very comfortable with the environment here. There were no strangers coming and going, and no noise that made him nervous. "Here, no. Actually, I don't know where it is," Mason said. "I've never been there." "It's managed by the rat catcher." Rat catcher. Liz heard this name for the first time. There are people who specialize in catching rats. Well, I don't know, maybe it's a code name or something. The two of them walked for an unknown period of time and finally stopped at a maintenance passage. "Okay, this is it." Mason stopped. Liz felt that she was about to suffocate. The air here is not so good. Fortunately, she was a cheerleader and had good physical fitness, otherwise she would have fallen down long ago. Liz looked around. There was nothing except garbage and various filth. But before she could ask, Mason took out a small whistle. Ling. The whistle was not loud, but it was sharp, like the sound of nails scratching a blackboard, which made the ears of the listeners itch. However, nothing happened. What happened? Liz waited for a long time, and found that nothing happened, and she was a little anxious. "I don't know, I did it according to Ed's teaching. I guess we have to wait," Mason said uncertainly. 5 minutes passed like this. Suddenly, the two heard a series of squeaking sounds. The two looked up and found that a big rat was looking at them on a cable. Liz was very afraid of rats, but surprisingly, she was not afraid of this rat. Maybe this rat looked very smart. There was a gleam of wisdom in its big eyes. Of course, more importantly, it was wearing a small vest. Squeak. The rat looked at them stupidly and screamed again. At the same time, it turned around and looked back at them, waving its little paws constantly. "It is asking us to follow it?" Liz asked in a low voice. "It should be." Mason was not sure, but the name of the rat catcher was a rat catcher, and he knew that this person should always be mixed with rats. Squeak. Mouse began to urge. Faced with such a situation, Liz and Mason could only bite the bullet and follow. They passed through an iron door beside the maintenance passage, and then passed through several passages in succession, and finally saw the person they were looking for in a shaft. A girl with a very unique personality. She had a cool blue hair with 2 long braids behind her head. Her face was very white, and there was a sense of abnormality. The purple eyeshadow and lipstick made her look dangerous and wild. In terms of clothing, she also looked very alternative. A small vest with a big leather jacket on the outside, hot pants with purple stockings on the bottom, and a pair of big long boots, which were both playful and mysterious. If Kai was here, he would definitely recognize this girl. Keith. The genius girl who was in the company of mice. The girl who looked very much like Angelina Jolie. The last time Kai saw her, she was without makeup. Now she is more fancy. "Who are you?" "Where's Adrian?" Seeing 2 strangers, Keith immediately put his hand on his waist. There was a gun with an exaggerated shape. It was obviously not human technology. Mason quickly raised his hand. He knew the thing, the Chitauri energy gun. A weapon that can fire cutting purple energy light blades, and can also fire explosive energy beams. He made it himself, and it was very powerful. So far, he has only made one like this, because the Chitauri energy cores that meet the requirements are very rare, and the energy cores on ordinary weapons are not worthy of this gun. "My name is Mason, and I'm Ed's friend. She is Liz, Ed's daughter." Mason was so scared that he quickly told everything. Liz. Keith obviously heard of Liz's name. She took out a flashlight and shone it on Liz. It looks like her. Only then did Keith's hand leave his waist. Mason was relieved, but it also made him sick. He became timid again, looking around, as if he was going to run away at any time. In fact, He just wanted to find a place to hide himself. When Liz saw Mason like this, she knew that she couldn't rely on him. So Liz plucked up the courage to ask, "Do you know me?" "Well, Adrian showed me your photo, but it was when you were a child." Keith nodded. She and Ed knew each other a few years ago. They were actually in the same industry. They were both garbage collectors. She went to steal parts and was discovered by Adrian. But Adrian didn't catch her, but gave her some things instead. And she would sell some of the things she modified to Adrian. Even Adrian would switch to selling arms, and she had a part of the credit. It was she who brought in Adrian's horizons. Since then, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Adrian even thought about adopting Keith. But Keith refused. But the relationship between the two was indeed very good. "Where is Adrian? Why are you here?" "I told Adrian that only he can come to see me." Keith obviously didn't know what was going on outside. At least he was not so sensitive. Dad is dead, killed," Liz said with tears. Keith was stunned. "This is Adrian's secret laboratory." The rebellious girl took Liz and the others to a very secret underground laboratory. "The network and water and electricity here were all built by me. It is absolutely safe. Adrian has always been very aware of the crisis and has made plans for everything, but unfortunately, I didn't expect the disaster to come so quickly. Mason is alive now, and he saw a lot of things he is familiar with. The laboratory is very large, not smaller than the previous factory. There are a lot of parts of Chitauri technology stored in it. Most of this part is actually Keith's property." "Keith, what do you do?" Liz finally couldn't help asking this question out of curiosity. "I am the king of the sewers, the master of all rats. The best detective in the underground world. The best thief in New York. And the strongest scientist in the world." Keith proudly reported a string of titles, all self-proclaimed. But Keith felt that he was absolutely qualified for these titles. Puff. This was the first time Liz smiled since she learned that Adrian was killed. It must be said that Keith's confidence is very contagious. "Wow. This is it. This is it," Mason suddenly yelled. Liz looked over and found a mecha with elder wings hanging there. "This is the Vulture 2.0 I designed," Keith came to the mecha and said proudly. "You designed it?" Mason turned his head angrily. "No. The Vulture mecha is the masterpiece of Ed and I. You are just imitating it." This involves Mason's pain point. People who do scientific research are very sensitive to this aspect, and Mason is especially sensitive. Humph. Look carefully. Except for the appearance. This mecha is completely different from the previous Vulture. I equipped it with an energy shield and an anti-gravity aircraft. Your flight system that relies on jet engines is outdated. And your exoskeleton power armor that is so low that it explodes is just like the product of World War II. I feel ashamed when I see this thing." Mason was immediately dissatisfied, and then the two had a heated debate on various issues about the mecha. Liz didn't understand it very well. But she could see that Mason was actually very happy, and Keith didn't really have a life, and they really liked the industry they were in. Liz had learned from their quarrel that her father also had a mecha. Now seeing this mecha, Liz was filled with emotion. But it was also because of seeing this thing that Liz accepted one thing. That is, her father was a bad guy. Liz didn't know that the words she said to Peter could not stand up to scrutiny. I know. But she just didn't want to face the reality. Her father was dead, and she didn't want to let the bad reputation fall on him. But wrong is wrong. Her father was an illegal arms dealer. But soon, Liz adjusted her mentality. So what? Can a daughter just forget him? No. If her father was caught by the police, she would have nothing to say. Even if he was beaten to death by the police, she could slowly accept the reality. But he was murdered now. And he was tortured inhumanely before his death. Liz couldn't turn a blind eye to this. Dad, I will avenge you. In Liz's mind, the police would not avenge a criminal, so she could only do it herself. Keith, this mecha, can I wear it? The two people who were arguing stopped. Sure, Keith nodded. Mason said worriedly, Liz, we just need to find those people and notify the police. You don't have to, humph. Coward, Keith is not a good kid. She supports Liz's idea very much. Revenge must be taken by oneself. Even if Liz doesn't want to, she will seek justice for Adrian. Adrian is her friend. This is not a question of being timid or not. It won't be like Liz. He just wants her to grow up happily. I'm grown up, Liz said with a firm look in her eyes. The childishness and ignorance of the level were thrown away by her at this moment. She is no longer a silly girl who knows nothing. And I can't be happy without revenge for my father, but, Mason was tongue-tied. He thought for a long time before saying, "What about Doris? Do you want your mother to be sad?" Liz turned her head and looked at Mason. "Then you should help me even more, Uncle Mason." Mason grinned. He didn't know what to say. Don't worry. With my big sister Case to help you, nothing will happen." "Liz, thank you, Case. I can't believe it. My daughter disappeared right under your noses." Doris was about to collapse. Liz was gone. The police immediately sent a large number of police officers to the hotel and sealed off the entire hotel. The person was lost by the police. Doris had completely abandoned the weakness of a housewife at this time. She roared at the senior police officers who came to negotiate like a tiger. On the other side, Liz and Mason looked at each other. They forgot the time. It's not their fault. They didn't expect that the laboratory would be so far away. In the excitement, they didn't pay attention to the time. When they returned to the hotel, it was already night. Now they were outside the hotel. But seeing a large number of police officers, they were a little overwhelmed. "What should we do now?" Mason asked nervously. Liz gritted her teeth. How could she know? "I want to see my mother." Liz was worried about her mother. "Wait," Keith stopped her. "How are you going to explain that you ran away from the hotel?" Just say that I sneaked out when they weren't paying attention, and then I hid from all the cameras," Keith said. "This, or do you plan to expose Mason?" Mason is a core member of the arms group. Once exposed, he will have to stay in jail for the rest of his life. Mason became even more nervous. He didn't want to go to jail. Liz looked at Mason and felt that she couldn't betray her Uncle Mason. "What should we do?" Keith put his arm around Liz's shoulders. "My place is very big. And if you want revenge, my place can be used as a base. There is no place more hidden than there. No one will guess that you are hiding underground. But what about my mother?" "Well, it's okay. Let's notify her secretly. It's better to rescue her together." Keith was just looking for trouble. Liz gritted her teeth and thought for a long time. "Let's go back downstairs." Mason breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have to go to jail. What about Doris? But Mason was still worried. I'll find a way." Liz walked to a phone booth nearby. Then she called Peter. She couldn't talk to her mother directly because that would immediately alert the police. Chapter 1167, Girl's Revenge. Peter hung up the phone depressed. "What's wrong?" Stacy, wearing loose clothes and holding a cup of Coke, looked at Peter curiously. They were having a party at the rooftop pool of Stark Tower. It was called a party, but it was actually very plain. Besides Tony and Pepper, there were only 3 children. Tony had never had such a shabby party in his life. But when Stacy saw the rooftop pool, she went crazy. Although her family was not poor, they were definitely not so wealthy. Then she begged Pepper to throw a party in a very familiar way. "And that's it. It's Liz." Peter's face was bitter as if he had eaten a sour lemon, and it was all wrinkled. Tony couldn't help laughing while squatting with the cocktail. This situation has continued since Peter was driven back by Liz. Tony, an invincible straight man, can laugh at Peter's slowness. Just say how low Peter is. He was obviously going to comfort others, but ended up arguing with others over the so-called right and wrong. Even a willful master like Tony admires Peter. Stacy felt a little uncomfortable, but it was okay. Although she always overlapped the Peter in front of her with her own Peter, she was still very clear in her heart that this was not her Peter. "Why? Are you still reluctant to leave?" Although she was clear, she was still unhappy and felt like she was cheated on. "No, she ran away." Peter finally said the breaking point of the matter. Run away? Now it was not just Stacy who was stunned, even the others were stunned. Why did she run away? She said she wanted to avenge her father. Pepper was the kindest and immediately said anxiously, "She is just a child. Where is she? Let her go back quickly." "Isn't her mother going crazy?" Tony pouted. He didn't like children. "This is why. Willful and difficult to deal with." Haha, this bastard also has the nerve to think that others are willful and difficult to deal with. Tisk, in Tony's opinion, a little girl, revenge? Does she know who the murderer is? Besides, she probably would vomit when she saw a chicken being killed, and she killed someone for revenge. Forget it. The child is just fooling around, not worth mentioning. Tony, Pepper was very dissatisfied with Tony's attitude. Okay, Jarvis, find that Liz." Tony waved her hand casually. She guessed that the little girl was hiding in the Starbucks crying. "Yes, sir," but 5 seconds later. "Sorry sir, I can't find her." Tony was very surprised. It was too easy to find such a child. Just locate her phone. What Tony didn't know was that after Liz met Keith, she asked her to hand in all her electronic products, including her phone. "Hack the hotel and its nearby surveillance and keep looking." "Yes sir." 3 seconds later. "Sorry sir, no target was found." "What? Should we start Skynet?" Jarvis asked. Peter asked curiously, "What is that?" Pepper also heard of this thing for the first time and looked at Tony curiously. "Ahem, that's an information analysis system that Kai asked me to design." "But who is Pepper?" As soon as Tony sticks his butt out, she knows what this guy is talking about. Tony, okay, that's a super system that collects, monitors, and analyzes information. Through it, we can see holographic images of the entire New York City and even the entire world, and monitor mobile phone calls. It can even turn any information exchange system in the city into ears and eyes. It is to hijack all the existing information exchange devices on the market, including but not limited to monitoring equipment, mobile phones, computers, etc., so that they all become information collection terminals, and then integrate and analyze the huge information flow. It's like turning the whole world into a sandbox game, and everything in this game can be observed from a God's perspective through this system. This was after they destroyed the Insight project, and Kai also thought of this idea. Anyway, they have the underlying algorithm of the Insight project, plus Tony's ability. The feasibility of this thing is very high. Tony also thinks it's worth doing. Then it was designed and built. Kai also gave it the name Skynet with a very bad taste. You know, in their previous life, they used Skynet a lot to solve cases. It's definitely not a tribute to the Terminator. After all, this thing is not intelligent. "Tony," Pepper screamed, "how can you do this? This is not only illegal, but also extremely immoral." "Honey, this is not my fault. Kai forced me to do it. He thinks the right to life is higher than the right to privacy." Kai did think so, and he asked Tony to build a system to target those enemies in the dark, such as the Skrulls. No. Absolutely not, but Pepper was still very determined. This was not entirely because of moral issues, but mixed with practical issues. No one would allow such a thing to appear. Even the federal government tried its best to cover up such things. After all, who in this world doesn't have some privacy that they don't want others to know? Just like, you must destroy your hard drive before you die, because if that thing is exposed, direct social death is the least. If the outside world knew that Tony had this thing, it would definitely be an uproar. Countless people would step on Stark 10,000 times. Oh, I know, I will let Jarvis seal Skynet, not seal. Destroy? Okay, Tony could only agree helplessly. Jarvis, destroy the existing Skynet system. Why the existing one? Haha, don't even mention Pepper. Even Peter, that silly boy, knows that this means there is a backup. In fact, it doesn't matter whether there is a backup or not. After all, as long as Tony is still alive, it won't be difficult to build another one. Kai and Tony will definitely use it when it's needed. But this matter ends here and can't be mentioned again. There's no point in mentioning it. Will they go and tell on us? So what should we do now, sir? I found something here, Jarvis suddenly spoke. Tony was shocked. Did you find her? No, I found traces of being covered in all the surveillance records. Someone help Miss Liz Toombs hide her whereabouts. Huh? Can we follow the traces? No. The other party is very covert. It's impossible to find the other party's traces, Tisk. It seems that this little girl is not just talking casually. Tony had a toothache. So what should I do now? Peter said in panic. She called just to tell you this. No, she just asked me to call Mrs. Toombs to let her know she's safe and that she's at her uncle's place, so she shouldn't worry. Huh? She's with her family. What the hell is that? But as far as I know, she doesn't have an uncle, Peter said. Tony didn't know what to do. Anyway, I think we should notify her mother first. Maybe Mrs. Toombs knows something. Huh? Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. Just when Mrs. Toombs was about to go crazy. Peter's phone call was like a life-saving medicine, which finally made Mrs. Toombs feel a little relieved. That? Mrs. Toombs? Do you know the uncle that Liz mentioned? I'm a little worried about her, Peter asked. Well, I roughly know who he is. As soon as Toombs heard that Liz was at her uncle's place, she actually guessed who he was. Then, sorry, Peter. I can't say these things. Mrs. Toombs naturally wouldn't tell Peter about Mason's affairs. It's not that she couldn't tell, but could she tell a child about it? Then Mrs. Toombs hung up the phone. And sitting opposite her was Kai. Liz's disappearance was related to the alien arms case, so Kai was naturally notified at the first time. Who is Liz's uncle? Mason, Phineas Mason. He is my husband's employee and a good friend. Ed trusts him very much, so he also participated in the arms trade. No, it shouldn't be. Toombs betrayed Mason without any burden. He has a mental illness. He has problems interacting with people, but his skills are very good. He used to be a mechanical repairman in my husband's company. Maybe he will participate in some arms repair work, but he definitely did not participate in arms trading. After all, he couldn't participate. Unlike what Mason thought, he was afraid of being caught by the police, but in fact, he was the one who didn't need to worry about the least among them. After all, he had 2 umbrellas, one of which was naturally mentally ill. He had a serious emotional illness and could not be convicted at all. Secondly, he himself did not participate in any transaction process. He just helped repair some external equipment. After all, there has never been a law that stipulates that alien equipment cannot be repaired. This is a legal vacancy. His lawyer only needs to shirk that he didn't know that it was used for trafficking, and no one can do anything to him. His lawsuit is easy to win. An experienced lawyer can defend him as innocent. He doesn't even need to be detained. After all, he is mentally handicapped. The lawyer only needs to issue a mental evaluation and he can be released on bail. If he wants to save money, he doesn't even need bail. He can just let the police pay to send him to a nursing home. Of course, it's a good thing that Mason doesn't show up. At least there's no need to worry about him being targeted by Ed's enemies. It's just that Mrs. Toombs doesn't need to worry about Liz's safety for the time being, but Liz said she wants to get revenge. Is this something a girl should do? Kai was also a little confused. What the hell is this? Do you know where Mason is? I know his home, but they can't stay at his home, can they? Never mind, let's go and take a look first. Do you know his other bases? Mason is an honest man. Apart from his home, he has a company. Where does his secret base come from? MRS. Toombs couldn't imagine that Mason would have a secret base. In her impression, Mason was the ultimate social phobia. Not to mention interacting with people, he would be afraid to even look at people. Tisk, this is troublesome. What should we do? Liz changed into canvas work clothes and looked at Mason eagerly. I'm assembling a locator, Mason said as he worked. Some of our products contain Shatori energy cores. This energy core will release a special radiation. Although it is harmless, we can use this radiation to locate them. As long as we assemble an instrument specifically for detecting this radiation, we can definitely find them. As long as we find them, it will not be difficult to find those who killed Ed. Oh. Liz didn't quite understand, and it was boring to watch Mason working, so after watching for a while, she ran to find Keith. Keith's studio was in another room. When Liz pushed the door open and went in, a deafening wave of death heavy metal sound almost knocked Liz to the ground. Keith was also working, but he was completely different from Mason. When Mason worked, he was meticulous and careful. But Keith, how to say? Very rough. Every item she made was very cyberpunk, with all kinds of exaggerated spray paint and weird shapes. Anyway, there was always a sense of unreliability. When she worked, she would be in an extremely noisy environment, holding all kinds of tools and working without regard for the consequences. All kinds of flashes and sparks kept erupting, and even explosions would occur. It looked very colorful. Keith, Keith, Keith. Liz couldn't even hear her own voice. Her heartbeat began to beat with the rhythm of the music. It felt terrible. After a while, she felt her chest was tight because her chest began to resonate with the speakers. Keith, Liz made the loudest sound in her life. Unfortunately, it was useless. The key was that she didn't dare to go forward. After all, everything around Keith looked very dangerous and could explode at any time. Fortunately, the pet mouse, Sebastian, who had been swaying to the music, saw Keith. It patted Keith and then pointed. Keith turned his head and looked at Liz. Keith opened his mouth and laughed, and she turned off the music. Liz? What's wrong? You came to play with me, no. She seemed to have forgotten her purpose. The experience just now made her a little short-circuited. I just want to ask about the progress of your work. Keith smiled and said, don't worry, girl, your Nightingale will be out soon. Nightingale, yes. Adrian's code name is Vulture, but that code name is too ugly, especially for a girl, so I decided to rename this mecha. It is now called Nightingale. For this reason, I also deliberately adjusted its design to make it more powerful and beautiful at the same time. Aesthetic. Although it is not very nice to say this, Liz is a little uncomfortable with Case's aesthetics. Although it is cool, it is not suitable for her. Yes. Aesthetic. Just like my Jinx, Boom and Fishbone, Jinx is Case's pistol. That thing looks like a children's toy, very childish. There will be colorful spots of light constantly emerging and then annihilated in the body. It is fancy, but every time Mason sees it, he will shudder. That thing is not as harmless as it looks. As for Fishbone and Boom, Liz has not seen them yet. Chapter 1168, Girl's Revenge. Hurry up and move. In a wastewater treatment plant near New Jersey and New York, dozens of trucks were parked in the plant area. Tombstone was supervising with people and letting hundreds of younger brothers unload the goods. One of Tombstone's younger brothers smoked a cigarette and asked the unloading younger brothers to speed up the handling, and then walked aside. "Boss, we are a gang, not a moving company," the younger brother complained with a wry smile. Now the younger brothers below are starting to complain, saying that we are doing this, it is better to go out to work, at least there is insurance. The younger brother's complaint is reasonable. They joined the gang just for fun. If it weren't for laziness, who would join the gang after eating too much, and what would the result be? They don't go to the powder, don't collect protection fees, and don't smuggle, but come here to move goods? Tombstone smiled. "Silly boy, this is how we make money." The younger brother tilted his head. "What do you mean?" Tombstone didn't say anything, just continued to laugh. He himself didn't expect that the alien arms business would fall on his head. This thing is much more powerful than those gunpowder weapons. In fact, he doesn't care much about making money. What Tombstone pursues is excitement and the freedom of being a superior man who controls the death of others. He doesn't care much about money and power. "Boss, what are we going to do?" the younger brother couldn't help but ask again. Tombstone's face fell. Seeing this scene, the younger brother immediately shut up. Tombstone is like this, moody. When he is in a good mood, he is the best big brother, just like just now, kind and responsive. But once he turns against him, he kills people immediately without any hesitation, even if it is his confidant. In fact, the reason why Tombstone accepts little brothers is not that he really needs little brothers, but that he likes the feeling of being a big brother. Little brothers are just tools, and he wants to be a good big brother. Then be nice to the little brother, impatient, and kill without mercy. Watching the little brother leave, Tombstone showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. There is something wrong with this kid. Tombstone is cruel, but not stupid. As for the little brother, he went to the toilet while going to pee. He quickly took out a phone. "Hurry up. Someone might die." He picked up the phone and saw that there were already more than a dozen missed calls. He made the call impatiently, muttering, "Hey, big brother. I'm working. You don't want me to die, do you? You called me so urgently because you're afraid I'm not dead, right? Hey, be nice to me. Now I'm the only one in the entire New York Police Department who knows your identity. Be careful or I'll delete your information. Then you'll be a gangster for the rest of your life. Delete it, delete it. It's better if you delete it, so I don't have to worry. Remember your identity. You're a policeman. Of course I know my identity, but there's no need to keep it on my lips, right? Someone might die? Okay. Stop talking nonsense and watch fewer Hong Kong movies in the future. Why? I think it's pretty good, and it's especially suitable for my current situation." He was still arguing. Okay. Whatever you want, whatever you want. What's the situation now? You reported after the agreed time. I thought you were dead. You know I was going to declare you a martyr. I was being dragged by the Tombstone to do hard labor. I don't have time at all. He's always watching. How can I report to you? I don't even have time to call my girlfriend. Is my girlfriend reliable? Of course, unreliable. I'm an undercover brother. Who else can I trust except myself? The undercover police officer started to spray directly. The undercover job is really stressful. Not only do you have to be careful, but there are also enemies everywhere. The gangs are enemies, and so are the police. Generally speaking, a successful undercover policeman is extremely important to the entire police station. It's not like what many movies and TV dramas think, that undercovers have no human rights. On the contrary, in order to ensure that the undercovers don't turn against them, the police treat and protect the undercovers very well. But this still can't change the fact that being an undercover is dancing on the edge of a knife. This thing can't be done without extremely strong psychological qualities. Okay, but can we notify you in advance? Are you worried? I want to, but Tombstone suddenly issued an order, and I didn't know about it in advance. Sergeant, what happened? The other party asked. It's hard to say. What do you mean? We just moved the equipment. What kind of equipment, boss? If I knew everything, I wouldn't be a policeman, and I wouldn't be an undercover policeman. They are all advanced instruments, and you can't tell what they are for at all. But there must be a big move, said the undercover. Is that so? Is it a new type of drug? I don't know. Anyway, the address is the wastewater treatment plant. You just need to send someone to keep an eye on it later. Tombstone won't really switch to legitimate business, okay, you? Before the other party finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion, and the shock wave directly shattered all the glass in the toilet, and the undercover also plunged into the toilet. Hey, Billy. How are you? Billy. What happened? Poor Billy fell into the toilet because of his perfect position and fainted gorgeously. Hearing the explosion, no one responded. Billy's contact immediately thought that his undercover was in trouble. So without saying anything, he contacted his boss directly and prepared to rescue him. What he didn't know was that although his undercover had saved his life because of the explosion. Warm-up is over. The party has begun. Keith stood on the factory building of the wastewater plant with his machine gun, bang bang, showing his white teeth to the flames of the explosion not far away. Beau. As Keith pulled the trigger, the 6-barrel machine gun immediately sprayed countless purple beams, covering the entire convoy in front. Although her extreme strength was called bang bang, the sound it made had nothing to do with bang bang. However, she didn't care, she liked to call it that way. At the same time, a black shadow approached silently in the air. That was Nightingale. That was Liz. However, this was her first time doing this, and she was still very nervous. She had no idea what to do before, but Keith told her not to worry, and asked her to watch him do it, and then follow him. But now, she still felt that she didn't need to learn from Keith. It was impossible to learn. On the other side, Tombstone got up from the ground with a ferocious look on his face. Just now, he was planning how to deal with the problematic little brother, but he found a shiny round metal ball bouncing and rolling to his feet. Almost instinctively, Tombstone felt something was wrong, and simply kicked the thing away. He didn't pay attention to where the metal ball went. It seemed to be in the direction of the toilet. Because when he kicked the metal ball away, several other metal balls also fell into the convoy. Then there was an explosion. They were attacked. When Tombstone got up, his subordinates were running around, and on the roof of the factory not far away, a little girl was screaming and firing at them. The most outrageous thing was that she was singing. She is just a little gangster, always firing non-stop. She is the strongest. He is a loser, always looks like he is about to cry. The most important thing was that Tombstone saw the shadow of Chitauri technology in the girl's weapon. Is this a colleague? Thinking of this, Tombstone grabbed his tattered suit that was blown up, revealing his bluish-white strong muscles. Then he squatted slightly, and then with a bang, his body rushed out with a whoosh. Keith was wearing headphones and goggles, listening to music while screaming and firing everywhere. As a result, he saw a white figure rushing towards him like a wild bull. Keith immediately turned the muzzle of the gun. Stand still, big guy. I'm trying to shoot you. Beau. The laser covered the target like raindrops. But Tombstone turned a blind eye to this. He raised his arms to protect his head and continued to rush towards Case. The lasers hit his skin, making a hissing sound. His skin turned from blue-white to black, and many debris fell from his burnt arms. When he was about to approach the factory where Case was, Tombstone grabbed a car in front of him. Then he shouted, "Hey!" The car was actually caught by him like that. Then he grabbed the car like throwing a shot put, kept spinning it, and then let go. The car was like a cannonball, with a huge whistling sound, smashing towards Case. Case was not really crazy. She was also scared. Seeing a car smashing towards her, she was shocked. No. I didn't say before that Ed's enemies would be so fierce? But now is not the time to think about this. In the meantime, Case grabbed Bang Bang with one hand and pressed the other hand on the factory. A transparent energy wave spurted out from her hand. Then her body rushed up to the sky like a firecracker. Boom! The car crashed into the factory building. A big hole was smashed in the factory building. Tombstone was also shocked. This little girl could actually fly? Keith seemed unable to control her flight trajectory. She kept moving her limbs in the air, as if she wanted to swim in the air. Unfortunately, this was impossible. When her body reached the highest point, she fell uncontrollably. Fortunately, she was not alone. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by, and Keith disappeared in an instant. Tombstone looked up and found that a birdman with long wings grabbed Keith and prevented her from falling. Woo! Thank you. Good sister. I almost fell to death. Keith wiped the sweat off her face. Why can you fly? Liz was so curious that she couldn't help asking this question in this situation. Oh, I don't like that. Every time I use this ability, my hands hurt for a long time. Keith didn't lie. And he was not Versailles. She always felt that her superpowers were useless. For example, her hand was swollen and would be in excruciating pain for the next few days. Keith's ability was to create shockwaves, which was very similar to Batman's ability. The difference was that Batman's ability was to manipulate the power of vibrations, without backlash. But Keith couldn't do that. The bigger the shockwave she created, the bigger the backlash she would receive. Her ability was a typical way of hurting herself before hurting others. More importantly, Keith never used her superpowers much. She used her smart little brain to travel the world. Shoot them down. Seeing his convoy destroyed, Tombstone was very angry. He shouted to the frightened brothers to pick up their weapons and fight back. Tombstone's reputation for being fierce came into play at this time, and every brother knew it very well. If they didn't listen to him at this time, the end would definitely be miserable. So even if they were stunned, those brothers still gritted their teeth, found their weapons, and started shooting at the sky. Liz? Throw me down, fool. Don't shout my name. Liz immediately manipulated the wings behind her to draw a big arc, and quickly approached the gangsters. The gangsters' bullets whizzed past her, and that feeling was 1,000 times more exciting than the most exciting scene Liz had ever experienced. Liz's heart was pounding, and it felt like it was about to jump out of her mouth. She was really nervous. It felt like she was going to faint in the next second. Keith had a different reaction. She kept screaming, and facing the gun muzzles below, she was not afraid at all, but very excited. I have only encountered this kind of scene in games before, but I didn't expect that reality is more interesting than games. Why didn't I think of playing with them before? Shut up. Keith. Damn it. I'm scared to death. Liz couldn't control her mouth at all. She just wanted to yell and scream to vent. So even the swear words she never said burst out. Wahahaha. This is fun. Keith didn't feel uncomfortable at all because of Liz's loss of composure, but became more excited. It's like, you push your friend who can't swim into the water, watching him struggle in the shallow water where he can't drown. Not only will you not save him, but you will laugh at him. I had this experience before, but I was the one who was pushed into the water, and I struggled for a long time. In the end, when I stood up, the water was only up to my waist, and I thought I'd rather drown at that time. The situation is similar now. Although those bullets are scary, in fact, the Nightingale Metra is equipped with a micro-shield generator modified by Keith himself. As long as it is not concentrated by artillery shells at close range, it is impossible to get into trouble. At the same time, the Nightingale Metra has also undergone a brand new modification, completely abandoning the jet flight system used by the previous Vulture Metra, and completely adopting the power system of the Chitauri aircraft. Both in terms of concealment and flexibility, there is a qualitative leap, not to mention that there is no need to worry that bullets will destroy the jet nozzle and cause the flight system to fail. Keith is not worried that Liz will be injured, so he will stimulate Liz wantonly. Of course, it is also possible that she hopes Liz can adapt to Nightingale Metra faster, who knows? Case's thoughts are always elusive. Chapter 1169 The girl's revenge failed miserably. Come on. Let's blow something up. Keith put a 6-barreled machine gun aside and took off a Sharkhead rocket launcher from his back. The shape of this rocket launcher is the same as always in Cyberpunk. It looks unreliable, but it is actually very powerful. The only drawback is that this thing has very few shells and can only fire one at a time. As Keith set up the fishbone, the shark head at the front of the rocket launcher opened its mouth, and then the purple light kept flashing. Seeing this scene, No matter how stupid the gang below was, they knew that this thing was not a toy. So no one cared about Tombstone's threat and fled in all directions. In fact, Tombstone was not in the mood to pay attention to his younger brother, and he was also scared. Damn, is this woman crazy? Tombstone is not a gangster who knows nothing. The weapon used by the woman just now clearly has the shadow of Chitauri technology. He is not afraid of lasers, which can't penetrate his skin, but this thing in front of him doesn't look like a laser at all. Tombstone is not sure if he can withstand the alien bomb. A human cannon, ready at level 1, Case was so excited. Then her hand slipped and there was a click. She pulled the trigger accidentally. Whoosh! A fat-looking missile was ejected from the shark's mouth, and then made Brownian motion in the air and began to fly around. As soon as the thing was fired, it even hooked upside down and flew towards Liz and Case. Liz was scared and hurriedly flew high to avoid the rocket. Case? What the hell are you doing? Sorry. This is my first time launching it too. There must be something wrong with its guidance system. I'll pay attention next time, that'll come next time too. Fortunately, although Case looked unreliable, she was actually quite reliable. At least her missile still flew towards the intended target after turning a big corner. Boom! A huge purple mushroom cloud rose in the wastewater plant. The huge explosion not only destroyed the Tombstone convoy, but also put the entire wastewater plant in great trouble. First, the power of the wastewater plant was paralyzed for a while, and all the power equipment was out of service. Then the factory building. The huge explosion destroyed all the glass in the wastewater plant, and also caused a huge deep pit in the middle of the factory area. In the deep pit, the magma and lightning that kept spraying out showed that the power of this rocket was definitely far beyond human technology. The huge noise and the towering mushroom cloud immediately attracted the attention of the surroundings. After a long time, the electromagnetic waves and shock waves generated by the explosion gradually dissipated. On a river beach not far from the wastewater plant, Keith crawled out of the water grass. I almost died. She was not injured. When the explosion just happened, they were also affected. The huge shock wave threw them out of the sky above the wastewater plant. Although Liz tried her best to control the mecha, she was obviously not very skilled, which caused them to fly far away, and finally they crashed in the Hudson River. Right. Liz, Case remembered her little sisters. She remembered that when they fell, they just plunged into the river. Case was washed ashore, and Liz was probably still in the river. Thinking of this, Case immediately turned around and plunged into the river. After a long time, the Nightingale mecha rushed out of the river, and Case was hanging on the mecha. The mecha landed on the river bank. After Case landed, he immediately opened the Nightingale mecha. As the mecha opened, Liz fell out of it. Hey. Liz? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Case held Liz and kept shaking her. Liz slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? Ahem. Tombstone kept screaming. Wait. Don't move. Tombstone, if you move like this, I can't perform surgery on you at all. Xiao Shankenji held various tools and kept comforting Tombstone. Fuck. Can't you give me some anesthetic or something? Fuck. Half of Tombstone's body turned black, but it was not the skin color of black people, but large pieces of charred black. Tombstone was smart enough to run out of the center of the explosion, but he was still affected. Then half of his body was scorched. Fortunately, Tombstone's skin is extremely tough and can withstand high temperatures and impact. This saved his life. However, this tough body also has a problem. That is, during treatment, ordinary medical equipment is difficult to work on him. For this reason, Xiao Shankenji had to use some unconventional tools. For example, small drills, grinders, etc. Xiao Shankenji needs to remove the charred tissue on the surface of Tombstone's body before he can apply medicine to him. I just gave you almost a liter of anesthetic. Xiao Shankenji naturally thought of giving him anesthesia, but the problem is that Tombstone is completely immune to this kind of drugs and is still very nervous. But it doesn't work. Think of a way. Tombstone is also a tough guy, but he still can't stand someone drilling and grinding on his body. Although he is a little harder, he is still flesh, not stone. I'll find a hammer. Fuck, Tombstone is in so much pain now, how can he joke with him? Even without a drill and a grinder, the pain caused by the burn alone is enough for him to bear. At this time, the door of the operating room opened, and a giant walked in with his head down. It was Kingpin. He was too tall, and he habitually lowered his head when entering the door. Even if the door was big enough for him to walk in with his head up, he couldn't change this habit of many years. How is it? It hurts so much? Fuck. Try burning half of yourself. Tombstone didn't want to show his weakness in front of his boss. So you came to me. I think this is the only way. Otherwise I can only find a pile driver. Xiao Shankenji spread his hands and said. Okay, boss, what are you talking about? Tombstone gritted his teeth and looked at his boss. He didn't understand. It's okay, turn your head away, don't look at me. Tombstone didn't understand why. His boss was afraid of being seen? But he still turned his head obediently. He was just about to ask why. He felt his head vibrate, and then he knew nothing. Xiao Shankenji gave Kingpin a thumbs up. Physical anesthesia, let's do it. I have something else to ask. Understood. It was about the next day that Tombstone woke up. Kingpin's punch seemed a bit heavy. When Tombstone woke up, he felt like his head was going to split, and he gasped in pain. On the contrary, his body didn't hurt that much. He lowered his head and found that his body was covered with bandages. Tisk. Boss's fist. Tombstone touched the back of his head, and then he was scared. If it was more serious, would he die directly? Awake. James' voice suddenly sounded beside him. Well, the boss wants to see you. You need to give him an explanation for what happened the night before yesterday. James put down the book in his hand, stood up first, and straightened his suit. He looked at the Tombstone coldly. Do you know how big a business you messed up? Ms. Octopus was only interested in Chidori's technology and disdained the so-called arms business. Jin Bing took the opportunity to get Adrian's factory. He was communicating with the Russian side and planned to do business with Russia. In James's opinion, Adrian and his team had too small vision. Doing arms business, just selling the disbanded will never have any future. Of course, doing business with a country will make money. Even a small African country may spend more than 1 billion on arms a year. Not to mention the size of Russia. Moreover, it is not only Russia that is interested in Chidori arms. Europe, Asia, and many other big countries will also be interested. Adrian could not see such a big market, and ran to sell bulk goods on the streets of New York. The vision is just like that. Jin Bing would not think that Adrian had no way, so his business was not big. For him, there is nothing in the world that cannot be accomplished as long as one is willing to do it. He started from a small fry. But now this business is finished. The convoy was bombed and nothing was left. Tombstone did not refute. Jin Bing hates losers. So does Tombstone. So, 2 little girls ruined my business, is that what you want to tell me? Jin Bing sat in the office, holding a cigar, looking at Tombstone expressionlessly. Tombstone was sweating. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. Jin Bing didn't like people to be stubborn, especially after failure. He agreed that shirking responsibility was the ugliest thing. Most of these people were filled with cement and reclaimed. Sorry, boss. Tombstone was actually a little inflated, thinking that he had become stronger. Although he did not openly oppose Jin Bing, he also had ambitions to move, until yesterday's punch. Tombstone reacted and said that the boss is always the boss. That little ambition disappeared in an instant. Kingpin can be said to be able to see through Tombstone's little thoughts. Gangsters, you ask them to be loyal and brave? Do you think you are acting in a movie? Kingpin doesn't care about the ambitions of his subordinates. Ambition is a good thing, because as long as he has ambition, he will definitely do things well. This is beneficial to Kingpin. As for betrayal, Kingpin has betrayed others and has been betrayed countless times by others. One day, he fell because of the betrayal of his subordinates, which can only mean that he is not strong enough. Kingpin will never fall. If he falls, he will no longer be Kingpin. The reason why he gave himself this name is not only to show off, but also to warn himself at all times. Keep a clear mind. You said that the 2 daughters have Chidori technology, right? Kingpin was not angry, at least he would not be angry before Tombstone was still useful. Kingpin actually doesn't have a hobby of killing people. He kills people completely based on needs. If his subordinates mess up, then he kills them to motivate the rest of the people to do a good job. Sometimes killing is to deter others. In short, he kills for a purpose. Of course, he was also stingy with killing. In short, killing was a means for him. Regardless of good or evil, he would use it when it was appropriate. No emotions were mixed in. Tombstone was a super fighter that he had created at great cost, and he still had value. Then he didn't have to die. After all, if Tombstone was killed, the alien arms business would not come back. If it could come back, Tombstone would never wake up after that punch yesterday. Yes. I understand, boss. I will find them. Find what the boss wants. It's better to be like this. I won't give people a third chance, Kingpin said lightly. If he still fails, it means that his value is just like that. It's not worth wasting time. Anyway, Bullseye doesn't mind having an extra companion around him. After all, if you can't even do this, there's not much difference between having a brain and not having a brain. Yes, Tombstone didn't dare to stay for a moment, even if his wounds hadn't healed yet, he still didn't dare to hesitate. Because he knew that if he dared to mess things up, what awaited him would definitely not be a good ending. The reason is simple. Kingpin definitely spent a huge price to transform himself into what he is now. With Kingpin's personality, he might die, but Kingpin will never lose. If things go wrong, he might even live a life worse than death. Boss, what about Russia? James asked carefully. Good things always have to wait, let them wait, but the deposit has been received. If the goods cannot be delivered, the brand will be smashed. No matter how arrogant Kingpin is, he still has to abide by some rules. It's useless if you are arrogant but others don't play with you, right? Notify the crazy woman that I need a batch of weapons. Let her handle it. James' face turned green. He was not very willing to deal with a psychopath. When Bullseye was still there, he had a headache with Bullseye. That woman is crazy. Boss, I really can't do it. Only James dared to refuse Kingpin's orders, although James rarely did so. But he did have privileges. Tell her that if I abandon Tombstone, then Tombstone will be hers, and she must be interested in Tombstone, Kingpin said with narrowed eyes. Got it, James understood. Tombstone was desperately trying to find Keith and others. The police were also troubled by the mess that Keith and his team had made. So, you don't know what happened either. Kai looked at the smelly undercover police officer Billy and sniffed unconsciously. The smell was really overwhelming. This guy was lucky, he slept through the whole day yesterday. Apart from a slight concussion, nothing happened. You know, the police have found more than 30 bodies at the scene, the relatively intact ones. As for how many broken limbs and burnt human tissues there were, they haven't been counted yet, but they are all over the floor anyway. I still smell bad, right? Right? I've been washing all night. Billy noticed Kai's little move, and then he felt sick. He was more sensitive. There was no way anyone would feel the same way if they encountered the same thing as him. He was indeed fine, but the explosion caused the sewer pipes of the wastewater plant to burst. Then the filth gushed out from the toilets of the wastewater plant like a fountain. When the police found Billy, he was soaked in the orange-yellow feces. If he hadn't been found in time, he would have almost drowned. That is to say, he drank a lot that day. Plus there were quite a lot of police officers there that day. Everyone saw him being carried out, and then he had to hold his stomach and vomit out at least 2 liters of that stuff. Billy almost wanted to ask his contact to burn his police file. He even preferred to be blown up. There's still a little smell. Kai pinched his nose embarrassedly, but it's very faint, very faint. My sense of smell is more sensitive. Don't mind. Billy leaned back in his chair with a pale face. He felt that his police career was bleak. Chapter 1170 Monthly Tickets and Urgent Need. King Bing. Kai had to admit that he hadn't heard his name for a long time. Kai hadn't heard his name since the Hand and the Society was wiped out. Speaking of which, although the two of them had known each other for a long time, in fact, they had never met. That guy, isn't he dead? I don't know. As an undercover, although Billy had followed Tombstone, he was not qualified to see the big boss. In fact, King Bing rarely appeared in front of his men. His orders would be issued through the leaders at each level, which separated him from all the crimes by these leaders. Therefore, even if the police caught King Bing's men, they could not accuse him. In fact, few people have seen King Bing, except Tombstone. Billy had thought about getting close to King Bing through Tombstone. There was no way. For the American police, catching King Bing was equivalent to winning an Olympic gold medal. That was the highest honor that all American police, including federal police, expected. For an undercover like Billy, if he could get to King Bing, he would be withdrawn on the spot, which would be a milestone victory. Because, up to now, the entire American police had no photo of King Bing. Who is King Bing? No one knows. Male or female? Probably male. This is also thanks to the fact that it was 2013. If it was pushed back 9 years, the LGBT community and feminist organizations would have criticized the police for being unable to take care of themselves. Why can't a man be gay, or a biological male and a psychological female? Or a biological female and a psychological male? What does he look like? We don't even know. It's just outrageous. Whenever Billy met Kingpin, it would be an epic-making victory for the entire New York police. It's enough to look down on the entire Federation. Unfortunately, Tombstone's mood swings meant that Billy never had a good chance. However, Billy did not bring back nothing. However, Tombstone did obey Kingpin's orders. He's back. This is what Tombstone said himself, Kingpin is back. This is not good news. To be honest, Kai is not really afraid of those bad guys who only know how to destroy things. After all, it's better to kill them. What really bothers him are those guys who like to plot and scheme. Especially when you don't even know who he is or where he is, it's especially annoying. So, Kingpin is getting involved in alien weapons. That's damn good news. Adrian and Kingpin are not in the same league, and the dangers of the two are incomparable. With Kingpin's ability, he might be able to build a production line for you, instead of making DIY weapons with junk and parts like Adrian. What about Tombstone? Do you know where he is? Now Kai can only find Kingpin through Tombstone. Billy just said that Tombstone has seen Kingpin. Well, I know some of Tombstone's bases, but I'm not sure if you will go to those places again. It doesn't matter, just tell me what you know. Who are you? Scorpion looked at the people in front of him carefully. Although he was not afraid of them, he was still full of fear for these guys who could keep track of his whereabouts at any time. Now Scorpion is considered Kingpin's mercenary, no longer his direct subordinate. Because at the moment of the completion of the crossing, all of them understood one thing, that is, they must be careful of Kingpin. Given how much Jin Bing cares about his family, he would never allow anyone to know his true identity. Once his family knew that the original Jin Bing had been killed and the person they had been with day and night was a complete fake, everything he pursued would be over. In fact, the probability of this happening is not high. It's not that Scorpion and the others have high moral standards and will not use such despicable means. In fact, the bottom line of these people is that there is no bottom line. But the problem is that this Jin Bing is exactly the same as that Jin Bing, both physically and psychologically. Even if they use this to make a fuss, others have to believe it. Such nonsense, let alone Jin Bing's family, even if it happens to them, they can't believe it without experiencing the time travel. So it's useless to say it. But for Jin Bing, as long as it involves his family, even if there is only a 1 in a million possibility, he will not take risks. So his former partners are all potential targets for him to eliminate. This is also why Scorpion and the others left Jin Bing immediately after crossing over. This man is too dangerous. Scorpion actually didn't think about this at the beginning. It was Ms. Octopus who told him these things. By the way, Ms. Octopus also did one thing, which was to help Scorpion find himself. The former Scorpion had been controlled by the special mecha on his body. He was just a killing machine and obeyed Kingpin's orders. And the person who designed and manufactured that mecha was precisely Ms. Octopus. In the comics, the mecha on Scorpion was made by Dr. Octopus. She helped Scorpion get in touch with the mecha's control over Scorpion, allowing him to regain his sanity. Although his personality was still affected by the mecha, he was no longer a killing machine. Based on Scorpion's understanding of Kingpin, he believed it immediately. There is no way a person who can do such a ridiculous thing as traveling through parallel time and space to see his wife and children. You can't pay too much attention to him. So Scorpion basically doesn't hang around Kingpin now. In other words, he hasn't found a new job yet, so he continues to take orders from Kingpin. If he finds a new sponsor, he will definitely change jobs as soon as possible. Don't be afraid, we are just a group of people who are looking for cooperation. How did you find me? I have shaken you off several times. This was not the first time that Scorpion knew he was being followed. At first he thought it was Kingpin's men, but it turned out, not really. Kingpin's men were not that professional. No matter how powerful Kingpin was, he couldn't afford to have a team of agents. He was a gangster, and he had a lot of killers, but he couldn't say there were no professional agents. After all, as long as there was money to bribe and corrupt, it wouldn't be a big deal to find a few agents to work for him. But the quality of these people was obviously different. They were absolutely elite. Then, Scorpion had to act carefully, but they still caught up with him. This made Scorpion have to be careful. He was just crazy. not stupid. Even if he killed a few minions, it would be useless. So he had been restrained all along, but this restraint would not last forever. For example, now, it seems, we need to talk in a different way. Although he was unwilling to conflict with this mysterious organization, he was not a good guy. The leading female agent, seeing Scorpion about to attack, persuaded him, "Please calm down, we are not your enemy." Although she said so, in fact, she did not stop her people. Soon Scorpion and several agents fought together. The skills of those agents were nothing to Scorpion. When he was 10 years old, he could knock them down. But surprisingly, these guys' ability to withstand blows was very good. No matter how many times Scorpion knocked them down, they could still stand up and continue to fight. That's fine, the strength of these agents is particularly exaggerated. Even if Scorpion has the bonus of mecha, which makes his strength very terrible, the strength of these agents is not weaker than him. Although Scorpion killed them all in the end. But this shocked Scorpion a lot. If the people in this organization are all at this level, he will definitely kneel. The leading female agent kept smiling and watched the battle end. Even if all her people died, she remained unmoved, and even her expression did not change. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The experience just now made Scorpion cautious, and he had to say that the attitude of this woman made him very afraid. "No, I believe you see my sincerity." Sincerity. Scorpion looked at the people lying on the ground. Each of these people had a centipede-like metal device on their body, but the position of the device was different. "You want me to kill your people, in a sense, that's right, are you crazy?" Scorpion was a little confused about this woman. She gave her own family to him to kill. Is this sincerity? Even Scorpion, a psychopath, could not understand this woman's brain circuit. Of course not. "Are you sure you want me to talk to you here? You know, it's very rude to let a lady stay in such a dark alley." This woman was very smart and took the lead in the conversation right away. Unfortunately, Scorpion didn't realize it at all, but followed a woman's rhythm and walked away. It must be said that apart from practicing martial arts, Scorpion's ability in other things is simply a mess. Otherwise, this guy would not have been surpassed by Daniel when he was full of advantages, and thus defeated. Soon the two appeared in a reserved Chinese restaurant. "I heard that you came to China. I think the food here will suit your appetite." Scorpion looked at the dishes on the table. "I think you must have some misunderstandings about Chinese food. Even dogs in China won't eat these things," Scorpion commented disdainfully. "Really? Chinese dogs eat so well? I always thought that people in China couldn't eat," the woman said with a smile, and she picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of General Tso's chicken. "It's delicious." Scorpion's eyes became very strange. "If you have this attitude, I don't think there's any need for us to cooperate." "Why?" "Because of my attitude towards China. I remember that you are white." "Why are you so?" "No, I just think your stupidity makes me feel that you are definitely not a good partner. Moreover, you don't even know the situation in China. Your intelligence capabilities are even more questionable. An organization that is stupid and has poor intelligence capabilities, I can't think of any need for us to cooperate. This is the truth." Damn, in his world, Spider-Man is the only superhero, but there are more than just Spider-Man who can use supernatural powers. At least he knows that there are countless talented people in the East, but the Chinese government uses mysticism to deal with these people. So the outside world doesn't know much about them. This world is even more outrageous. There are so many superheroes in the United States, but no superhero goes to China to do activities, which shows from the side how terrible China is in this world. But this woman in front of me actually looks down on China so much? Either she is arrogant or she is stupid. Or both. That's even more terrible. So forget about cooperating with them. Okay. I apologize. For some reasons, my organization and I have never had a good impression of that country. If this offends you, I apologize. You really should apologize. Even I dare not go back there, and you actually look down on them. Seriously, where does your damn sense of superiority come from? Scorpion said. If he has feelings for China, he definitely has some, but how much? He can even betray Kunlun who raised him. How much feelings do you think he can have for China? He just felt that this woman and the organization behind her were unreliable. In fact, we can't enter that country either. The woman heard the man's dissatisfaction, so she immediately changed her tone. That's why we need you. Let me help you enter China. When Scorpion heard this, he stood up and said, "Goodbye." Wait, the woman was stunned. What was going on? Of course, Scorpion would not agree. If he went there, he would definitely die. Okay, we can skip those irrelevant words. Let's talk about business, the woman sighed and said honestly. It should have been done a long time ago. Scorpion sat down, looked at the table full of dishes, and suddenly said, is the chef here Chinese, second-generation immigrants? But the boss is a first-generation immigrant, then let the boss make a new table. Don't want modified Chinese food. I want authentic Chinese food, okay? The woman waved her hand, and several black-clad agents appeared. Then all the dishes were removed, and the two continued to negotiate. Speaking of sincerity, you've just seen it, those people have good strength, but their skills are like those of a 3-year-old child, of course. They were just ordinary people a few months ago. Just like those ordinary people I met. Impossible. Scorpion's first reaction was disbelief. But he immediately reacted, the centipede logo on them, that's right. They are the products of our organization, the Death Warriors. What do you mean? We hope you can join us. And we can provide more advanced transformation to make you stronger. After all, you and Kunlun seem to have some grudges, don't you? Do you know Kunlun? I know, but not much. It wasn't until Lei Gong and Lei Shan came to the United States that we really believed that this place really existed. Who are you? You can call me Flower Skirt, and the organization we belong to. We are clairvoyants, Flower Skirt, the most outstanding agent under clairvoyance. With the destruction of Hydra's power and shield, clairvoyance became Hydra's largest organization in the United States. Alexander invested a lot of resources in it to make it grow rapidly. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't remain indifferent to such a big event as the visitor from Kunlun. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about it, clairvoyance also knew about it. And the battle between Scorpion and Li Shan also brought Scorpion into the side of clairvoyance. Chapter 1171 Girls Group Debut. Boom. A gangster was thrown down from the 3rd floor, and the broken glass made the pedestrians around him quickly avoid him. There are really not many people who dare to do such things in New York these days. Sure enough, 2 patrolmen came over soon. Just at this time, Tombstone came down with his upper body naked, bandaged, and wearing a suit. It is late autumn now, and the latitude of New York is high, so it is already very cold at this time. But Tombstone not only did not feel the slightest bit of coolness, but was sweating all over his head. Damn, if he didn't find those 2 women quickly, he would be finished. How could he not be anxious? Stop. The 2 patrolmen were originally looking after the unlucky guy who was thrown down from the 3rd floor, but when they saw Tombstone coming out with people, they immediately stopped him. Tombstone stopped. If it was before, if the police dared to do this to him, he would definitely kill the other party with his backhand. But, it's not possible now. If he dared to attack the police in broad daylight, Kai might fly over in the next second and kill him with an axe. It's not worth it. The gangs in New York have adapted to the new era a long time ago. Because those who can't adapt are dead. Did you throw him down? The patrolman was also very reckless, not caring that the other party was Tombstone. Tombstone bit his cigar, stared at the police fiercely, and uttered a word in a muffled voice. No. The police immediately asked the victim, who was still conscious, did he throw you down? The hands of the 2 policemen had already touched the pistols on their waists. Once the other party confirmed it, they would immediately take down Tombstone. Tombstone held a cigar in his mouth and looked at the unlucky guy coldly. The guy hesitated for a long time, and finally shook his head. I fell down by myself. Humph. Tombstone was too lazy to say anything. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Instead, the younger brother next to Tombstone shouted at the police, Officer, is it illegal to look at the scenery from up there? Yes. Who knows how he fell down? A group of minions seemed arrogant and talked nonsense to the police, but in fact, to Tombstone, this was nothing. A few years ago, which police dared to stop him? Thinking of this, Tombstone felt sad. Damn, he was an ordinary person before and was afraid of the police. Now he has been transformed into Superman, and he is still afraid of the police. Isn't it a waste of transformation? Fuck, in just one day, Tombstone found more than a dozen gang leaders in New York and asked them to identify the information of the 2 women. Of course, there was no result. Liz was dressed like that, who the hell could recognize her? As for Keith, he was even more confused. She had been staying in the sewer. People on the ground didn't know her at all. So Tombstone seemed very irritable. So, there was the scene just now. Back to the nest, Tombstone was even more irritable. Get out. Get out. Go find those two women. If you can't find them, don't come back." The younger brothers immediately scattered. This guy is crazy, and he doesn't care whether you are his younger brother or not. As for whether you can find the two women, if you can't find them, don't come back. Why come back? Play Russian roulette. Bet on who is lucky and won't be killed by Tombstone? What Tombstone didn't know was that while he was looking for Liz and Keith everywhere, the two of them were also looking for Tombstone. Are you sure? Keith ate pizza and stared at his old friend Molotov with wide eyes. Why would I lie to you? Now even the people in the sewer know about it. Tombstone is looking for you everywhere. Molotov was Keith's friend in the sewer. He was originally assigned to a welfare agency to help him return to society. Unfortunately, Molotov didn't want to return to live on the ground, so he sneaked out and continued to live in the sewer. In fact, there is never a shortage of people escaping from reality in the sewer. Look, in just a few days, the area where Molotov is located has once again formed a settlement. There is no way, the city of New York has never lacked those frustrated people. And Molotov also did his old business as a broker. The sewer seems dirty, but in fact it also contains a lot of voices. For example, many sewer residents will be beggars on it, and many of them will do some illegal things, such as stealing, robbery, etc. Their stolen goods will also be sold below. Of course, some intelligence will also spread in the sewers. These sewer residents have various sources and many contacts. Sometimes they can really receive some news that others cannot get. Look, Molotov received news that many people are looking for Keith. Huh. That's great, we think alike. Keith jumped up happily. They were just worrying about what to do next. Unexpectedly, the big white guy is not dead. It's just too good. Hey, Keith, this is not a joke. The big guy behind the tombstone is Kingpin. You can't afford to offend him, Kingpin. Liz tilted her head and looked at Keith. It was another name she had never heard of. Liz has been eye-opening in recent days. She never knew that there were people living in the sewers. Not only were there people living there, but they even formed small communities one by one. There was an order different from that on the ground. And there were monsters in the sewers. There were more than a dozen monsters that Keith told her about, and many of them even had videos. For example, vampires, shapeshifters, lizardmen, werewolves and the like. Liz used to think that they were just legends. She didn't expect it to be true. What she didn't expect was that the New York police fought with those monsters and destroyed them. Could it be that the reason why New York can operate normally is because the New York police have been carrying heavy burdens? They help the people of New York fight those monsters in the dark. This makes Liz have a better view of the New York police. Now she is in contact with the gangs again. It's so exciting. Liz feels that in just a few days, what she has encountered has exceeded her life in the past 10 years. She now understands how dangerous and thrilling the real world is. But Liz is not very afraid. Maybe it's her father's bloodline? Who is Kingpin? Molotov looked at Liz, who asked this question. This girl is. She doesn't look like someone who should stay here. The people on the ground and the residents in the sewers have completely different rules of life, and the difference between them is very obvious. It's not that there is any difference on the surface. Everyone has one nose and two eyes, and there is nothing different. But the smell of bathing in the sun can't deceive a sewer resident. It's hard to describe that kind of thing, but every sewer resident can easily tell who is their own and who is on the surface. She is my partner. We will live together from now on, Keith introduced happily. Her name is Liz. Molotov looked at Liz, tried to hold back, but finally couldn't help it. Keith. This is not a joke. You know what kind of people live in the sewers. She is not suitable here. Let her go back. The sewers seem to be a self-contained entity, but in fact, the people here are scum, drug addicts, losers, and as for good people, Molotov himself does not think he is a good person, let alone others. Liz should not stay here. Isn't it good to live in the sun? Liz stood up at this time. My father is an arms dealer. The illegal kind. Keith was stunned. Liz, there's nothing you can't say. Liz was frank. My father is a bad guy. He killed a lot of people. What's wrong with me staying here? Molotov suddenly didn't know what to say. He said that the people in the sewers were not good people, but you just told me that you are a bad guy, so you have to stay in the sewers. Molotov really felt a little offended. I have my say, don't scold me too. Why is this girl so straightforward? Liz, Keith patted Liz's shoulder. In fact, she had a weak concept of good and evil. She never thought there was anything wrong with Adrian selling arms. Anyway, that stuff was everywhere. Without Adrian, there were others selling it. As for alien arms and human arms, in her opinion, there was no difference. Is there any difference between killing people with alien arms and killing people with ordinary arms? They're all killing. I know my dad is a bad guy, but he is my dad. I know that he loves me, that's enough. I will make up for his mistakes. So Case, I've decided, I want to be a superhero. Liz has actually been thinking about her father all the time. She couldn't really turn a blind eye to what Adrian did. But she couldn't hate her father even more. Until she and Case went to attack those gangsters. It suddenly dawned on her that since her father's mistakes had been made, why couldn't she make up for it? And, she admired Spider-Man very much. Spider-Man was not very old, he could become a superhero, why couldn't she? Superhero, Case was very surprised. How did Liz think of this? Yes. It can both avenge and help New York. Why not do it? Liz felt that her idea was simply great. But, Case wanted to say, can we really be considered a superhero? No buts. Case, help me. Liz looked at Case very seriously. Case hesitated for a while, then nodded decisively. Case didn't care whether to be a superhero or not. She didn't care about this. But Adrian was her friend. He should avenge him. Liz is also his friend. If she asks for help, he should help her too. Haha. We will be superhero sisters in the future, Liz announced happily. Maybe we should have a nickname. How about the Boom Group? My name is Boom, and your name is Shakalaka, Keith immediately proposed. No. It sounds terrible, eh? It sounds good. And it's exciting. No, then I don't want to partner with you. How can a girl be called that? After half an hour of arguing, neither side was ready to give in. There was no way. The name of the group's debut had to be put on hold. They planned to help Adrian get revenge first and then discuss this matter. Hey. Are you serious? Hearing that they were ready to take action, Molotov quickly shouted, that's Tombstone, and his boss is Kingpin. Only then did Liz remember that she had asked before, who is Kingpin? Keith also came back to his senses. Yes, Kingpin. Molotov, are you sure? Kingpin, isn't he just a legend? Keith lived in the sewers, so he had naturally heard of Kingpin's reputation. But whether it was true or not, no one knew. It was normal for gangsters to brag. Back then, some people said that the 5 major families in New York had 30,000 assassins under their command. Many people brag and treat it as a myth. Anyway, Keith didn't think that Kingpin was real. So, who is Kingpin? So Keith began to explain the legend of Kingpin to Liz in a vivid and moving way. Liz was stunned. As a person who grew up in a middle-class family, Liz had never heard of this. It was hard for her to imagine that a gangster boss could be so powerful. Caesar Sozer, Keith was stunned. Who is that? The Usual Suspects. The movie starring Kevin Spacey. There is a mysterious gangster leader in it. He is omnipotent. Everyone is afraid of him, but no one has ever seen him. Doesn't it look alike? Movie. Keith hadn't seen The Usual Suspects. After all, it was an old movie. Instead, Molotov nodded. That's a little bit, but Kingpin is much scarier than Caesar Soze. He is not a legend. He really exists, not a movie character made up by Kevin Spacey. Have you seen Kingpin? Keith asked excitedly. After all, this is a gangster legend. No. Such a big man can't deal with a small character like me. If I really met him, you wouldn't see me, Molotov said seriously, but I know him, he really exists. Molotov told them a story. Molotov used to be a gang member, not a core member. He was just a street liar, just messing around. One day, he and his companions tricked an idiot and stole his luggage and car. Then they found a bag of drugs and a bag of money in the car. They were terrified. Anyone who can have these things is definitely not a small character. So they found the boss. Let the boss solve it. The boss was very generous and took the money and drugs directly. He didn't intend to return these things to the owner at all. Then that day, a man in a suit walked in. He claimed to be the spokesperson for Kingpin, and he said that Kingpin's goods and money were taken away by their boss. He was asked to return them, and by the way, they needed to apologize to Kingpin. Molotov guessed that the so-called apology probably meant compensation. His boss refused and emphasized that he didn't know what goods and money were. The man in the suit said nothing and left directly. That was more than a decade ago, but Kingpin's reputation was already very big. Molotov had heard of Kingpin's reputation, so he hid in fear. It was also his caution that saved his life. That night, the police raided their gang. Everyone was killed in the crossfire. Only Molotov survived. After that, Kingpin's reputation became smaller, and people stopped talking about him. Many people even thought that Kingpin was just a legend, but I know that it is true. He has reached another level, and he doesn't need fame. Only third-rate gangsters will pursue fame, and he has become the Kingpin of the entire gang world. Chapter 1172, Earning Extra Money. Although Molotov's words were very lively, Liz and Keith actually didn't feel anything at all. It could even be said that this made them more interested. After all, rookies who have just started out didn't have much. Oh wow. Then our first battle after our debut will be against him. Wait until we catch Kingpin. Then we will be famous. Keith raised the half-eaten pizza and cheered loudly. Liz also nodded vigorously. By then, we will definitely be more famous than Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Keith tilted his head and scolded Liz's small-mindedness. Who is he? Our goal is to surpass Batman. Spider-Man is just a little bug in Brooklyn. We want to be the best. Liz was also inspired by Keith's words. That's right. We want to be the best. Looking at the two ignorant and fearless girls chattering there, Molotov sighed. Okay. Stop sighing. We have a plan. So, I'll leave the explosives to you. Keith saw Molotov sighing over there, and he put his arm around his neck, laughing and begging him to get the explosives. Just pay me. Molotov had nothing to say about this. The rules of the sewers were that money was everything. No. I don't want that kind of junk on the market. I want azide. Molotov's eyes widened, and he said in confusion, what are you talking about? Hey, Molotov, don't pretend. I know you can get it. Keith didn't believe Molotov. I know you have a relationship with those chemical guys. So, help me, chemical guys, another kind of residents in the sewers. But unlike those sewer residents who have nowhere to go, they just work in the sewers. Many people have always believed that drugs in New York are all imported from other places, but in fact, this is not the case. Generally speaking, most of the drugs on the street do come from South America, Mexico and other places, but they are just common goods. The real fine products are produced by professional laboratories. This kind of goods is safer than those common goods. After all, those large-scale smuggled drugs have been through many hands. Most of the drugs from the place of origin are of high purity. If they are directly taken, they will kill people. If they are sold directly, the profit of the middleman will be much less, so the middleman will adjust and blend them to reduce the purity and increase the weight. Generally speaking, 1 kilogram of the goods coming from there will be adjusted to 2 kilograms for sale. For the sake of profit, God knows what the middleman will add to it. Those with a little conscience will add protein powder or other harmless things. If they are a little cruel, they will directly add wall dust. These goods are aimed at the largest group, those drug addicts who have little money. People above the middle class have more money and know the harm of drug abuse, so they will choose safer and cleaner goods. So some chemical guys who specialize in high-end business were born. They can be understood as the Breaking Bad of New York. These people will make those high-end drugs in their own laboratories, including but not limited to various hallucinogens, cocaine, heroin, etc. But it is too dangerous to build a laboratory on the ground. So a genius thought of setting up a laboratory underground. That place is good, chemical reagents can be discharged at will, and there is no fear of being discovered at all, and it is okay to poison people to death. Anyway, no one can see it. Moreover, it is secretive and the environment is complex. As long as you are familiar with the terrain in advance, no one can catch you. In this way, the chemical man in the sewer was born. And a complete set of ecology has been formed with the residents of the sewer. The materials needed by the chemical man can be purchased through the residents of the sewer, and their finished products can also be transported through the sewer situation. In this way, their risks are minimized. As a result, many chemical laboratories have appeared in the sewers of New York. And the business of these experiments is no longer just drugs. Let's put it this way, any chemicals that can't be bought on the market can be bought in these laboratories, and even a complete industrial chain has been formed. The azide mentioned above is a new type of nitrogen explosive, which was developed by the research team of German chemist Thomas Krapke in 2011. This explosive has not yet been put into practical experiments and is only used in some laboratories. Because this thing is extremely dangerous, not only is its structure extremely unstable, but it is also extremely powerful. Even in trace amounts, It has damaged expensive analytical equipment in many testing occasions. This is why this explosive has not been put into use. But even so, those chemists still made it. Of course, those laboratories soon regretted it. Because, the market for this thing is very small, because no one knows how to use it. If you are not careful, you will be killed. So those chemists are now looking for buyers everywhere, planning to sell it at a low price. Keith, that thing is not fun. Molotov is the most popular broker in the sewer, so he naturally knows that there is such a batch of goods. But he also knows that this thing, it is not easy to make. If it is really easy to make, it would have been bought long ago. Don't worry, I have a way. Don't be afraid, Keith said confidently. Really, would I joke with my life? Molotov was very efficient and got the things in just half a day. Looking at the 3 rows of refrigerators, Keith was very happy and threw out a backpack. Molotov didn't even count them and took them directly. He didn't make much money from this business, just running errands. He wanted to know how Keith would deal with these things. Because this is also money. As long as Keith can really deal with these explosives, then he can have one more business in the future. But the next operation made Molotov realize that his idea was half shattered, because Keith's method of handling could not be copied at all. To put it bluntly, Keith used Shatori technology. This thing could not be copied at all. Why is it half? Because you can buy finished products from Keith and then sell them. Seeing Keith pack the explosives into small boxes the size of matchboxes, with a circuit board on them, Liz wanted to help, but was rejected by Keith. The threshold for this thing is still very high. If the hand shakes casually, the 3 of them will be finished. Molotov was pulled by Keith to work as a free laborer. If you are not someone who plays with this thing for a long time, it is better to avoid it. Alright, when Liz was about to fall asleep, Keith finally announced that it was done. Looking at the pile of small boxes, Liz asked curiously, "What are you going to do? There are hundreds of them." I don't know how Keith did it. Just looking at it makes Liz dizzy. I heard about something a few days ago, so I came up with this idea. What is it? Liz especially likes Keith's storytelling, because those stories are all she has never heard of. Very interesting. There was a killer organization. Killer organization. Is there really such a thing? Liz immediately asked excitedly. This thing, she has only seen it on TV, but she didn't expect it to be real. Of course. There are quite a few. Keith gave a positive answer. Molotov knows quite a few. Right, yes, there are quite a few. Molotov nodded. He actually had a job at the high table. Well, that's why they say Molotov is so popular. I just don't know what this guy is thinking. He just wants to stay in the sewers. In fact, according to his wealth, he could have walked out of the sewers and lived a carefree life. Only the police thought Molotov was a homeless person. In fact, he was much richer than the police. Then if I want to kill someone, can I just find you directly? Molotov nodded. As long as you pay, I can find a killer willing to take the order. The credibility is absolutely guaranteed, because the Continental Hotel in New York was knocked over by Keith. There was a huge gap in the business of the high table in New York. But the market would not wait for the high table to recover, so this part of the market was quickly occupied. During this period, the high table also had a little change. They were beaten by a handsome retired killer named John Wick. Although the two sides finally decided to cease fire, the market in New York was still taken away. The key is that it was not a big force that took away the market, but many killer organizations. The high table is not afraid of going to war with others. After all, there are only a few killers as fierce as John Wick. But if it is a group of killer organizations, the high table needs to think about it. After all, they can't offend a group of people. Now the killer market in New York can be said to be 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools of thought contending, and it is a mess. The previous market price was $100,000 per order, come and go. The high table price is this. If you don't want to, go find those who run solo. Don't complain if you are cheated. Now, $20,000 per order, reputation guaranteed. Then, how much does it cost to kill Kingpin? Liz suddenly had an idea. Molotov glanced at Liz. He stretched out a finger. 1 million. Liz thought it was a bit expensive. She didn't understand what Kingpin really stood for. Add 3 more zeros, 100 million. Molotov almost choked to death. Aren't you from Midtown High School? You're so bad at math? It's 1 billion. Now it was Liz's turn to choke. But this girl's brain circuit was different from that of ordinary people. She thought that since Kingpin was so expensive. What do you think? Should we go to those killer organizations to take orders? We are going to deal with him anyway, why not make some money by the way? Damn. Molotov was shocked. This girl is so bold. The key is, this thing, it makes sense. Yet, why didn't I think of it? Keith slapped his thigh. She was thinking before, if she became a superhero, would she no longer be able to make money in a side business? After all, superheroes selling arms and so on, always feel a bit low class. But now, this is definitely a way to make money. She never thought that if a superhero went to a killer organization to take orders, wouldn't it be low class? But at present, none of the three people paid attention to this issue. Liz didn't think of it. Keith didn't care. Molotov, he was a broker. He got commission for taking orders. He objected to nothing. Then asked quickly if there is any order for Kingpin. No need to ask, no. Molotov knew everything about this business, and he knew all those high-value targets. Why? Isn't he a gangster boss? Why doesn't anyone want to kill him? Keith thought it was impossible. Tisk, who knows who Kingpin is? How to kill him? How to confirm it after killing him? Molotov said unhappily. This is the biggest problem. Most of the people who know Kingpin are his partners. Even his enemies are big shots. Others have plenty of people under their command. Why should they pay for a killer? If Kingpin can be solved by a killer, they can solve it themselves. People who don't know Kingpin, they don't know him. Do you know which direction Kingpin's door faces? If you don't know, why kill him? But I do know the order for the tombstone, and the price is not cheap. How much? 1 million, Molotov quoted. Ah. So cheap. Keith was not satisfied. That guy couldn't even blow up her fish bones, so he was only worth this much? Molotov shrugged. The assassin business is too competitive now. Now the client's bids are directly cut from the ankle. How about, we take more orders about him? It can't be that only one person wants to kill him. No, there are rules in the assassin business. If you take orders from multiple companies, you will be hunted down by all of them. This is naturally impossible. Okay, 1 million is 1 million, Liz said with a little regret. Molotov looked at the two girls expressionlessly. Do you know how much 1 million is? They actually looked down on 1 million. Then leave it to me, Molotov said expressionlessly, but according to the rules of the industry, I will take 20%. What? So shady. Keith was immediately unhappy. Please, I'm the agent. If Tombstone knew that I took the order, they wouldn't bother the killer, they would only look for the agent. I have to take the risk. The agent does not just help the killer take orders and provide intelligence, he also needs to take many risks. It is the agent who separates the killer from the client and the target. Usually when something goes wrong, the agent is definitely the first to suffer. That's why the agent's commission is so high. What they have to do and the risks they need to take are no less than the killer himself. Liz calculated, 20%, although it's a bit too much, but they are not specialized in this. It's good to make some money. Besides, they don't have to pay taxes. According to federal tax law, 1 million can get 800,000, which is definitely a profit. By the way, you haven't told me how to do it. Liz finally remembered the business. Hey, I heard from Molotov that there was once a rookie killer who used rats to kill an entire assassin organization. Rats, yes. We tie bombs to rats, drive them to Tombstone's lair, and then, boom. But we still have to find Tombstone to ask about Kingpin. It doesn't matter, that guy won't be blown to death that easily. At most he'll be half dead. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1173 Monthly tickets and recommendation tickets are in urgent need. Please give me monthly tickets. James Wesley. Well, this James is not Kingpin's right-hand man, but another James Wesley, a killer. He's the leader of the new Killer Brotherhood, although so far, there are only a few kittens in this brotherhood. He used to be an ordinary person who grew up without a father and grew up in a single-parent family. At least he thought so before his 26th birthday. He suffered from a strange disease since he was a child. When he was nervous or emotional, his heartbeat would speed up. The doctor said that it was a problem of hormone secretion in the body. There was no solution. The only way to relieve it was to take tranquilizers to suppress the tachycardia. He thought so too. But after his 26th birthday, his life changed dramatically. A beautiful woman came to him and told him that he was very talented. The talent of being a killer. He thought the beautiful woman was talking nonsense. As a result, he really became a killer by mistake, and found out it was really like this. He chose the wrong profession. He was born to be a killer. This killer organization is a mysterious organization that relies on destiny to kill people, that is, killing people according to the prompts of the destiny loom. It was very mysterious, but he actually believed it. He found it incredible when he thought about it now. He thought the Brotherhood was simply amazing, a group of people with great skills, hiding in the dark, quietly maintaining world peace. It was so great. The reason why the killer organization found him was, first, because of his talent, and second, because the organization was in trouble. The original #1 killer of the organization betrayed and killed his father. Well, that was the father he had never seen. The organization told him that his father did not really abandon him, but left him for his own good, but he had always been paying attention to him silently. Driven by justice and the revenge for his father's murder, James quickly changed. Then he had an ambiguous relationship with a beautiful woman named Fox, and he could feel that Fox liked him. Well, maybe it was an illusion. Anyway, he did think so at the time. But later it turned out to be a reversal, and the Brotherhood fooled him. His father was not the killer who was killed at all, but the killer who defected. The Brotherhood just wanted them to kill each other. As a result, his father was killed by him. Logically, he couldn't do it, but how could his father really shoot him? Then Firefox appeared and silenced him. He survived. With the help of his father's old friend, he saw the real destiny loom. He knew that the Brotherhood had long been corrupted, and Sloan, the leader of the Brotherhood, was the one who should be killed. After Sloan knew about this, he concealed it and turned evil from then on, turning the Brotherhood into a profit-seeking killer organization. His father defected after learning about this. James shed tears when he learned the truth. Everything was fake. So he decided to fight back. He defeated the entire Brotherhood with a bunch of rats. He also killed Sloan, and then he rebuilt the Brotherhood. Originally, he was still accepting orders from the Destiny Loom, but he didn't expect that the news that he was back in business suddenly spread in the underworld. Although he was indeed killing people, no one should know that he did it. Then he found out that it was his famous scene that reappeared in the underworld. Rat bomb. What's more, this time they directly blew up a building. This made James feel that someone was targeting him. Adjust the time forward. An old red brick building in the upper part of Manhattan. This kind of house is quite rare in the upper part of Manhattan. It is a bar, Wild Forest. This is a membership-only bar. It is also Tombstone's lair. Tombstone is furious again in his lair. Another day has passed, and there is still no news about the two bitches. Tombstone is getting more and more irritated. In the past 2 days, several of his subordinates have been killed by Tombstone, just because they failed to bring him good news. I don't care where they are hiding, you have to find them for me. Even if you have to turn the whole New York upside down, Tombstone has gone completely crazy for his own life. But just when he was furious, an alarm suddenly sounded. What's going on, boss? It's a fire alarm. It's on fire, a younger brother ran in and shouted. Where is the fire? Tombstone hurried to the window. A low building in the south suddenly caught fire, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark night. Our warehouse, the younger brother shouted quickly. Fuck. What are you still standing there for? Go put out the fire. Are you waiting for the police? The fire broke out in the south at the largest warehouse, where at least 1 month's sales of their gang were stored. It was impossible for Tombstone to turn a blind eye to the fire in this important warehouse. After all, he got the goods from Jin Bing. If the goods were gone, he would lose a lot. He dared not default on Jin Bing's payment. In less than 10 minutes, cars drove out of the underground garage of the building and headed straight for the fire in the south. Sometimes being a gangster is unlucky. If there's a problem, you can't ask the police for help, you have to solve it yourself. Watching his younger brother go over, Tombstone was no longer in a hurry. Anyway, if something went wrong, he would find trouble with his younger brother. The goods were gone, and he couldn't lose money himself. Moreover, in this case, if he went over, it would be easy for something to happen. After all, he couldn't have anything to do with the goods. Once that happened, he would be taken away by the police. Thinking of this, Tombstone got angry again. Damn it, when have they ever been afraid of the police? However, the matter was not over yet. At this moment, a fire alarm sounded in the building next door. Fuck. What's going on again, boss? The building next door seems to be on fire. Tombstone was stunned. It was strange today. There was another fire alarm. Soon, the people in the building began to move away consciously. Soon, the younger brother came to report again. Boss, it seems that a few gangsters are collecting debts and making trouble next door, using cigarettes to force the debtors to pay back. Tombstone said disdainfully, find a few people to get rid of those gangsters. Damn, don't you know whose territory this is? Tombstone sat back in his boss chair after saying that. This kind of shit happened every day. When he lit a cigar, before he had time to be quiet for a while, screams came from outside again. Fuck. What happened again? As soon as the words came out, Tombstone felt bad. It was too coincidental. How could everything happen at the same time? At this time, a younger brother stumbled in. Boss. Rats. 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 Tombstone was almost pissed off. Damn it. They are a gang, but they are actually afraid of rats. Can it be more embarrassing? Fuck. Are you all elementary school students? You are actually afraid of rats. No. No. Boss, there are a lot of rats. A lot of rats. Tombstone was stunned and even angrier. This is his old nest, and there are so many rats. If he tells anyone about this, he will be so embarrassed that he will be the laughingstock of New York tomorrow. The little brother was scared by rats in his own nest. Is this a gang or a kindergarten? He punched the embarrassing little brother to the ground, then pulled the door open and rushed out. He wanted to see what kind of rats are so scary. But as soon as he walked out of the door, Tombstone felt his scalp tingling. Damn. There are so many rats. They are crawling all over the bar. The people in the bar had already run away, and the rest were Tombstone's men, who were using various things to beat the rats. Some idiots actually planned to shoot rats with guns. What's the use of that thing? One shot can only kill one rat at most, and the bullets are limited. It's better to use a broom. And these rats, look a bit fierce. They are not afraid of people, but keep jumping on people. Tombstone never thought that he would be scared by rats one day. But now, he is really scared. Someone wants to deal with him. Tombstone reacted immediately. After all, he couldn't possibly offend the rats, right? At this moment, a rat rushed to his feet. There was a small box on the back of the rat, and it was flashing. Fuck, Tombstone knew that the thing was not a good thing no matter how stupid he was. Then the rat seemed to be stimulated and began to rush towards Tombstone frantically. Really rushing, like a tide. Tombstone was submerged all of a sudden. It is worth noting that the rats rushing towards Tombstone were all carrying small boxes, while the other rats retreated in all directions as if they had heard an order. In less than 10 seconds, the bar was suddenly empty. Hundreds of rats are not scary, at least Tombstone is not afraid of them, but the problem is that he is afraid of the things on the rats' backs. Come and save me, Tombstone shouted. When the younger brother saw Tombstone surrounded by rats, he looked at each other, then turned and ran. Damn. They may not be smart, but they are not blind. The red lights flashing on the rats are not good things. More importantly, they are flashing faster and faster. It's not like they haven't seen movies before. This kind of thing is a bomb at first glance. Going to help Tombstone at this time, to be buried with him? They are just hanging out. There is no need to be so righteous, right? This incident tells us that sometimes it doesn't hurt to watch more movies and other things. It is indeed a bomb. Beep, beep, beep. The red lights flashed faster and faster, and finally, boom. Huge flames spewed out from the exits and windows of the bar, and the huge shock wave made the surroundings feel a strong shock. All the surrounding glass and other things were shattered. At the same time, the huge explosion sent the ceiling of the bar directly to the sky. Then the whole bar made a loud noise, and then, collapsed. Keith. Will we kill other people? Liz asked worriedly while holding Keith in the air and watching the explosion below. Keith's big eyes under the goggles also blinked. She didn't expect the power of this new type of explosive to be so powerful. You know. The equivalent she got was not large, but she didn't expect it to directly blow up the whole building. It's okay. We have made so many preparations and lured people away. Those who are still in the bar now must be bad guys. The 2 previous fire alarms and the rats were all prepared by them in advance, just to scare away other people. Otherwise, They could just send rats in and detonate. How simple it would be. Really, I don't think it's right, suddenly a voice interrupted. Who said that? Keith didn't react, and habitually raised his head. Then he reacted immediately. They are in the sky now. The two turned their heads and saw that Kai was floating beside them without knowing when. Kai? Keith screamed. Keith? Kai looked at Keith with a headache. You told me that you just wanted to live a quiet life in the sewer. Now can you tell me how you define the word quiet? You are committing a crime. Do you know? No. Officer Wayne. Keith is trying to help me. Liz got nervous and said everything. The tombstone is related to my father's death. Keith is trying to help me. Liz? Don't. Okay, the two silly girls don't say anything to each other, and they compete to self-destruct. Kai covered his face with his hands. You dare to be more blatant. Liz and Keith realized that they seemed to self-destruct. Keith, forget it, he was recognized. Liz was wearing a nightingale mitcha. As a result, right after Liz blew herself up, Keith called out Liz's name. I say, with your IQ, don't do bad things, okay? Otherwise, the police won't feel any sense of accomplishment when they catch you. Humph, Keith got angry. We are just playing here. What evidence do you have to say that we did it? Oh, you actually know how to talk about evidence. Not bad, humph. Keith hummed twice with pride. Okay, you two stay still and don't let me do anything. Kai didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. He had to see if the Tombstone gang was dead. Keith was still unconvinced, but Liz hugged her immediately. Liz was still afraid of the police. Before Kai landed, there was a noise from the ruins below. Tombstone lifted up the rubble and climbed out. Ha 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 ha. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Tombstone was blown up miserably. One of his eyes was blind, one of his ears was gone, half of his left hand was gone, and he was vomiting blood. But he didn't die. Congratulations, Tombstone heard the voice above his head, and when he looked up, he saw Kai floating in the sky. It's you? Tombstone was immediately overwhelmed. He stood up suddenly and rushed towards Kai. Kai was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know what's going on? It wasn't until Tombstone rushed to his side that Kai came to his senses and directly backhanded a big punch, knocking him to the ground. I'm accusing you of assaulting a police officer. Stay down, otherwise, in the United States, if the police tell you not to move, you'd better not move, because they really dare to shoot. And their reason is very legitimate. Your action makes the police feel threatened, so based on the premise that protecting their own safety is the first priority, they can shoot, and they can empty the magazine. American III is not a joke. As for the so-called feeling of threat, it is completely the police's personal subjective feeling. The key is that the court still recognizes this reason very much. Many outrageous lawsuits against police officers rely on this reason to exempt the police from prosecution. A punch woke Tombstone up. When he was in good condition, he was no match for Kai. Now he is in such a mess that he is even less of a match for Kai. I surrender. Tombstone surrendered very smoothly. He is a gangster, not a death warrior. If he eats too much, he will find American III. Look, how good this is. Kai landed and walked to his side. Listen carefully, I am arresting you for possession of dangerous explosives. You can remain silent. Before Kai finished speaking, Tombstone exploded again. Did I do this? It was a rat. I am innocent, don't try to wrongly accuse me. Rats. Kai was silent for a moment. Can't you find a better reason? Kai had actually guessed that it was Case who did it. But his target was not Case, but Tombstone. Do you think I will believe it? And this reason sounds really ridiculous. Chapter 1174, Beautiful Girl Group Expansion. There is no doubt that Tombstone was arrested. There is no way, his reason is too ridiculous. It is normal for Kai not to believe it. And he blew up a whole building. This was after 9/11. What do you want to do with so many explosives in your home? Kai arrested him, and the arrest was justified. Then Tombstone was sent to the hospital. Then Kai directly ordered the special forces to go out and surround Tombstone's ward tightly. Anyone who approaches must be strictly examined and monitored. Then the federal government also took action. After all, the federal government is also very interested in the changes in Tombstone. Because according to the information, Tombstone was just an ordinary person before, but now he is invulnerable to swords and guns and has infinite strength. This is definitely a very valuable research for the government. If the changes in Tombstone can be cracked, it will definitely be a major gain for the federal government. especially in the current security situation. In this regard, Kai gave a green light. Tombstone himself is a scumbag. He can make some contributions to mankind, which is not in vain for his reincarnation. Kai didn't even bother to care whether Tombstone would be subjected to inhumane experiments. In Kai's opinion, this guy deserved it. I don't care what you do, I just want information. Kai stared coldly at the liaison sent by the Federation. As for the future, it doesn't matter whether he is dead or alive, the Federation actually cares about Kai's attitude. After all, Kai's consistent position is more inclined to those extraordinary humans. This is not a secret in itself, and Kai himself has never hidden it. In fact, the Federation has long been prepared to be pushed back by Kai, and they have prepared many plans. As a result, none of them are used now. The liaison immediately rejoiced. No problem. We will fully cooperate with you. We will not take him away until your case is over. Now that the biggest obstacle is gone, they can't wait to be happy. This concession is almost the same as nothing. Well, my people will watch him. Be careful. The power behind this guy is not simple. I won't say anything else. Anyway, before I get what I want, this guy must not get into trouble. You guys should overcome it. My people won't stop you from doing anything, but, understood, intelligence is the top priority. We will pay attention. That's good. After saying that, Kai turned around and left, taking the two dejected little girls with him. Actually, we can go back to the sewer. We promised to be absolutely obedient. Sitting in the car, Keith clasped his hands together and begged Kai to let them go. Don't even think about it. How could Kai let them go? I haven't seen this little girl for a few days, and she dared to blow up the building. If I let it go, who knows what will happen? What if she develops into a terrorist? Keith pouted and leaned on the car seat. You are forcibly restricting our freedom. I can sue you, haha. Go ahead and sue. See which police station in New York dares to take this case. Kai is the ancestor of the police. Which police station would be stupid enough to trouble Kai? Ah. You are unreasonable. Keith grabbed his hair in annoyance. Please. I am unreasonable? If I were reasonable, you would be in the police station now, Kai said unhappily. Behave yourself. Live in my house these days. I will watch you. What? Keith hugged his brother and looked at Kai with a vigilant face. What do you want to do? I want to scream for molestation. Bah. What good are you thinking? Kai was also a little headache because of Keith. He really has a headache with children of this age. If you say they are old, they are childish, act impulsively without considering the consequences, and do not consider things for the long term. But if you say they are young, these little guys think they are grown up and have their own opinions. Anyway, don't run around recently. Especially you, Liz. Your mother is in a very bad situation now. You should think about her. What's wrong with my mother? Liz immediately became nervous. What's wrong? I worry every day. I don't eat well and sleep well. I've lost weight. In fact, Mrs. Badams is much stronger than Kai said. Although she's worried, she still eats and drinks as usual, and she handles Adrian's property very vigorously. It must be said that if this woman is not a housewife, she may have her own career. Liz's expression immediately dimmed. No. I haven't avenged my father yet, eh? Revenge or something. Can't I just hand it over to the police? Blood revenge is not popular these days. Besides, do you think you can choose? Soon they arrive home. Wow, wow, wow. Kai just opened the car door, and a little kid in overalls rushed over crying and headbutted Kai into his arms. Kai? Teresa bullied me. Kai grinned and slowed down. Although the little kid was small, it was really painful to hit someone. What's wrong? As soon as the little kid raised his head, Kai almost threw the child out. What happened to your face? Little Belle's face was painted all over, purple, red and black all over her face, and the painting was very abstract. Teresa bullied me, Little Belle cried without tears about her miserable experience. Teresa, bullying her sister, how can this be tolerated? Kai picked up Little Belle and rushed into the house immediately, intending to teach Teresa a lesson. As a result, as soon as he entered the house, he saw Teresa kneeling on the carpet in the living room, facing a mess of cosmetics, and wiping tears. Seeing Kai coming in, Teresa immediately stared at Belle in Kai's arms with tears in her eyes. Obviously, things were not as Belle said. Kai turned his head to look at Raven and Emma, who were watching the fun with their hands folded on the side, hoping to get an answer from them. Belle ruined Teresa's cosmetics. Emma explained the general situation very concisely. Who told her not to play with me? Little Belle was in Kai's arms, And now she was justified. Looking at the little one dangling her feet in his arms, Kai's face became very serious. He picked up the little one and made her face him. Bernadette. Is it true? You ruined Teresa's cosmetics. Seeing the serious Kai, Belle suddenly found that his backer seemed not so reliable. Teresa asked me to play. Maybe she knew she was wrong, but she didn't dare to admit it, so she lowered her head and pouted her lips, reluctantly saying, I didn't ask you to ruin all my cosmetics. It would be better if she didn't mention this. As soon as she mentioned this, Teresa exploded immediately. Kai has never raised a child, but he has seen many cases in his previous life where children were harmed because of pampering. Therefore, although Kai has always been very caring for his 3 children, he is not infinitely spoiling them. For example, he has never pushed for the best food and clothes. But when it comes to pocket money, he seems to be much more stingy. Everyone has a fixed amount of pocket money every month. Kai even did a special survey to find out the amount. Little Belle gets $5 a month, which is enough for her to buy some snacks and the like. It's completely enough. Emma has a very high IQ and likes to spend money on books. Kai supports this hobby, so he gives her a bigger budget of $25. Teresa gets $50. After all, she is a high school student and a grown-up girl, so she needs to spend money on many things. So he gave her more money on purpose. Once you spend it, it's gone. Unless you earn money by doing housework. As the old people said, you won't be poor if you don't have enough food and clothes, but you will be poor if you don't plan well. This can be regarded as training their financial management concepts since childhood. Generally speaking, Belle's money is always not spent because she has few places to spend money. Emma learned financial management early, and she always has a surplus of pocket money. Only Teresa is the hardest hit. Her pocket money is often not enough, so she can only help with housework to make money. There's no way, girls are like this. In addition to her special hobby, she puts on makeup like a ghost every day, which consumes a lot of cosmetics. In addition, those things are really not cheap, which leads to her often owing Emma a lot of money. Emma is also cruel. Every time she borrows money, Teresa has to pay interest. As a result, Teresa's pocket money is even less. Now all the cosmetics are ruined. She is completely finished. It's only the middle of the month. Not only has she run out of money, but she also owes Emma money. Don't even think about buying cosmetics next month. Belle, Kai looked at the little one seriously. In fact, Kai still felt a little bit of gloating in his heart. After all, Teresa is pretty, but she has to like death heavy metal. That makeup is really unbearable to look at. A good girl is even more beautiful without makeup, which is very unreasonable. I'm sorry, Belle had no choice. The only person in the family who would protect her betrayed her, so she could only bow her head. Tell Teresa, as he said. Kai put Belle in front of Teresa like holding a rag doll. I'm sorry, Bernadette is at the age when children are the cutest and the most annoying. She even hates the dog at home. Is just saying sorry enough? Teresa grabbed Bernadette's face, her expression still angry. That was her hard-earned money. Teresa certainly couldn't let Belle go just because of an apology. What else do you want? Bernadette looked up at Kai. Of course I have to compensate. I remember your piggy. Don't hurt my piggy, Bernadette screamed. It's just a piggy bank. Besides, the bottom of the piggy bank can be opened, so there's no need to worry about a piggy, but that's my pocket money. Bernadette looked at Kai with tears in her eyes. Look at me, it's useless. You have to ask your sister. Compensation. Must compensate. Then Teresa got $4.75 in compensation. Just yesterday, Bernadette bought herself a doll and she had no more money. Teresa wanted to cry but had no tears. She looked up at Kai and Raven. Raven spread her hands and said, I don't have money, don't look at me. Kai was even more single. It's impossible to give money, but Merlin has a lot of work. I can ask him to do it for you. You're so cruel. At this moment, Teresa finally found Keith and Liz who were watching with relish. Liz, then Teresa remembered everything that had just happened, and then she screamed and ran back to her room. She wanted to jump off the building now. Wow. So awesome. Kai didn't stay at home for long, because there were a lot of things waiting for him outside. So he took Liz with him and went out. Liz had to be sent to her mother, and Keith could only stay at his house temporarily. Fortunately, there were only girls in the family, and they all had special abilities, so they could get along with Keith immediately. When they asked how Keith was brought back by Kai, Keith immediately talked about his great achievements. This made Teresa and Bernadette's eyes light up, and they wished they could go and fight the bad guys together. Keith. Keith. Can you be my sister in the future? Bernadette looked at Keith with shining eyes. She thought Keith was so cool. Hey. What do you mean? Teresa immediately heard Bernadette's subtext and grabbed Bernadette's fat face. Humph. Teresa even took my pocket money. You are so bad. I don't want you to be my sister. Bernadette's mouth was squeezed and pouted, but she still spoke shamelessly. Ah. Did I take it? It was obviously you who ruined my cosmetics first. Sisters should give in to their sisters, Bernadette said confidently. This is what Kai said, but this elementary school kid learned it. I spent more than $100 on those cosmetics, and you only compensated me $4. Isn't that giving in to you? Emma looked at the two idiots and covered her face with her hands. You too. It's so embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the interaction between the two sisters, Kate laughed so hard that she fell backwards. After a long time, she said a little sadly, That's great, I envy you. Bernadette tilted her head. Huh? What's there to envy? I don't want a stupid sister. Who are you calling stupid? Bernadette quickly ran behind Kate and looked at Teresa warily for fear that she would pinch her face again. Keith, do you have a sister? If not, I will be your sister. As long as you don't pinch my flesh every day like Teresa. No, that's great. Bernadette was very excited, but Kate was depressed again. Bang! Emma knocked on Bernadette's head, and there was nothing. Idiot. If you can't speak, don't speak. Woo. Bernadette dared to be angry with Teresa, but she didn't dare to do the same to Emma, so she could only hold her head and crawl into Keith's arms. It's okay, Keith hurried to comfort her. At this time, Teresa suddenly said, Keith, you are also an orphan, right? Keith's body froze, and then pretended to be nonchalant and said, Yes. But what does it matter? I am living well now. But she immediately reacted, What does also mean? We are all orphans, and Rabin and Kai adopted us, Emma said calmly, so, you don't have to be stubborn in front of us. I'm not stubborn. Suddenly Bernadette's little hand touched Keith's face. Keith, you are so pitiful. Bernadette remembered the days when she was abandoned, but she immediately cheered up. But you don't have to be afraid in the future, you can live with us. Although Teresa is a fool, Raven's mother always controls us, and Kai is also very nagging, but we are very happy. You won't be alone in the future, we can always be together. In fact, when they first saw Keith, they felt very close. They are so similar. They both have special abilities and are both orphans. The difference is that they are luckier, while Keith is still alone. Keith's heart was really moved at that moment. But the next second, no. I still have to help Liz get revenge. I can't abandon her. Although they seem to have no connection with each other, Keith still feels that if he accepts Bernadette's invitation, it means he has given up on Liz. After all, Kai has said that they are not allowed to seek revenge. Abandoning Liz and leaving her alone, Keith can't do it. The three sisters looked at each other. Bernadette took the lead and said, If we help you get revenge, will you agree to be my sister? Huh? Teresa looked at Emma. Is there any way, Emma? Kai will be angry, Emma said calmly. Don't worry. I will just act like a spoiled child to him when the time comes, Bernadette said confidently. Kai always says that I am the cutest kid in the world. He likes me the most. That's no problem. Emma put away the book. Then let's go, now. Chapter 1175 The Beautiful Girls Special Forces are dispatched. Will this really work? Teresa asked Emma nervously, carrying her unlucky sister on her back. Emma held a book in front of her chest and said with certainty, Absolutely no problem, but, wouldn't it be too arrogant to just walk in like this? The four little girls were standing at the door of the hotel where Liz was. Emma's plan was simple, walk in, call Liz, and then walk out. This plan, which seemed like a joke, made Teresa and Keith, who were a little older, a little hesitant. Emma pushed her glasses that didn't exist on her face and said with certainty, My idol Ram said that the most sophisticated trick is to use the simplest method to achieve the goal. It sounded like the truth. Oh, so that's it. It sounds reasonable. Keith nodded. She was bluffed. Teresa knew Emma better. When did you have an idol? Why didn't I know? And who is that Ram? A scientist? No, he can't be a scientist, but a criminal master, a German-American bank robber, the father of modern bank robbery, Hermann Karl Ram, Emma said proudly. Although he was proud for some reason, he still frightened the girls. So, who is he? He's an unlucky guy. He always comes up with ingenious criminal plans, but he's always arrested because of various accidents. Oh, now it's clear. At this time, Keith suddenly discovered something. Bernadette, who had been very excited since she just went out, hadn't made a sound for a long time. By the way, Bernadette hasn't spoken for a long time. The three sisters immediately looked at Bernadette lying in the baby carrier behind Teresa. It turned out that Bernadette was weak in her limbs, with her head tilted up, like a boneless doll, with a little saliva flowing from the corner of her mouth. She fell asleep. Woo! Teresa covered her forehead and said weakly, I knew it would be like this. In fact, the three of them didn't plan to bring Bernadette with them at first, but Bernadette insisted on coming with them, and threatened that if they didn't bring her, she would immediately tell Raven and Kai. When we set out, this little thing was so excited that she refused to stay in the baby carrier. After all, she was already a big kid, how could she be treated like this? But in the end, under the strong request of her sisters, she could only be carried on Teresa's back like a koala. As a result, now, I guessed it a long time ago, Emma took out a pair of headphones from her pocket with an expression that I had expected. Put them on her, the sound insulation effect is great. It's full of her favorite nursery rhymes, which will definitely make her sleep until dawn. Teresa took the headphones, and then thought of something. Do I have to carry her on my back all night? What else? Emma asked expressionlessly. Why didn't we wait until she fell asleep before sneaking out? Teresa screamed madly. But even so, Bernadette couldn't be woken up. Her sleep quality has always been super high. Who is the one who can't wait to come out? Emma still had that faceless expression. I reminded you. You deserve it, did you? Teresa couldn't remember at all. Emma nodded affirmatively. Her confident expression immediately made Teresa unconfident. Keith covered her mouth and laughed. She saw clearly that Emma did remind her, but the reminder was not obvious. She was deliberately making fun of Teresa. As for why, it all started with a $4.75. After getting compensation for all of Bernadette's belongings, Emma immediately asked Teresa for it. But Teresa was so poor that she only had these $4.75, so she naturally couldn't ask for it, so she decided to delay and pay it back next month. Then Emma asked for interest and delayed compensation. Teresa refused again. Emma didn't say anything at the time, but now the retribution has come. Keith likes the atmosphere between the sisters very much. They joke with each other unscrupulously and play tricks on each other. This is a real good sister. Okay, let's go. Are we really going to do this? Emma didn't answer and walked into the hotel first. It was a very strange thing for several children to appear in the hotel late at night, which naturally attracted the attention of the hotel staff. Seeing someone coming, Keith and Teresa immediately became nervous. But when the staff approached, Emma's pupils expanded and occupied the entire eyeball in an instant, which made her eyes dark and looked extremely strange. The key was that those eyes seemed to have a feeling of sucking people in. The fact was almost the same. The staff who approached was stunned on the spot. Not only that, the hotel staff and customers who came to handle business a little further away were also stunned on the spot soon. Keith was frightened by this weird scene. What happened? Teresa was the first to react. Emma. Has your ability increased? Emma's ability is psychic power. She can implant illusions into the consciousness of other people. She can even use her mind to remotely control others. It's just that Emma's ability used to be able to control only one person. Now she can control everyone in the entire hotel lobby in an instant. Emma nodded, and her eyes immediately returned to normal. Then the entire hotel lobby came alive, and everyone did what they were supposed to do, completely ignoring the four of them. Awesome. Keith looked at Emma with shining eyes. Although Emma had a blank expression on the surface, her slightly raised chin and red earlobes proved that she was not as calm as she seemed. Seeing Emma, who always pretended to be an adult, show this little expression, Keith felt that Emma was even cuter. Let's go. Emma took the lead and walked towards the elevator. Teresa looked around at the people around who ignored them, and she seemed very curious. She even planned to touch those people with her hands. Don't move. I just let them ignore us subconsciously. If you wake them up, my ability will be invalid. Emma severely reprimanded Teresa for her clumsy hands and feet. Among the three sisters, Emma has indeed always played the role of the elder sister, even though Teresa is much older than her. What about the surveillance? Keith asked as he pulled Teresa, who was unwilling to accept it, into the elevator. It's okay. I've asked someone to delete the surveillance. After we leave, the surveillance will be overwritten. Emma said expressionlessly, but in fact she was very proud. Too reliable, Emma. Keith couldn't help it, and he held Emma and kissed her hard. Emma immediately lowered her head shyly, her face red as a monkey's butt, and steam was coming out of her head. Emma doesn't like to have intimate actions with people. Except for Raven and Bernadette, she won't get close to anyone, Teresa whispered. She had made fun of Emma's characteristics before, and the result was terrible. So every time she saw her like this, Teresa would be cautious, fearing that she would get hurt. Sorry, Keith apologized immediately. No. It's okay, Emma whispered, so softly that Keith almost couldn't hear it. This made Keith think she was even more lovely. Soon they came to the floor where Liz and her daughter were. There are still police here. Because of Liz's previous escape, the police have specially added security. A total of 8 policemen stayed on this floor. 4 policemen were at the door, 2 were sitting, and 2 were standing, chatting. The other 2 female policemen were in the room. 2 more were in the room ready to provide support at any time. The elevator opened, and the 4 policemen looked over. As a result, a little girl came out. The 4 policemen were stunned, thinking it was the child of the resident. But immediately, the 4 policemen froze in place and did not move. Let's go. Emma walked to the room of Liz and her daughter. In the room, Liz and her daughter were talking. Liz's sudden departure made Mrs. Toombs very worried, but after her daughter came back, Mrs. Toombs did not get angry, but talked to Liz calmly. She wanted to know what Liz was thinking. At this moment, the door of the room rang. It was definitely impossible for room service at this time, but if it was dangerous. There were 4 policemen outside. Even if there was danger, it could not be this movement. Sure enough, nothing happened when the 2 female policemen opened the door. Liz? We're here to pick you up, Keith's voice came. Keith? Liz jumped up excitedly and rushed out of the room. The moment she saw Keith, Liz immediately ran over excitedly and hugged Keith. Keith was a little dazed when he was hugged, but soon hugged Liz happily. Then Liz noticed Teresa and the others. Teresa reached behind her and supported Bernadette's little butt to make her move higher. The little girl's limbs and head leaned back, causing the straps to slide down continuously, and Teresa had a little difficulty carrying her. Liz was also very happy to see Teresa. But she was more curious. Why are you here? She looked at Emma and Bernadette, who was sleeping soundly with her legs spread out. She knew these 2 children, Teresa's sisters. Liz was happy to see her in the middle of the night, but it was strange to bring her sister with her, as it was past 2 in the morning. Then she saw 2 policewomen standing at the door motionless. But for the time being, Liz didn't care about the policewomen, but pointed at the 2 little ones. Teresa was just about to speak, but Emma stood up. Teresa scratched her head in an inappropriate way and stopped talking, a very boyish behavior. We are the new members of the Pretty Cure team, and I am the captain. Emma's unyielding momentum made Liz a little unsure of what to say. Pretty Cure team, Liz looked at Keith. Keith also scratched his head, haha. Bernadette gave us a group name, although it's a bit unpleasant. But the meaning is right. In fact, it was when the TV was broadcasting the Powerpuff Girls, and then Bernadette remembered this name. And she arrogantly demanded that this name must be used. Because of their doting on their little sister, although Emma and Teresa kept complaining, they still compromised. Keith wanted to struggle, but seeing Bernadette staring at her with her big watery eyes, what else could she do? But to be honest, Keith still couldn't say the group name as expressionlessly as Emma did. It was too embarrassing. She was 16 years old after all, and she was quite disgusted by such a childish name. But there was nothing she could do. The little cutie liked it. Yes, Emma is the captain. Did you see that? It was Emma who let us walk in with a swagger. Keith pointed at the 2 policewomen and said. I wanted to ask just now, what happened to them? The 2 stood there motionless, and they looked abnormal. They were affected by my ability. It's okay. It will be fine after a while. In their eyes, everything is normal, Emma explained. Keith explained in a low voice, Emma and Teresa have special abilities like me. Really? Liz exclaimed. You know, Keith is already very, very powerful in her eyes. He can summon mice, has superpowers, is very strong, and can jump very high. That's right, Keith nodded seriously. Liz, are these your friends? Mrs. Toombs and Liz actually came out of the room together, but she didn't say anything and just observed quietly. She didn't ask until she couldn't help it. Yes. Mom, this is me telling you about Liz. She is Dad's friend. Dad once thought of adopting her. Are you the cute child that Ed was talking about? Mrs. Toombs had actually heard Adrian mention that he wanted to adopt a girl, and Mrs. Toombs didn't object to it. Unfortunately, Adrian later said that the girl refused, and she didn't think much about it. Hello, Doris. I heard Ed talk about you, Keith greeted her generously. Hello, Mrs. Toombs. My name is Emma Wayne. She is Teresa Wayne, and the guy who fell asleep is Bernadette Wayne. Wayne, this surname couldn't help but make Mrs. Toombs curious. Our adoptive father is Kai Wayne, Emma admitted generously. After all, this is not something shameful. It is even something to be proud of. You are the children of Director Wayne. Mrs. Toombs was very surprised. She never knew that New York's most famous superhero actually had a child. That's right, Emma was very polite, but there was always a kind of, how to describe it, the incongruity of a child pretending to be an adult. This incongruity was not only not annoying, but made Emma even more adorable. Seeing the gleam in Mrs. Toombs' eyes, Emma immediately felt goosebumps all over her body. A big part of the reason why she pretended to be an adult was because these annoying adults always liked to look at her with such eyes, and even went so far as to kiss and hug her. But she was not the little fool Bernadette. That little fool really liked others to treat her like this, and to Emma, this kind of treatment was comparable to sexual harassment, the kind that should be sentenced. So she immediately decided to get straight to the point. Liz, we are going to start planning. Do you want to come? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.